If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Rex Magnus. Dead bodies. Dead bodies everywhere, smashed or ripped apart by an unknown force, the gruesome sight filling one of the dungeon rooms, a space with only one entrance and exit. Among the carnage was the body of a lean and athletic man, his jet black hair matted with blood, and his Doberman ears and tail lay lifeless. His head had been sliced clean down the middle, splitting his face in half, with one of his red-brown eyes dangling grotesquely from its socket, while his exposed skull and brain glistened under the dim dungeon ceiling light. Blood and gore pooled around him, drenching his clothes, yet his hand still gripped the hilt of a broken magic sword. Then, suddenly, the corpse twitched. Slowly, his split skull began to knit itself back together, brains shifted and fused, bone met bone, and the torn flesh began stitching itself closed. His dangling eye shifted and moved back into its proper place, snapping into focus. Within moments, his body looked whole again, as if he had never been injured. Then, hey! The man gasped, sucking in air as though surfacing from deep water. His eyes shot open, his chest heaving. Ha! He gripped his chest, feeling the frantic pounding of his newly beating heart. What the fuck? The last thing he remembered was walking down the street after another exhausting 9-to-5 shift at McDonald's. He had been thinking about dinner when a loose tire from a truck came hurtling toward him, and then, nothing. And now? Where am I? He muttered, his voice shaky as his eyes darted around the cave-like room. Blood painted the floor, walls, and looked down at himself to notice his clothes, drenched in gore, thick and sticky. What the fuck? He roared, stumbling to his feet, but before he could process anything further, something hit him like a freight train. Memories. Memories that weren't his own came flooding in. Gah! He cried out, gripping the cold stone wall for support as the overwhelming torrent consumed him. Scenes, emotions, and knowledge flashed before his eyes. It took a few seconds, but eventually, the storm within his mind began to settle. The foreign memories slotted into place, his thoughts working instinctively to sort and integrate them. Breathing heavily, he pressed his bloody palm against his face, grounding himself. He exhaled deeply, closing his eyes. I'm not on Earth anymore. The memories left no room for doubt. They showed him a world of elves, cat people, dwarves, and gods. Literally, mythological gods walking among mortals. And then he realized. This wasn't just any world. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? He murmured, lowering his hand to survey the blood-soaked dungeon room around him. I'm in Danmachi. It was an anime he'd watched a few years ago. He could recall bits and pieces, general plot lines, the protagonist, and snippets about the world. The details were fuzzy, but it was enough to confirm where he was. How? He whispered, closing his eyes briefly, trying to rationalize how he had crossed worlds, but he couldn't even begin to theorize. And after crossing over, he took over a body. Rex Magnus, a member of the Soma Familia, a quiet, money-hungry man like everyone else in the Familia who died to a Minotaur wandering on the upper floor. What the fuck is a Minotaur doing on the upper floor? He groaned, massaging his neck, and then he remembered. Ah, right. He nodded. I am either during the beginning when the Loki Familia came back from an expedition, or I entered the body furring the Time Otter trained that Minotaur to kill Bell. He thought back. It's the latter, he mumbled. Bell has already killed that silverback monster, so it was way past the beginning of the show, at least he believes. Whatever, I need to get out of here. He thought, looking around. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. Based on the memories of his stats, his highest attributes were strength and endurance at E rank, making him more than capable of handling the challenges of floors 7 and 8. However, the Minotaur was likely still wandering nearby, so there is a chance he would run into it, and that would almost certainly lead to his third death, or rather, his second. Shouldn't I have a cheat skill like other reincarnators? Rex wondered, his thoughts drifting to the manhwa and manhua he'd been reading recently. Am I in a fanfiction? He thought briefly, before shaking his head and deciding to try his golden finger. Status. He muttered. To his surprise, a translucent screen materialized in front of him. Name Rex Magnus. Level 1. Strength E459. Endurance E447. Dexterity F319. Agility F363. Magic I2. Development ability none. Magic none. Skill. Scavenger. Scavenge a dead corpse to gain up to 10% of its stat points. Chance to acquire skills from the corpse. Low chance to acquire magic and properties from the corpse. Stats, skills, magic, or properties can be declined. Status automatically updates. Treasure detection. Sense and judge the quality of anything, including abilities, people, objects, locations, or even abstract concepts or properties. Okay. Rex mumbled, staring at the screen. This scavenger skill hadn't been part of his original memories. It must have been his gift from reincarnation, and rightfully so. This thing looked overpowered. And I guess the sub-ability to sense and judge the quality of people is what gave me the status power. His eyes drifted to a dead body nearby. A faint aura seemed to radiate from it, drawing his attention, so he moved closer. The body was headless, blood still pooling from its neck in thick, dark streams. He gulped hard, looking away from the sight. Fortunately, his strong stomach along with the memories of the original Rex kept him from vomiting whatever was left in his gut. Let's see, he thought, crouching beside the corpse. He placed a hand on the drenched, blood-soaked torso. Scavenge. The aura he sensed flowed into him, and multiple notifications appeared in front of his eyes. Plus 18 strength. Plus 3 endurance. Plus 11 dexterity. Plus 11 agility. Plus 1 magic. He could decline or accept the gains, but like any sane person, he accepted all of them. A warm, invigorating rush coursed through his body as his stats updated. Nice. He clenched his fist, feeling the subtle improvement in his strength. An overpowered skill indeed. Really fucking overpowered. With this, it wouldn't take him more than a month or so to max out his stats and level up. Even faster than that ace from Loki. Granted, the original Rex has already been adventuring for 5 years, so he wouldn't be breaking any record. He scanned the room, spotting another corpse, a teammate of the original Rex, but this body didn't emit the same aura. It seemed too much time had passed for scavenging to work. However, that didn't mean the body was useless. Walking over, Rex rifled through the man's belongings. After a brief search, he removed a utility belt that held a sheathed dagger, a pouch containing magic stones, and another pouch with 3 healing potions. He fastened the utility belt to his waist and pulled out the dagger, the blade completely dark and straight with a double edge, and the hilt wrapped in brown leather. Quality inspect, he thought, and a blue screen appeared. War Shadow Dagger, a 35 cm double-edged dagger crafted from War Shadow finger blade by a Goibnito Familia highsmith with the blacksmith development ability. It is a second-class weapon with an excellent edge and durability. Market value, 175,000 Valis. Rex blinked at the screen. This expensive weapon was hiding in plain sight. The dagger looked so ordinary that he had assumed it was just a regular blade. The dagger's previous owner had picked it up off the ground and only used it to threaten others. Who knew it would be this good? Nice. He added the dagger's sheath to his belt but kept the blade unsheathed, holding it securely. After another quick scan of the room and finding nothing else of value, Rex closed his eyes to concentrate. After gaining a blessing from a god, all adventurers experienced heightened senses, and as a Doberman Gianthrope, Rex's hearing was already exceptional. Though his sense of smell was vastly better, he rather not use it in a place filled with blood and dead bodies. Focusing, his ears twitched slightly as he focused on the faint sounds of the dungeon, trying to gauge how many monsters might be nearby. None. There were no sounds of movement, no growls, no skittering claws. Did the Minotaur kill all the monsters in its rage? That was good, he wouldn't have to fight. I should head up. Strong light spills down from the phosphorescence in the ceiling, lighting up the pale green walls in every direction around him, and as he advanced, his eyes scanned the ground. Monster corpses littered the path, most of them ants, with a few of the bodies still carrying the faint aura his skill seemed to detect. Don't mind if I do. He approached the nearest ant, squatting down and placing his hand on its abdomen. Scavenge. The aura flowed into him, followed by a notification of modest gains. Plus 2 strength. Plus 3 endurance. Plus 1 dexterity. Plus 6 agility. Plus 0 magic. So bad, he muttered, frowning slightly at the numbers. Still, he couldn't complain, this was better than what most adventurers could achieve after a full run. And there were 2 more bodies to scavenge nearby. He muttered to himself, and I can't forget the magic stones. However, when he turned back to the ant, he saw it turning to ash. Monsters in the dungeon only turn to ask when their magic stone is removed, so. He went to the next body and removed the stone, watching the body turn to ash, and the moment the stone was in his hand, the aura became unmistakable. Ah, he realized aloud. The stone is what carries the aura, not the body itself. Placing his palm on the stone, he triggered his skill again. Scavenge. +1 strength, +4 endurance, +3 dexterity, +5 agility, +0 magic. He nodded, satisfied, and moved to inspect a third ant body. This one had no aura neither from the corpse nor the stone. I guess I can't go around scavenging every magic stone I find, he muttered. Like human bodies, the stones seemed to have a timer before their power faded and the aura disappeared. Sacrifice money for power, he mumbled. I don't mind. With that, he moved on to the next ant body. He continued cautiously, following the path of destruction left by the Minotaur. Along the way, he scavenged more corpses, learning something new about his skill when he encountered two adventurer corpses. Both had died at roughly the same time, judging by the state of their blood and bodies, but he could only scavenge one of them. The difference became clear after closer inspection: the corpse he couldn't scavenge was too damaged. The same rule applied to magic stones: if they were cracked or otherwise destroyed, his skill wouldn't work. Now, Rex stood before the door leading to the 8th floor. The trail of blood clearly showed that the Minotaur had gone down, likely chasing an adventurer. He stared at the door, weighing his options. Should I follow it down? He muttered. He glanced at his updated stats. Strength D580, Endurance D548, Dexterity E476, Agility D500, Magic I12. In just 15 minutes of cautiously scavenging around 15 bodies, he had gained 457 points. If he went down to the next floor, the monsters would undoubtedly be stronger, and their stats would yield even greater rewards. But that would be stupid. The thought hit him hard. The Minotaur could be waiting just beyond the door. Even if it wasn't, encountering it would spell his doom. It was a level 2 monster, and it was also trained by Otter himself. Bell had defeated it to reach level 2, but Bell's stats had all been at S by then, while Rex's highest stat was D. If it came after him, the odds of escape were slim at best. Fuck. He rubbed his hands together, trying to decide. Play it safe and go up. Or take the risk and head down. If he died within an hour of entering this world, it would be game over. I could just head up and mass hunt ants for stats. After several moments of agonized thought, he made his decision. Let's go down, he said firmly. Besides, I could loot the bodies I find along the way. He still wore a light blue shirt, a light brown sleeveless vest, and a dark purple cloth draped around his neck and right shoulder, all of them stained with dried blood. However, he had looted some additional equipment along the way. He now wore black shin-high boots, a leather knee pad over his blue cargo pants, and a sword strapped to each side of his utility belt. One was a basic longsword, cheaper than his dagger. The other, however, was a magic sword capable of shooting fire. Its market value was a staggering 897,000 valis, according to his inspection. In total, his current gear was worth 1,205,500 valis, with the magic sword being the most expensive item. If he sold all his current equipment, he could buy a good house and live well. That is, if he managed to sell them for their market value, which he doubted he would be able to since they are used items. So if he went down and looted more corpses, it would undoubtedly be worth the risk. Let's go, he said, gripping the hilt of his dagger tightly as he walked down. Chapter 2, Bull. And another loot, Rex mumbled as he removed the red cloak from a girl's body whose head had been crushed like a juicy fruit. Though her body was too damaged to scavenge for stats, her clothing was salvageable. Thankfully, it isn't damaged. Removing the cloak ended just above the dead girl's ankle, and holding it up, Rex inspected the garment, and a screen appeared. Leather cloak, a durable cloak made from orc hide. Market value, 2,500 valis. It doesn't cost much, but every valis counts, Rex thought, removing the bloodied cloth from his neck. And it's cleaner and looks better. He draped the cloak over his shoulders and fastened it at the neck, the high collar covering his mouth, but due to his stature compared to the deceased human woman, the cloak barely reached his knee, though it hid his hands completely. However, the tips of his sword sheaths peeked out from beneath the hem. The only other item he gained from looting bodies over the past 30 minutes was a pair of leather gloves. However, Rex has scavenged so much from monsters that he now rivaled high-rank level 1 adventurers in raw stats. Strength S919, Endurance A873, Dexterity B790, Agility A814, Magic I22. The rate of growth was staggering. In less than an hour, he had surpassed what the original Rex achieved in 5 years. Even the protagonist of this world couldn't match his pace. His skill was, without a doubt, a cheat. But my magic? Rex frowned. The ants had low magic stats, and their corpses reflected that. Humans will give more magic, but counting the girl whose body he had looted, he had only encountered 3 adventurers, and all of them were so destroyed that they were beyond scavenging. I need to head to the lower floors to scavenge from monsters with stronger magic. The hellhounds on the middle floors came to mind. He recalled from original Rex memories that they are supposed to have magic, but venturing down there now would be reckless. He needed higher physical stats, preferably S rank across the board, before he dared to descend further. No, it's best he even becomes a level 2 before going down there, so that's out of the question for now. He also needed better skills and equipment. His dagger was his most reliable weapon, but it wouldn't be ideal for the lower floors. He didn't want to get too close to the monsters, so a long sword or spear would give him the distance he needed to stay safe. A sharp crack interrupted his thoughts, snapping his attention to a nearby stalagmite, a thick column of stone that stretched from the ground to the cavern's 10-meter ceiling. A hairline fracture appeared on its surface before it burst open, and a killer ant emerged. It was massive, over 1.7 meters long, and while standing on its back 2 legs, its head would almost reach his neck. Even on all 6 legs, it came up to his knee, a size terrifyingly large when you encounter it in real life. Its front legs ended in razor-sharp blades, each capable of cleaving a human in half with ease. The ant snapped its mandibles together, creating a sharp clicking sound as it turned its attention to Rex. Without hesitation, it charged, its bladed forelegs raised high as it charged. Rex quickly drew his long sword in one swift motion, gripping it tightly with both hands. Okay, he thought, taking a steadying breath. My first official fight. The ant closed the distance in an instant, its bladed arm coming down in a deadly arc aimed at his torso. At the last moment, Rex leapt back, the blade missing him by a hairbreadth, slamming into the ground where he had stood, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. The moment his feet touched the ground, he rushed forward, thrusting his sword toward the space between the ant's head and thorax. The blade pierced the thick exoskeleton, meeting resistance for only a moment before sliding through, tearing the flesh and splitting the sinew. Ding! The blade hit the dungeon floor as it exited the other side, and a spray of purple ichor splattered onto the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, Rex severed the ant's head. It fell to the ground with a thud, but the body continued its attack, unaware of its decapitation. He sidestepped its erratic movements, watching as it finally collapsed a few moments later. Well. Rex exhaled, flicking his sword to the side to clear off the purple goo. Droplets splattered across the ground as he sheathed the blade. That was easy. Killer ants weren't particularly dangerous when encountered alone. The real threat came from their pheromones. When in a pinch, they can release chemical signals that attract other nearby ants, leading to the deaths of many inexperienced adventurers. Their blood can also release these pheromones, so Rex had a few moments before reinforcements arrived. He crouched down and placed his hand on the ant's severed head. Scavenge. +1 strength, +1 endurance, +1 dexterity, +1 agility, +1 magic. Amazing! He muttered exaggeratedly, mentally accepting the gains. His ears picked up something, and he snapped his head to the side, his yellow eyes locking onto glowing red eyes moving toward him. His throat tightened as a massive figure emerged from the shadows, a 2-meter-tall Minotaur with red skin, a grey chest, and one missing horn. The beast Otter had trained, and the one old Rex had freed. Shit! Rex shot to his feet and bolted, sprinting like his life depended on it, because it did. He ran with short, frantic breaths, his arms pumping furiously at his sides, his speed far exceeding anything a human on Earth could achieve, the dungeon blurring past. He didn't dare look back, the thunderous hoofbeats and enraged snorts behind him told him everything he needed to know. Fuck! He spat, hearing the beast gaining ground. Though slow by level 2 standards, the Minotaur was still faster than a level 1 adventurer, even one with A-rank agility like Rex. He turned sharply into a side room, his shoulder slamming into the wall from the momentum. The impact knocked the air out of his lungs, but he pushed through, continuing his desperate escape. Behind him, the Minotaur failed to make the same sharp turn, its massive body crashing into the wall with a deafening boom. The delay bought Rex a few precious seconds, but the monster quickly recovered. "Uooooooooa!" It roared, the sound reverberating through the room like an earthquake. The vibration paralyzed Rex mid-stride, his body seizing up as he fell forward, hitting the ground face first. He screamed internally as he lay there, his fingers twitching uselessly against the stone floor. The heavy footfalls of the charging beast grew louder. "I'm dead." He frantically activated all his skills, desperate for a solution. Scavenger can judge the quality of even more abstract concepts or properties, and this includes his thoughts. Out of hundreds of fleeting ideas, one stood out. Scavenger deemed it the highest quality. "Rex!" Spurt. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting through his nerves like a lightning strike, breaking the paralysis. He rolled to the side just as the Minotaur's massive sword slammed into the ground where he'd been lying, the impact shattering the stone, sending jagged chunks of rock flying outward. The force flung Rex backward, his body slamming into a stalagmite with enough force to knock the breath out of him again. "Ha, ha!" He gasped for air, struggling to his feet as the Minotaur dashed toward him, each step deliberate and menacing. "Get back!" he shouted, pulling his magic sword from his belt. He activated its power and aimed for the ground. A fireball shot out, striking the ground and exploding in a fiery burst. Smoke and debris filled the area around it, momentarily obscuring the monster. Using the brief opening, Rex forced his aching body to move, adrenaline dulling his pain as he sprinted away. The Minotaur blasted through the cloud of dust moments later, roaring in fury as it charged again. Rex's mind raced, thoughts firing off in every direction. How to escape? How to run faster? Then he heard it muffled voices. People. He couldn't pinpoint the source, but Scavenger judged one direction as having the highest quality. Without hesitation, Rex turned and ran toward it, deciding to just trust the skill. As the voices grew clearer, he suddenly heard a low growl from behind him and quickly pointed his magic sword behind him, quickly activating the sword. The fireball blasted out from the sword, hitting the Minotaur square in the shoulder, momentarily stunning it and halting its building roar. Rex didn't stop, the dungeon walls blurring past as he pushed himself to his limit. Finally, two figures came into view: a teenage boy with white hair and red eyes, wearing lightweight armor, and a small girl in a full-body cloak with a hood, carrying an oversized backpack. Rex's eyes widened. It wasn't hard to recognize them. Belle Cranel, the protagonist of this world, and Lilyruka Arde, the girl who once belonged to the Soma Familia. Isn't she supposed to be dead? I heard she died from killer ants. He didn't care. The two froze as the bloodied Doberman demi-human sprinted toward them, his cloak billowing behind him and blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Lilyruka's eyes widened in shock, immediately recognizing the figure. Rex ran past them, not stopping as he shouted, "It's all yours." He didn't look back. Moments later, the Minotaur stormed into view, its massive form emerging from behind a stalagmite, huffing angrily as it locked eyes with the startled duo. After running for a while longer, Rex finally slowed down, his chest heaving as he leaned against a stalagmite that stopped short of the ceiling. "Oh, fuck," he breathed, feeling his veins throbbing in his temple and his head growing light. "Never again," he huffed, wiping the sweat from his brow and sliding his magic sword back into its scabbard. That was the protagonist's achievement to reach level 2, he thought, resting his back against the wall. He should be able to handle it. His ears twitched, picking up the distant, angry mooing of the Minotaur echoing through the dungeon. I should leave, after catching my breath. He took in one long, steadying inhale, then pushed himself off the wall. But then curiosity got the better of him. I can just outrun it if it comes after me again. Instead of leaving, he circled back around the large chamber, careful to keep to the shadows as he returned to the room where he'd left the Minotaur with Belle Cranel. Sticking to a dark corner, he peered into the room just in time to see the white-haired boy get flung across the floor. Belle's body hit the ground hard, the impact knocking his dagger from his hand as he coughed up a mouthful of spit. The Minotaur slowly advanced toward him, its cleaver scraping against the ground with a metallic screech as Belle struggled to get back on his feet. Rex cursed under his breath. When I was down, you charged me like a lunatic, but now you decide to take your time. He clicked his tongue in frustration. So unfair. Then, before the Minotaur could reach Belle, a stunningly beautiful young woman leapt between them, her golden hair catching the dungeon's faint light as it fanned out behind her. Her presence was magnetic, commanding attention without a word. Ace Wallenstein. Rex instantly recognized her. She wasn't just any popular adventurer, she was the adventurer, the sword princess of the Loki Familia, and the girl with the fastest level up in Aurario's history. Was she the main female lead? Or was it that fox girl? His memory was hazy, but it didn't matter. From his hiding spot, he watched silently as Belle, with newfound resolve, rose to his feet. Then, Belle grabbed Ace by the wrist, gently pulling her behind him as he stepped between her and the Minotaur. The massive creature growled low in its throat, lifting its cleaver to point directly at Belle, as if accepting his challenge. Rex resisted the urge to groan. So cliché. He cringed. That Minotaur definitely wouldn't have pointed its sword at me like that. It would have just tried to slice me in half. The room grew more crowded as Tioni, Riveria, and Finn entered. Rex ignored their banter, focusing entirely on Belle, his arms crossed over his chest as he observed the fight, analyzing each movement. He thought, narrowing his eyes as Belle and the Minotaur clashed. The sheer speed and precision of their movements were leagues above what Rex could manage. Yet, he definitely outstats and outskills me. If they fought now, Belle would annihilate him. A shockwave from the combatants' clashing blades rippled through the room, ruffling Rex's hair and cloak. Damn, he muttered, blinking. My strength is at S. I should be able to do that, right? He watched as sparks flew with each strike, the room illuminated by bursts of light as strength met speed in a fierce exchange. After about 30 seconds of watching, a wicked thought crept into his mind. What if? He unsheathed his magic sword, carefully pointing it at the Minotaur. Adjusting his aim as the beast moved, he smirked. What if I attack it right now? Wouldn't that mess up the high-rank Excelia he's supposed to get from beating it alone? His grin widened. One fireball and I could destroy the entire plot. Shiver. A cold dread washed over him, freezing his entire body, and slowly, like a poorly oiled machine, he turned his head. His heart dropped when he saw Findium, the captain of the Loki Familia, staring directly at him, his piercing blue eyes seeming to glow in the dim dungeon, cutting through the shadows like a blade. Rex swallowed hard, his grip tightening on his sword as he noticed Riveria, the high elf, was also watching him with a piercing gaze. Shit! Without a word, he slid his magic sword back into its scabbard before taking one careful step back. Pulling his cloak's high neck over his mouth, he turned around and walking away as nonchalantly as possible. Chapter 3, Teacher. It was 10 in the morning, and the Adventurers Guild buzzed with activity. Adventurers moved in and out of the building, their voices blending into a constant hum. The usual chaos of early morning business filled the air, with workers behind the counters handling requests, transactions, and reports. Rex entered the building, his cloak swaying lightly as he walked toward an unoccupied counter. The Doberman demi-human approached a brown-haired elf, setting 3 pouches filled with magic stones on the counter in front of her and sliding them forward. I want to exchange all these, he said simply. The elf glanced down at the pouches, then up at his face. Her hesitation was brief but noticeable, causing Rex to raise a brow. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. She replied, quickly taking the pouches. Give me 10 minutes, I'll be back. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and disappeared into the back. Rex stepped away from the counter, finding a seat by the wall. He adjusted his cloak before leaning back and calling up his status. Name Rex Magnus. Level 1. Strength S920, Endurance A882, Dexterity B799, Agility A825, Magic I24. Development Ability None. Magic None. Skill. Scavenger. Nothing had changed significantly. Killing a few monsters on his way up had increased his stats slightly, pushing his dexterity closer to A. He sighed. Even with these stats, my combat capabilities are below average. Belle had shown him what a true high-level adventurer should look like. Even if he managed to get all his stats at 999, he doubted he could defeat the Minotaur the way Belle had. The old Rex had relied entirely on his party, barely knowing how to wield a sword or dagger properly. And courage? That was an even shorter supply. I just hope that once I max my stats at 999, I won't need to go on a suicide mission to get high-rank Excelia, he thought, folding his arms as he leaned back in his chair. Maybe the skill will forcefully level me up once I scavenge someone's stats after reaching 999. He nodded to himself. Yeah, that sounds about right. Even if leveling didn't work that way, he still needed to gain fighting experience. His thoughts drifted as he watched a pair of cat people leave the guild, shouting at each other, each sentence ending with Anaya. He shook his head slightly. I can't believe how quickly I've adjusted. Back on Earth, Rex had prided himself on being adaptable, but this situation was far beyond anything reasonable. And yet, he wasn't panicking or dwelling on the absurdity of his circumstances. Instead, he was focused on getting stronger. Is it because of the old Rex's memories? Though the memories hadn't fused with his personality, they were still those of a man who had lived for 23 years, 2 years longer than he had lived. They were bound to affect him, even if only subtly. Whatever. He wouldn't complain. After about 10 minutes, the elf returned to the counter. Rex stood and walked over as she placed the pouches back on the counter. Your total was 75,912, but after tax, it came out to 64,525, she said, pushing the 3 pouches forward, 2 empty with 1 filled with Valis coins in denominations of 500. Have a good day. She gave him a small nod. He didn't reply and secured the pouches back onto his belt before turning to leave. This is barely enough to buy Soma wine, he thought bitterly as he stepped outside. The body's previous owner had been a heavy alcoholic addicted to Soma wines much like everyone else in the Familia, and while Rex himself wasn't mentally addicted, the body would still experience withdrawal symptoms. And I definitely don't want to deal with that in the dungeon. He groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? He'd get a discount as a member of the Soma Familia, but he wanted to save his Valis for better equipment. His Familia wouldn't support him financially, no matter how much he begged. Nah, screw it. I'll deal with the withdrawals when they come. Decision made, his first stop was a nearby inn to clean himself up. Returning to the dungeon covered in blood wasn't an issue, but entering a restaurant like that would definitely cause problems. Fortunately, cleaning his fur, tail, and hair of blood wasn't as difficult as he'd initially feared. This is so fucking weird, he muttered, staring at his tail in the mirror. It grew from his tailbone, reaching down to his knees when relaxed, and it was thin, straight, and short-haired, with a slight curve at the end. I've become a furry. Damn. With a shake of his head, Rex dried himself off with the provided towel. The shower at the inn had cost him 225 Valis, something he wouldn't have had to spend if he'd gone home to clean up. But his Familia home was too far away, and he didn't want to waste the time walking back. Once dressed, he adjusted his cloak to hide his blood-stained shirt, secured his armor, and equipped his weapons before stepping out of the inn. His next priority was to restock supplies. The first stop was a shop where he purchased a high potion for a staggering 50,000 Valis, consuming the bulk of his earnings. Fuck, he muttered, gripping his chest dramatically as if his heart might burst. 2 days of hunting income, gone in an instant. But it was worth it. Unlike standard potions, which cost only 500 Valis, a high potion was a life-saving item. It could stop any bleeding, heal severe injuries like broken bones, deep gashes, and third-degree burns, and keep an adventurer alive in the harshest conditions. The even more powerful elixir, priced at 500,000 Valis, was reserved for the wealthiest Familia, certainly not for someone like him. Soma Familia might be rich, but Xanis, the captain, was notoriously greedy and wouldn't spare a coin. With 14,300 Valis left, Rex spent 4,000 on 9 regular potions. They were essential for adventuring, capable of treating first and some second-degree burns, moderate injuries like cuts, and other minor trauma. He packed the potions into his pouch, then headed to a nearby inn for a meal, which cost him another 300 Valis. That left him with exactly 10,000 Valis. I've got about 7,000 Valis in savings at home, so that makes 17,000 total, Rex thought, patting his pouch as he debated whether to return home to store the money. Nah, too much time wasted if I do that. Instead, he turned toward the dungeon, ready to continue his grind. Returning to the dungeon, Rex made his way down to the 6th floor, killing goblins and kobolds on the way. He collected their magic stones rather than absorbing them, having learned from the first attempt that weaker monsters yielded almost no stat gains. One absorbed stone had given him a single dexterity point, with 0 in the other stats. It was clear that scavenging stats depended heavily on the strength of the target relative to his one. Still, the stones were worth selling, so he kept them. Once on the 6th floor, it didn't take long for him to encounter his first monster, a frog shooter. The almost human-sized green frog stared him down with its single large, glowing eye, its croaking echoing loudly, a telltale sign of its presence. The frog shooter's most dangerous weapon was its tongue, capable of crushing armor and breaking bones at point-blank range. While its body was soft and easy to damage, its tongue was fast and lethal. Rex's ears twitched as his eyes caught movement. Instinctively, he leapt to the side, rolling to his feet just as the frog's tongue shot past, slamming into the wall with a loud crack that left a noticeable dent. "Fast," he muttered, pulling his long sword from its scabbard as the tongue snapped back into the frog shooter's mouth. Most adventurers underestimated the speed of its attack, and it often proved fatal. But Rex had no intention of making that mistake. The frog croaked loudly, its tongue lashing out again. Rex spun on his heel, dodging to the side with practiced ease. Without breaking stride, he dashed toward the monster, adjusting his grip on the sword as he moved. With a smooth motion, he passed the frog shooter, slicing along its side. The blade tore through its soft skin, spilling steaming blood and entrails onto the floor. Rex stopped a few feet away, flicking his sword to the side to clear it of blood as the frog shooter collapsed in a pool of its own gore. "Easy peasy," he muttered, turning back to scavenge the fallen monster. But as he approached, a shiver ran down his spine. His instincts screamed at him to move, and he twisted his head just in time to avoid a shadowy object flying past his face, leaving a sharp sting and a thin line of blood across his cheek. Quickly, he jumped back, spinning to face the source of the attack. A war shadow loomed before him. The humanoid monster stood at around 180 centimeters, its skin so dark it blended perfectly into the shadows, its single, glowing red eye staring unblinkingly at Rex, with its long, clawed arms ready to strike. The war shadow dashed forward, thrusting its right arm forward, the knife-like claws shooting toward his head. Reacting quickly, Rex raised his sword vertically, deflecting the claws as they skidded off the broadside of his blade to the side. He ducked and rolled to the side as the monster followed up with another strike, a horizontal slash to his head with its other claw. Coming out of the roll, he dashed forward, gripping his sword tightly with both hands as he thrust it into the war shadow's ribs. The blade pierced clean through its body, emerging from the other side. The war shadow's beady eye turned to him in its final moments. Rex twisted the sword, tearing through its insides before the monster slumped forward, lifeless. Releasing his left hand from the hilt, Rex placed his palm on the creature's head. "Scavenge. +3 strength, +1 endurance, +2 dexterity, +5 agility, +0 magic." The war shadow turned to ash, leaving behind a drop item. Turning back to the frog shooter, he crouched down and touched it to scavenge whatever stats he could. +4 strength, +2 endurance, +2 dexterity, +0 agility, +0 magic. Now, all my stats are at A with strength at S, he thought, flexing his muscles. But my fighting is still so awkward. He replayed the fight in his mind and sighed. I don't think thrusting a sword with two hands is good swordsmanship. He looked at the drop from the war shadow. The war shadow's middle finger blade, the longest and most durable of its three, was a valuable material. These blades could be crafted into high-quality weapons, like his black dagger, and sold for around 250,000 valis each, depending on their condition. Rex stood, examining the blade in his hand. It was too long to fit in his pouch, and carrying it would be impractical without a supporter. With a sigh, he tossed it to the side, deciding to leave it. Wait a minute. The scavenger skill judged things, so wouldn't it be able to judge his thoughts and tell him the one with the highest quality? He drew his sword and shifted his stance, holding the blade in front of him. He closed his eyes briefly, visualizing 5 different stances for an overhead strike. Drawing from the memories of the original Rex and his own experience back on Earth, he pieced together possible techniques. And indeed, Scavenger immediately judged one as superior. While the ability couldn't create new ideas for him, it excelled at judging the best one. A satisfied chuckle escaped him. Following its recommendation, he adjusted his posture, raising the sword high above his head with the blade angled diagonally backward. Both hands gripped the hilt firmly, his right near the guard and one foot stepped forward while his weight shifted slightly onto the back leg for balance. With a deep breath, he transitioned into a powerful overhead strike. The blade came down with force, but he overdid it. The tip slammed into the ground with a dull thud, and he froze, staring at the embedded sword. He blinked at the weapon for a moment before shaking his head. "Well, at least now I have a teacher," he muttered to himself, retrieving the sword and turning toward the sound of a low croak nearby. A frog shooter emerged from the shadows, its glowing eye locked onto him as it prepared to strike. Rex grinned, gripping his sword tighter. "My own teacher is myself," Biatch! He yelled, charging toward the monster, ready to put his self-taught lessons to the test. Comment. 7. Comment. Vote. Chapter 4, Training. After more experimentation with Scavenger, Rex learned a lot of details about wielding swords. First and foremost were the mechanics of performing specific attacks, starting with how to grip the sword correctly. He discovered that even the smallest adjustments to his fingers, wrist, and overall arm positioning could drastically alter the effectiveness of an attack. For example, during a two-handed overhead slash, if he rotated both wrists slightly downward at the apex of the swing, the blade would cut deeper and with more precision. Conversely, if his wrists stayed too stiff or moved independently, the force of the strike would dissipate, leaving it weaker and less accurate. He also realized the importance of maintaining a relaxed but firm grip. Tension slowed his reaction time, while too loose a grip made his swings unpredictable. By cycling through various grips and testing their effectiveness with each attack, he developed a mental catalog of what worked best in different situations. Next came movement, which was surprisingly complex. Foot placement during attacks, for instance, determined not only balance but also the power and fluidity of each strike. Experimenting with stances and attack angles, he found that keeping his feet too close together would hinder his ability to shift his weight. Conversely, standing too wide apart would limit his range of motion, and positioning the back foot at a slight angle provided better balance and allowed for quicker follow-up movements. Proper rotation of the hips also added significant force to slashes and thrusts, amplifying the attack's momentum. The most important discovery, however, was the role of breathing. Short, sharp bursts during attacks provided a surprising boost in strength and precision. For slashes, a quick inhale before striking followed by an explosive exhale during the motion helped stabilize his core and maximize power. Similarly, controlled breathing improved endurance and focus. Long, steady exhales during slower movements conserved energy, while sharp, timed breaths during quick bursts helped maintain rhythm and power. However, understanding these principles didn't mean Rex was a good sword fighter. It was one thing to watch or read about techniques, actually applying them in battle was a completely different challenge. Like someone who had binged sword fighting tutorials online but never picked up a blade, Rex found himself struggling to bridge the gap between knowledge and execution. Now, standing on the 8th floor, a scavenged gauntlet covered Rex's hands, looted from the remains of a man torn apart by what appeared to be war shadows. Ahead of him fluttered 3 purple moths, each the size of a housecat, their translucent wings shimmering with a bioluminescent glow, faint purple veins pulsing across the surface. Their bulbous black eyes glinted in the light, their sharp, proboscis-like mouths twitched with hunger, and spindly legs dangled beneath them, each ending in tiny clawed tips that scraped the air as they flew towards him. Skittering among them were 2 killer ants, their crimson exoskeletons glinting dully. Rex exhaled slowly, adjusting his grip on the sword in his right hand. He held the weapon low and to the side, the blade angled slightly upward. His breathing steadied as he focused, and with a sharp inhale, he dashed forward, pushing off the ground with all the strength in his legs. The rush of air filled his lungs as his body surged forward, closing the distance to the first ant. The creature snapped its pincers wide, mandibles clicking in an attempt to intimidate him. But Rex was undeterred. He thrust his blade forward with precision, the tip driving cleanly into the ant's open mouth. The force of the attack carried the sword through its body, skewering it like a piece of meat on a spit. The ant twitched violently as purple ichor splattered onto the ground. Rex then spun on his heel, using the momentum to pull his sword free. The blade sliced horizontally, arcing like a wheel as he completed the spin. The movement tore through the ant's body, sending gore flying in sticky strings of purple. The sword continued its rotation, meeting the descending claw of the second killer ant in midair, the clash sending a metallic clang echoing through the dungeon. Bracing himself, Rex angled his sword to the side, allowing the ant's claw to slide down the broadside of the blade and crash into the ground, then using the opening, he shifted his stance and executed an upward diagonal slash. The edge of his sword gleamed briefly in the light before severing 2 of the purple moth's 4 wings with surgical precision. The creature let out a shrill, high-pitched screech as it stumbled to the side, its balance disrupted. Without hesitation, Rex adjusted his grip, turning his attention back to the disoriented ant. He stabbed downward with a sharp thrust, driving the blade into its neck, twisting it as the ant spasmed, purple ichor spraying from the wound. He ripped the sword free in a single motion, the fluid resistance causing his blade to hum as it emerged. Transitioning seamlessly, he swung his sword upward once more, cleaving clean through the neck of the second moth. The decapitated head tumbled to the floor, its body following suit as it collapsed in a heap. The final moth flitted higher, its claws scraping the air as it circled, trying to position itself for an attack. Rex didn't give it the chance. Steadying his breath, he dashed forward, his blade poised like a spear, then with a thrust, the steel pierced the creature's abdomen. Its twitching legs froze mid-motion as Rex twisted the blade, ensuring the kill. He yanked the sword free, the faint sound of tearing flesh accompanying the spray of ichor. Rex stepped back, the faint glow of the dungeon ceiling light reflecting off his blood-stained blade. Better than before, he muttered, walking toward the moth that struggled helplessly on the ground, its one remaining wing flapping weakly in a futile attempt to take off. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into it, killing it. Pulling his sword out, he flicked his wrist, the sticky purple ichor from his sword and splattering onto the dungeon floor. Though he had more easily taken down these monsters, Rex had a problem. Every action during his required conscious thought figuring out the ideal breathing technique, the right arm movement, the correct foot placement. While it might have looked smooth, that was only because he far outstats the ants and moths on this floor. Strength SS1002, Endurance SS1001, Dexterity SS1000, Agility SS1002, Magic H101. His physical stats had all surpassed the cap of 999. Now, each scavenged stat point only added to his strength every 100 points collected, meaning to gain a single point in strength now, he would need to scavenge 100 strength points from dozens of monsters. Since entering the dungeon at around 11 am, Rex had been hunting for nearly 8 hours straight and on average, he killed a monster every 2 to 3 minutes, totaling around 200 kills, and even at that pace, his magic gains were underwhelming, barely 80 points. This was frustrating, but there was nothing he could so. He could push harder, maybe increase his kill rate to 1 monster per minute, but his body wasn't invincible. Outclassing these monsters didn't mean he was superhuman. Especially since he hadn't brought any food or water with him. The only reason he hadn't collapsed was because of sheer luck he'd scavenged a canteen from a dead adventurer. Drinking from it had been unpleasant, but it was better than dehydration. Disgusting? Sure, but adventurers like him with Falna were nearly immune to mundane illnesses. It would take a disease on the level of a pandemic to affect him. I should probably stop absorbing these crystals, Rex mumbled, sliding his sword back into its scabbard. He drew his dagger, beginning the process of coring the 5 monsters. There's no point in it anymore, and I need to start saving for better equipment. The realization of his stats reaching SS added to his frustration. It confirmed one of 2 possibilities, either he needed all his stats at 999 plus to trigger a forced level up, or he required high-rank Excelia. The latter seemed more likely. Scavenger could absorb stats, skills, magic, and properties, but not memories or achievements, the things that truly defined high-rank Excelia. I guess not everything will be easy, he sighed, pocketing the 6 magic stones into his pouch. He slid his dagger back onto his belt. Let's go down to the lower floor. A loud growl cut him off. His hand shot to the hilt of his sword, instinctively gripping it. His body tensed as his eyes darted around, scanning the shadows for the source of the sound. Then he realized it was his stomach. He looked down at his stomach before releasing his sword. There is no point in fishing myself further. Rex had accomplished enough for the day, and his body was screaming for a break. With that decision, he turned and began his journey back toward the Soma Familia mansion, already envisioning the relief of a hot meal and some much-needed rest. The Soma Familia estate, known as Cupidinem, was situated on the outskirts of Orario's industrial district. The complex was modest by Familia standards, dominated by a large, cylindrical brewery that served as its central feature. Surrounding the brewery were interconnected buildings with arched windows and sloping tiled roofs, housing living quarters and workshops. A tall, sturdy wall enclosed the estate, with a single iron gate with the Soma Familia emblem. Between the buildings lay a small, meticulously maintained garden where grapevines and fragrant herbs were grown to enhance the Familia's brewing craft. With size comes power, and the Soma Familia had a few high-class adventurer, with Rex and his old group being one of the stronger level 1's group. Rex's role as one of the more active members of the Familia's hunter branch afforded him certain privileges. His room, while basic, was more spacious than most, though he still had to use the communal bathroom. Plumbing was a luxury reserved for the captain, Soma, and a few high-class adventure. After a much-needed shower, Rex made his way to the communal kitchen. He ate quietly, sharing idle conversation with some of the other Familia members' faces he barely remembered and cared for even less. Once his hunger was sated, he retreated to his room and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion pulling him into a deep sleep. It was 8 in the morning when Rex woke, stretching and yawning before begrudgingly getting ready for the day. After brushing his teeth and eating breakfast, he stood in front of the mirror, staring at his reflection. A man in his early 20s looked back at him. He had a lean, athletic, and agile physique with toned muscles, a golden brown skin tone, and he stood at a whopping 191 centimeters, 6 feet 3 inches, taller than he was back on Earth. His hair was short, reaching down to his nape, and jet black with subtle reddish-brown highlights like a Doberman's coat, while his ears stood pointed and erect above his head resembling cropped Doberman ears. He would rate his face a genius 7 out of 10, maybe 8, with a long and strong jawline, deep amber eyes, a straight nose, and from his tailbone was a short, slightly curved tail, with a smooth coat matching the hair color. He inspected his body, posing and flexing in front of the mirror before nodding. "I like this body." Apart from the dog ears and tail, everything about his body was perfect. It even looks better than his old body. With his self-love done, he donned a brown shirt, heavy brown cargo pants, sturdy boots, and leather gloves. Over his shirt, he strapped on a leather breastplate looted from another Familia member yesterday, silver gauntlets covered his hands, and leather knee pads strapped over his knee. His utility belt was weighed down by weapons and pouches, his normal sword sheathed at his right hip, a magic sword at his left, and his dagger positioned beside it, and the other various pouches hung from the belt. "I guess this is my new 9 to 5, he muttered, walking over to his bed to retrieve his knee-length black cloak, and draping it over his shoulders, the cloak concealing his body. "And I should take a bag this time." As he was about to leave the room, he stopped. Without a supporter, he needed a way to carry drop items and extra water for breaks. Thankfully, there was an old bag sitting in his room which he slung over his shoulder. The morning was already bustling by the time he left Cupidinem. Adventurers filled the streets, some coming back from the dungeon while others headed in, their weapons and gear clinking as they moved. Most stuck to their groups, but the occasional loner like Rex moved quietly among them. Conversations buzzed around him as he walked, a few catching his attention. With everything in order, Rex ate quickly from the communal kitchen before heading out. The morning streets were bustling with adventurers, each group immersed in their own chatter as they headed toward the dungeon. Like before, he descended to the 7th floor, ignoring all the weak little shits that tried to chase him to begin his hunt. "Should I go deeper?" he murmured to himself, pausing mid-step. No matter how confident he felt in his stats, the thought of venturing past the 9th floor by himself filled him with unease. The original Rex had never been beyond that point, so he had no personal experience or knowledge to draw on. He'd heard stories, of course, but vague accounts weren't enough to prepare him. "I should have asked someone at the guild about the lower floors before coming in." His thoughts were interrupted by the fluttering sound of wings, drawing his attention to a group of 4 monsters hovering in the dim light ahead. 3 were familiar purple moths, their translucent wings glinting faintly as they darted around erratically, with one being blue, its wings leaving a faint sparkling trail in the air. "Ha!" he exhaled, adjusting his stance as he drew his sword. The fight was over in a second and he crouched beside the fallen moths, placing his palm on one of the purple ones. "Scavenge." His voice trailed off as a realization hit him. Wait, wasn't I supposed to not absorb the stone? But it was too late, with the moths turning to ash, the blue one leaving behind a drop item. He groaned, shaking his head. So much for selling them. +0 strength, +0 endurance, +4 dexterity, +3 agility, +0 magic. +0 strength, +0 endurance, +0 dexterity, +3 agility, +12 magic. That's... Rex blinked at the numbers. "That's the most magic I've ever gotten in one go." His surprise gave way to curiosity as he glanced at the blue creature he had just killed. Interesting. So the moths can he froze mid-sentence as recognition dawned on him. Blue papillon. The shimmering creature wasn't just a blue version of the moth, but a rare monster, a butterfly known to occasionally appear on the lower 7th floor. Its delicate, light blue wings were so thin they appeared almost translucent, scattering tiny, sparkling scales as it flew. Though blue papillon is relatively easier to find than other rare monsters, their drop items also sell for a very high price. "Ah," Rex muttered, staring at the shimmering corpse. "So they give more magic." But for what purpose? His words faltered as another set of screens appeared in front of him, ones he hadn't expected. A skill. Chapter 5, Floor 10. "Ah," Rex muttered, staring at the shimmering corpse. So they give more magic. But for what purpose? His words faltered as another set of screens appeared in front of him, ones he hadn't expected. A skill. Blue Papilio Powder, magic/active. You can release the Blue Papilio healing powder through movement of your body. Holy shit, Rex stuttered, his eyes widening as he stared at the glowing notifications. What is this luck? You should know that after 200 kills, he never scavenged a single skill, and scavenging magic is supposed to be far rarer than skill. Well, I won't complain. 1. Magic is rare enough for most big familia to accept you due to the fact that you have it. And there is a kind of magic that was the most important. Healing magic. Healing magic was exceptionally rare, and across all of Orario, barely 20 adventurers possessed healing magic, and now Rex had joined their ranks. A skill like this could be the difference between life and death in the dungeon, and just having it would guarantee him a spot in any familia, even the top familia like Loki or something. A grin grew on his face. Should I? But he stopped, calming himself. Let's not be hasty and see what it does first. Picking up his sword, he slashed the blood away, shouting, heal. Nothing happened. Right. He mumbled, body movement. He extended his arms to the side and started flapping it like a bird while mentally activating the skill, and with his movement, tiny blue particles began to fall from every part of his arm. They weightlessly swirled outward and formed a diffuse, glowing fog around his body, the fine particles shimmering faintly like countless tiny stars. He mentally stopped the magic and walked out the fog, and then raised his hands and started acting like he was sprinkling salt, and blue particles fell from his finger. However, unlike before, this ones fell directly down and didn't spread out like fog. So, it can either be rain or fog. Obviously the fog mode covered more area, but the rain was more concentrated. He could even release the particle while walking, making it look like a trail of blue fairy dust was following him, and if it was in the fog mode, it could easily cover an entire party of 50. It was a marvelous healing ability that no familia would decline. But what is its potency? He looked behind him at the blue fog that had followed his walk. How powerful is this healing magic? If the healing potency was less than even a normal 500 Valis potion, then his worth might be less than he thought. Well, there was no way for him to test it without using it on himself or finding someone injured to use it on. He was not going to go out of his way to find an injured adventurer, so he decided to just keep fighting, and if he got injured he could test it on himself. Should I go down to the lower floor? He had double S in all his physical stats and he now had a healing magic, so. Yeah, let's go down to the 10th floor. Gaerk. The high-pitched shrieks of imps sounded as the little demon monsters known as imps flew towards Rex, shrieking at the top of their lungs. Their bodies are black from top to tail, red eyes, with two small horns sticks out of their oversized heads, their bodies small by comparison, giving them an unbalanced look. Their bat-like wings flapped erratically as their barbed tails whipped through the air, and their tiny, clawed hands twitched with malicious intent. One imp dived straight for his head, claws extended. Rex leaned back just in time to evade the swipe, then brought his sword up in a sharp arc. The blade caught the creature at the armpit, severing its arm cleanly, a fountain of silver blood spraying out as the imp screeched in pain. Before it could retreat, Rex drew his dagger with his other hand and thrust it through the imp's open mouth, silencing it and shattering its core, causing the imp to disappear in a black dust. He quickly spun on his heel to face an imp that had circled behind him, using his spinning momentum to slam his boot into the creature's chest, sending it flying backward with a crack. The imp crashed into one of its companions, and without wasting a moment, Rex dashed forward, thrusting his sword through both of their chests. He twisted the blade, and silver gore gushed out as their shrieks faded. A sharp movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention, and ducking instinctively, he avoided the swipe of another imp aiming for the back of his head. In one fluid motion, he changed the grip on his dagger and drove it into the creature's heart. Yanking out the dagger, he let the imp drop and faced the wave of imps. Gain! They screeched as they burst from the fog, their claws gleaming faintly in the dungeon's dim light. He charged forward, his sword in one hand and his dagger in the other. Blades flashed, dagger and sword slicing through legs, arms, and tails. Rex's movements were a blur as heads rolled, and silver blood sprayed across the misty air, painting the ground with gore. But suddenly, a stone flew from the mist, slamming into his wrist. Shit! He hissed as pain shot through his arm, and his momentum was halted. His dagger slipped from his grasp, but he quickly grabbed the falling dagger, changing his grip, then threw it at the imp responsible for the stone. The blade struck the creature's stomach, sending it spiraling into the fog with a shriek. He was currently on the 10th floor. The floor on this level was covered with grass, and its rooms and hallways were wider than any level above, and the entire floor was covered in a thick, white fog. The layout and pattern of the 10th level were more or less the same as levels 8 and 9, however, the bright sun shining down from above was gone. Instead, it looked like a morning fog just before sunrise here. This was the first time visibility posed a problem in the dungeon, and he was currently fighting against a swarm of imps. These little monsters were far more common than orcs or any other creatures down here. They used sheer numbers as a weapon, and they were cunning, never attacking alone, always swarming in packs. If one imp appeared, more than 10 were likely lurking nearby. Imps were also clever enough to have a plan and use stones as weapons, which was actually impressive. On the lower upper floors where a big white cloud gave them constant cover, it was said that a pack of imps was more feared than even the gigantic orcs that wandered around. Hawk! An imp cried as he bisected it. GNNHH! An imp charged at him. He agreed with that statement. He blocked the imp's attack with the broadside of his sword, but it retreated back into the fog before he could launch a counter-attack. Using the fog as cover, they quickly circled around him, planning on coming at him from all directions, spreading out, and due to how loud they were, constantly clicking their tongues, if he couldn't take down a swarm quickly enough, more imps would show up. A battle party of adventurers wouldn't have much trouble here, but as a solo adventurer, these guys were tough to handle. Before they could use their plan, dashed forward, the imps quickly spreading out around him, but he didn't care. Reaching the imp he had thrown his dagger at before, he yanked the blade free from the abdomen and immediately, he swung his arm behind him, using the dagger to slash the throat of an imp that had tried to sneak up on him. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward, bisecting a leaping imp with his sword, silver blood and organs spilling from its torso. He instantly jumped back, avoiding another attack as a claw glinted mere inches from his face. Sliding on the grassy ground, he raised his sword to block one imp's strike, then reversed his dagger grip to slash open the imp's stomach. He flung the slashed imp at the flying imp that had swiped at his face a moment earlier, their body crashing into each other as dashed forward to behead the two creatures with a swift swing of his sword. A small tremor shook the ground, making all the imps retreat into the shadows. Rex froze, watching as a large silhouette moved through the fog. Ugh! An orca monster solidly in the large category emerged from the thick haze with a low growl. It had brown skin and a boar's head, standing about 3 meters tall, even bigger than the minotaurs from the middle floors. Wearing an old hide around its waist, it resembled a ragged skirt of sorts. Compared to the thickly muscled minotaur, the orc was rounder, squat and enormously fat. Rex mumbled, noticing the imps hovering around like minions awaiting their boss's command, with Bad Bat flying around the orc, a black bat-like monster with sharp claws and an ear-splitting shriek that disrupted concentration. Well, shit. He flicked the gore off his dagger before slipping it back into its sheath. Then he pulled out his magic sword, gripping it in his right hand. The orc outstretched its arm, its fingers digging into the trunk of a thin, dead, leafless tree. With a meaty yank, it tore the trunk from the ground, the roots and clotted dirt at the bottom forming a makeshift mace. Kyuuuu! The orc roared, raising its new club as it charged forward, the trunk lifted high for a crushing strike. Rex didn't hesitate and dashed straight for the orc. Once it got in range, the creature slammed the tree downward, the makeshift mace coming at Rex's head, but he twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding the blow. The club smashed into the ground with a thundering impact, scattering stones and debris. Positioning himself on the orc's right flank, Rex thrust his magic sword beneath its ribs, the blade going halfway into its flesh, causing it to roar out in pain. Fireball! The blade glowed, the fireball shooting inside the orc's body as it began to swell, orange cracks appearing along its flesh. He yanked the sword free and dashed away. Moments later, boom! The orc exploded in a shower of green blood, gore, and shredded flesh, falling down like rain around him. Holding his dual sword to his side, Rex glanced at the charging remaining monsters around him. I need to take on the bat first. Or else it can lead to a stun lock situation, which almost happened before. HAAA. He breathed out as he dashed to the bat that opened its mouth to scream. Huh. Rex exhaled, finally able to sit on a large rock after dispatching the small swarm of monsters. Drawing in a deep breath, he shook his ears and activated his healing magic, allowing the blue papilio powder to drift over him. Dust settled on a scratch across his cheek, slowly closing the wound. He glanced at the thin claw marks left by the bad bat on his right forearm, watching as the powder sank into the punctures, restoring the missing flesh, muscle, and tissue after a few seconds. Nice. He had tested it many times before, but now he had come to a definite conclusion. The dust's healing ability was actually better than a normal health potion. Though it was slightly slower, it could treat more injuries overall with exposure. For example, even taking multiple normal health potions won't heal a third-degree burn, but with enough exposure of the blue powder, the powder should be able to. So technically, the healing capability of the powder was on par with a 50,000 high potion. Though the healing speed is inferior, in a sustained battle with him just running around and spreading his mist, it would be way more worth it. And yes, the fog mode of this magic was indeed less potent, but it could cover an entire battle party, so its worth isn't less than the powder mode. Would it also heal enemies or monsters? The latter was a no. It won't heal monsters, he tested it. However, I will need to see if this magic can differentiate between allies and enemies. Too bad it doesn't regenerate stamina or clear mental fatigue. Still, he clenched his fist, relieved to see all his minor scratches and his swollen wrist returning to normal. This is better than nothing. And even if the dust didn't touch the wound directly, he found that once he breathed it in, it found its way to the injury and healed it. Can I sell this? He let some of the dust settle on his palm, watching it either sink into his skin or fade away into the air. I basically have unlimited loot of this stuff, but the guild only buys the wings and not the dust produced from the blue papilio, so I don't think it can even be sold. He paused, realizing the reason they didn't sell it was because the blue papilio powder disintegrated after a while, but the one he produces has to be different, so. Deciding to test it out, he opened his pouch and brought out a bottle of the basic HP potion he bought. After thinking for a second, he opened it and poured out the content before holding his left hand over the bottle and started sprinkling in the blue papilio powder. The powder settled at the bottom, and when the bottle was 75% full, he closed it. Let's see if it stays and keeps its healing properties. He mumbled while putting the bottle into his pouch. With that out of the way, he turned his attention to his status. Strength SS1003, Endurance SS1002, Dexterity SS1001, Agility SS1002, Magic H118. From absorbing about 50 monsters, I only got 9 points in magic. He mumbled with a sigh. Out of those 50, imps alone took up about 30. In fact, imps were so common that their magic stones sold for the cheapest price in the entire dungeon. Despite an imp being tougher than a goblin, their sheer numbers made their stones nearly worthless, so it was better to hunt other monsters for profit. At least they're a good way for farming SSN stats. He sighed again, standing up from the rock and stretching. Let's continue. Chapter 6, 9 to 5 Shift. Ha ha. Rex breathed heavily, standing over the dead body of a hard-armored, the monster lying on its back with its stomach torn open. The hard-armored were armadillo-like monsters with thick, shell-like armor giving them incredible defense. Their underbelly, however, was vulnerable, and compared to the killer ant's nearly full body protection, it was clear where to strike, but the hard-armored's defense was far superior overall. Out of all the monsters on the lower 11th and 12th floors, their defense was second to none, making them a walking fortress in the upper floors. Because of their existence, along with silverbacks, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that adventurers need basic ability levels ranging from B to S to survive on these lower floors. Rex discovered that truth the hard way. He clenched his teeth, squatting and hugging his broken right arm. The rolling bastard had come out of nowhere, and even though he'd blocked it with his crossed sword and dagger, his poor form caused the force to transfer directly into his forearm, breaking the bone. I guess I can use this chance to check the peak potency of my healing magic, right? He mumbled, trying to distract himself from the throbbing pain as he activated his magic, causing the blue papilio powder to fall down from his chest and onto the arm he was hugging. Shit. He hissed through his teeth, the arm stinging as the powder started doing their job. To make it quicker, he quickly started inhaling the blue powder like an addict, and stayed like that for a few minutes. Finally, he stood straight and held his right arm in front of him, the blue fog around him spreading out with his movement. He clenched and unclenched his fist, then twisted his arm to test it. Good as new, he grinned, stopping his magic. He threw a few punches in the air and laughed. Yep, definitely on par with a high potion after enough exposure, and I didn't even use that much magic. Just then, he ducked, dodging a swipe from an imp that nearly tore off the back of his head, managing only to slice some hair. His hand lashed out, seizing the imp by its neck, and he slammed it to the ground, stomping on its head to end its life. Gaini! Multiple imps shrieked in the distance. Ah, shit! He picked up his long sword and dagger from the ground, the crimson blood of the hard-armored still dripping from the blades, and a piece of intestine clinging to the black dagger. Here we go again! It didn't take long for him to wipe out the swarm of 12 imps, his dual wielding now smoother than before. He was already ambidextrous, having been born left-handed but forced to use his right in his Catholic orphanage back on Earth, so wielding a sword in each hand wasn't an issue. He only needed better hand-eye coordination and body control, which has been improving after each fight. After cleaning his sword and dagger, he returned them to their sheaths and began absorbing the magic stones. I should go for my break after this. He had no way to tell the exact time, but his body clock indicated it had been about 5 hours since entering around 8:30. Fatigue was creeping in. The lower floors demanded constant battle, especially with those damn imps. Water breaks wouldn't cut it much longer, so it was best to eat before completing his 9-hour shift. And suddenly, after absorbing an imp magic stone, a new screen appeared. Silver blood, physical property / passive turn blood silver. Effective after a good night's sleep. So this is what properties are. He mumbled, staring at the screen before declining it. He did not want to get cut and bleed silver then have the entire city coming after him. He could say it's a skill, but this physical property gives him nothing special like quicker regeneration. It was purely cosmetic so he saw no point. With that, he finished absorbing the remaining magic stone before picking up his nearby bag. It was almost empty, carrying only 2 orc hides and 1 hard-armored shell, the only 2 drop items that can appear on floor 10 through 12. 5 hours of work and nearly 250 kills and almost nothing to show for it, he muttered, cracking his neck. Sure, he was getting stronger, but at this rate, he wouldn't be able to reach the quota. Right, that. The Soma Familia had a weekly and monthly quota, dependent on factors like level, strength, and contribution to the Familia. Generally, it was 3,000 to 6,000 valis a week or about 13,000 to 26,000 a month. This system kept the large Familia running smoothly, covering food, lodging, and other facilities. Missing the quota once or twice wasn't a big deal, but doing so repeatedly had consequences and Rex had missed all of last month's quota. If he missed another month, he would be in serious trouble. And to have Soma update your status, you also need to pay 20,000 valis. This is because Soma can't be updating all the Familia members all the time while he works on his wine. Due to this, the last time Rex had his status update was half a year ago. What happened to those Exilia? He wondered, did they get added to my status after I got Scavenger? He didn't quite remember his status number from half a year ago, apart from the letter ranks they had so he didn't know that they improved. Well, whatever. He paused as he noticed something else. 200 kills. That was about the same number of kills he'd had when he first gained his healing magic. Interesting. Is there some kind of pity system? He activated his skill to gauge the quality of this theory, and the result was high. So there is a pity system. He shouted, grinning. How much? 200? 250? He kept rattling off numbers around 200, using his skill to gauge their quality. The highest was 230, the quality going lower when he ventured too far from 230, but he could tell something else was missing about the pity system because the quality wasn't at its absolute peak. I'll test that out later. He was even more excited to return to the dungeon now. Food cost him 330 valis, and he wanted to buy a magic potion to replenish his mind. However, it cost 15,000 valis at the Diansect Familia, and even the other cheaper Familia sold it for 13,000 minimums. With only 9,670 valis currently on his person, he didn't bother. Instead, he opted to buy snacks for when he went back to the dungeon. As he walked through the marker, his nose picked up something good and cheap, so he followed it down a narrow side street that wasn't wide enough for much more than a single horse-drawn taxi to pass through. A few steps in, he spotted a stall selling potato puffs. Pulling back the cloth door, he stepped inside, greeted by the aroma of freshly cooked food. "Welcome to our stand," the clerk said with a warm smile. She was a petite, youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair tied into twin tails that reached down to her mid-thighs. Though small around 140 centimeters, 4 feet 7 inches, she had a rather large pair of breasts. She wore a white mini dress with a blue ribbon around her neck, another tied under her breasts and around her arms, along with white gloves and a pink apron. "What can I get for you, customer?" she asked as Rex glanced at the different varieties of potato puffs on the menu. "Whatever that is," he said, pointing to the most appetizing choice he could spot. He couldn't read it well because he didn't understand Koine well. Old Rex was an orphan in Deadless Street and was poorly educated, being unable to read or write with fluency, so he was now also illiterate in Koine. "I will need to do some studying when I have the chance." "The cheesy mashed potato puffs?" she clarified, following his finger. "Yes, that." He nodded, checking the price. "Give me 4. "Will you be eating them now or saving them for later?" she asked, picking up a pair of wooden tongs. "Saving them for later," he replied simply. She wrapped the 4 fresh puffs in aluminum foil, placed them in a small bag, and handed it over. "That's 160 valis," she said, holding out the package. Rex set the money on the counter and took the bag from her, nodding in thanks before placing it into his dungeon bag. He turned to leave. "If you are looking for cheap potions," she called out, stopping him as he pushed aside the cloth door. "I recommend you go to the Familia store. They're cheaper, and the quality is not worse than the Diansect Familias." An unknown Familia selling cheaper potions than Diansect, with almost the same quality. He almost laughed at the thought. What an obvious scam. Still, he gave a small nod. "I'll check it out." He started to leave again when the woman spoke up once more. "You didn't ask me for their location. How will you check them out if you don't know where their store is?" He paused, looking back. "Where is it?" he asked. She gave him directions once so suspiciously roundabout that it seemed like she was leading him straight into a place where he could be robbed. As he turned to go for the 3rd time, she called out again. "When you get there, tell them that Hestia recommended you," she shouted. He didn't respond, simply leaving without another word. Of course, he had no intention of visiting this Familia store, nor did he plan on returning to that stall. Instead, he headed for the guild, intending to sell the blue papilio wings so he could afford a magic potion from Diansect, and also ask a few questions. The guild was busy with its usual afternoon hustle, every clerk busy handling adventurers. Rex walked through the crowd, scanning the lines before choosing the shortest one and waited. When it was his turn, he stepped forward to a beautiful red-haired werewolf with a resting bitch face standing behind the counter. "Welcome to the guild," she greeted. "What brings you here today?" She didn't even sound like she meant that greeting. "At least act like you want to be here," he thought, looking down at the shorter werewolf. That's what customer service is. He didn't care though. "How much would blue papilio wings sell for?" he asked without preamble, dropping his bag gently onto the floor beside him. "Depending on their quality, they can go for anywhere between 5 and 9,000 valis each," she replied. "The average is around 7,000. Do you wish to exchange one?" "Yes." He nodded. "Please, follow me." She stepped around the counter and Rex followed her into a small, private room dominated by a single large desk and one chair. She shut the door behind them and gestured to the desk. "If you could place the wings here, please." Rex crouched beside his bag, carefully extracting 4 neatly folded wings, their vibrant blue shimmer muted under the artificial light. Each wing was about 14 inches long, tightly folded to fit into his bag. Rose, the name written in the receptionist name tag, slipped on disposable gloves over her black leather ones and began spreading the wings out. "It's recommended to sell them as quickly as possible after looting as they dry up and lose quality," she remarked, inspecting the edges for signs of dryness. "It looks like you collected the drop item about 4 hours ago. Is that so?" "Uh-huh." He nodded, his eyes quickly scanning her body. "She looks and smells nice," he thought, his eyes on her long and fluffy tail with a red hue that matches her hair. "I still need to get used to that tail. I'll have them appraised for their price." Rose turned her full attention to him and he quickly met her eyes. If she noticed what he was looking at, he didn't know. "Do you have anything else to sell?" "Yes." Rex opened his bag again, retrieving a bundle of orc hide tied neatly with rope and a shield-sized shell from a hard-armored. He dropped them onto the desk with a dull thud, then poured a handful of magic stones onto the table from one of his small pouches, the stones clinking together, their faint purple glow casting fleeting reflections on the desk. These are the stones he picked up before going down to the 10th floor. Very well. She gestured toward the door. Please wait in the lobby while the items are appraised. He nodded and left the room, his now empty bag slung over his shoulder. Taking a seat in the lobby, he leaned back. How does making children work in this world? He wondered, folding his arm. Sadly, the old Rex never really learned anything about mating. Apart from the fact that humans can mate with anything or any one child of the all-female Amazonas race will always come out as an Amazonas, even if they fucked a male cat person. But can Gianthropes mate with werewolves? Like if I had sex with Rose, will our genes allow for a child to be made? He wondered, what about cat people and were-tigers? And if they could make a child, will the child either be the same species of one of the parents or a combination? It was just a fleeting thought. He wasn't planning on getting children's. He was far too lazy for that. Speaking of Gianthrope, Lilyruka. She had supposedly died when she went down to hunt with the now missing raccoon, Canoe, but seeing as she was next to the protagonist when he was running. Is she the little girl that followed the bell around? He thought back to what he remembered from the show. But that one was a Palom, so does she have transformation magic? He wasn't sure. From the side of his vision, he saw Rose return and stood up with his bag to meet her at the counter, where she placed a small pouch on the counter. It all came out to 16,627 valis, she stated, sliding the pouch and an itemized slip of paper toward him. That's less than I thought. Rex's brow furrowed as he picked up the paper, scanning it quickly. He couldn't read much of it, but beside blue papilio wings, he could understand quality, reduced and fresh, and using context clues he could understand the rest. He sighed internally and crumpled the slip of paper in his fist, and placed it into his pants pocket before transferring the magic stone from the guild pouch to his. With that, he left the guild, and his next stop, Diane Sect Familia closest shop. Or should I go to the main one to see if I can sell my dust? He thought with a hum. Nah, let's just go to the closest one. The main shop would probably be busy and I don't want to waste any time. He stopped walking as a memory flashed by. Wait, wasn't that big-breasted woman that sold me the potato puffs, the goddess of the protagonist? He remembered a scene from the earlier episode of Belle running from the silverback while carrying her like a princess. It is her. He nodded. So is the Myake Familia actually a good familia and not a chance for daylight robbery? Should I check it out? He doubts the protagonist goddess will be evil. Hestia was her name, right? In Greek mythology, Hestia was one of the only ones you would actually consider good amongst the 12 Olympians, but he guessed not all the gods are similar to their Greek counterpart. Just look at Hephaestus. In Greek, it would be a he and he would be ugly with a lot of deformities, but in this world Hephaestus is a woman. He have never seen crafting goddess, but others have described her as a beautiful redhead woman with an eye patch. Whatever. He shrugged. Let's just go check it out. Author's note, I don't know how to name chapters. Like, what would this chapter be called? Guild? Thoughts? Should I just forget about naming chapters? Chapter 7, Myake Familia. With 26,137 valis now in his possession, Rex made his way to the Myake Familia, following the directions Hestia had given him. The shop was located off the West Main, but reaching it required navigating a few narrow back streets. After a few minutes of walking, he stopped in front of a modest house tucked into a dark, damp corner, and above the front door hung a sign bearing the Myake Familia's emblem. This is the place. Rex glanced around, taking in the unassuming surroundings, then turned his attention back to the wooden double doors. The right door had a sign flipped to open. Does this poor familia really have the capability? He wondered, skepticism creeping into his thoughts. Wanting to see for himself, he knocked once before pushing the door open, the hinges creaking softly. Anyone here? He called out, his eyes scanning the dimly lit shop. Rows of shelves lined the walls, but most of them were empty, with only about 5 on display. His gaze landed on a female Gianthrope who appeared to be in her late teens, carefully placing a flask on one of the shelves. She stood about 159 centimeters, 5 feet 2 inches, and wore a tunic that fell to her thighs, with the left sleeve ending at her elbow while the right sleeve extended to her wrist. A single glove covered her right hand, and she wore a long, ankle-length skirt with her tail coming out from the back of the skirt. She paused mid-task and glanced at him, her eyes lingering for a few seconds, as if she wasn't sure he was talking to her. Afternoon. She said slowly, her tone almost questioning. I guess they don't get a lot of customers, Rex thought, before speaking up. I was recommended by a woman who sells potato puffs. She said your potions are cheaper, and the quality isn't worse than the insect Familia's, so I came to check it out. Hestia? She asked, her ears perking up slightly. Yes, that's her name, Rex nodded. What kind of dog is she? Golden Retriever? No, more like a Labrador Retriever. He wasn't a dog person, but he could recognize a few of their species. She stopped what she was doing and walked to the back of the shop, stepping behind the counter. What can I get for you? She asked, her voice calm and measured. A magic potion, Rex replied, stepping fully into the store and closing the door behind him. Do you sell that here? He glanced at the few potions on display on shelves again. He wasn't sure what a magic potion looked like, so he couldn't identify it among the assortment. Yes, we do, she nodded, reaching under the counter and pulling out a closed case. She set it on the counter between them and opened it, revealing rows of tubes filled with colorful liquids neatly arranged in rows and columns. These are all the potions we sell. Right, Rex said, scanning the contents. How much is the magic potion? That would be 11,600 Valis, she replied. Diane would have sold it for 15,000, Rex thought, glancing up at her. Are you certain it's on par with the insect Familia's? It is better than the one they sell, she interrupted, her tone firm and confident. Rex met her eyes, then asked, which one is it? She pointed to a citrus-colored potion, and he picked it up. Was expecting the blue one to be the magic potion like it is in games, but okay. He used his Scavenger's inspect skill on it. Magic potion, a high-quality magic potion. Drink to restore your mind. Market value, 13,650 Valis. So it won't tell me if it's better than Dian's. Instead of just inspecting it, he decided to use Scavenger to judge its quality compared to the average insect magic potion. This was done by simple thinking. This potion is better than the average one sold in insect Familia story, and Scavenger rated this thoughts to be high quality, so she wasn't lying. And they're selling it 15% below the market value. This is a steal. The girl noticed the subtle movement of Rex's ears and quickly added, you could buy a new kind of potion I just created. She gestured to another flask, this one filled with a greenish liquid. A dual potion that heals you and also restores your mind. Right, I've heard of this, Rex said, examining the potion. Isn't this the potion the insect Familia's captain discovered? It's amazing how there's already a copy of it. The dog ears on top of her head twitched, and she looked away, clicking her tongue. Rex noticed this but chose not to comment, and asked. How much would this cost? 25,000, she replied. Can I see it? He asked, and she nodded. He picked up the potion and used Scavenger's inspect again. Dual potion, a high-quality dual potion. Drink to restore health and mind. Market value, 50,000 Valis. Damn. Rex stared at the price. This potion should not be as expensive as a high-health potion, but I guess the high market value is because of supply and demand. I mean, this potion is a new kind. However, he placed it back on the counter. I won't be able to buy it right now. 25,000 was way too much. It would leave him with barely 1,000 Valis on hand and about 8,000 in savings. He wanted to keep his savings above 10,000, just in case something came up. I could sell it to you for 15,000, she said quickly, trying to coax him to buy it. You can pay off the remaining 10,000 the next time you visit. What makes you think I'll be coming back here? Rex wanted to ask, but instead, he replied, all right. It was a good deal, honestly, and this would give him enough time to gather the remaining 10,000. I'll buy it. From his higher vantage point due to his towering height compared to the girl, he noticed her fluffy dog tail swishing happily back and forth, which was honestly cute, he thought. Then he froze. I hope my tail doesn't do that. He didn't want his tail to start moving like some kind of dog. I am a dog. Is something wrong? The girl asked, her lazy eyes focusing on him. Nah, Rex casually replied, picking up the dual potion and returning the magic potion to the case. 15,000, right? He asked, reaching into his pouch and arranging the coins on the counter between them. Thank you, she said, hurriedly taking the money. She had been counting it as he placed it down, so she knew it was exactly 15,000. When would I need to pay back the 10,000? He asked as he took the dual potion from the counter. In 2 to 3 days, if possible, she replied, moving the coins into a pouch she retrieved from beneath the counter. All right. And your name? He asked. Naza of Myake, she replied, introducing herself in the way most adventurers did, name and the familia they belonged to. Rex of Soma, Rex introduced himself as he turned to leave. I'll see you in about 3 days, then, Naza. She nodded, and he left the store with the potion in hand. They really need to clean up that dusty place, he thought, wrinkling his nose before breathing in the fresh air outside. Now, back to the dungeon I go. As he put the potion into his pouch, he noticed the flask with his blue dust. I forgot to ask if I can sell this. He decided to do it the next time he came here. Besides, he hasn't tested if it still has its healing properties. We'll do that when I get hurt. He entered the dungeon, making his way down to the 10th floor. As long as I don't let my guard down get ambushed like last time, I should be good down here. He mumbled while removing his cloak to put it inside his bag. It gets in the way when fighting, and only good for drip. But, shit man. He sighed, when would I get my magic to S? He shouted as he called up his status. Strength SS1020, Endurance SS1019, Dexterity SS1018, Agility SS1019, Magic G217. What is this? He wanted to cry. Even with the nerfed growth rate on his other stats, he was still getting more points on them compared to magic when absorbing magic stones. Yet, he still gains Excelia normally, but that can't even be compared to absorbing magic stone. Not one bit. Will I get all my stats to 2000 before magic gets to S? That would be a waste of time. If it keeps going like this, it would take him at least a week to get S. Wait. He tilted his head. 1 week isn't that long, right? Only 1 week to get magic to S rank? That's insane if he thought about it from the point of view of the average hunter. Yeah, I'm good. He nodded, turning his attention to the imps that had heard his shout. Now, let's get to hunting. He dropped his bag, drawing his sword. And like that, 4 hours passed. During this time, he continued his hunt, only stopping to rest and eat. While hunting, he tried keeping track of the number of magic stones he'd absorbed, but like any normal human, he eventually lost count and started estimating, around 50, around 100, and so on. By the time 5 hours had passed, he had finished his 4 cheesy mashed potato puffs, made his way down to the 12th floor, and was around 200. When is the pity system going to happen? He mumbled while placing his palm on a recently killed silverback's head. And why the fuck am I not getting any skills or magic without the pity system? Is the RNG that bad? It almost reminded him of gacha games, most notably Genshin Impact. I really want to play Genshin, bro, he sighed, absorbing the bat. I wonder how my lovely Catherine is doing. Silverback's roar, skill/active roar to greatly increase your strength, endurance, and agility, while slightly reducing magic. He stared at the screen. Ah, right. When silverbacks are gravely injured, they roar, their eyes glowing red with their fur standing up, and their strength and endurance get a boost. And I got that skill? Nice. Nice. A buff skill that increases his main physical stats is nothing to scoff at, especially with the greatly in front of it. He doesn't know what exactly that entails, but if it's like Dokkan, then greatly should be around 50% or even more. Though he loses stats from his magic, this slightly implies that the reduction should be less than 15% or something ng. He sent the screen away as he stood. But do I have to actually roar for the skill to activate? What does it even mean by roar? Screaming loudly. He looked around to see if anyone was around before. Ahem. He cleared his throat, let's try it. While acting like he was ripping his clothes, he howled, a woo-woo. With his howl, a hot energy suddenly rushed through body, his nape-length black hair sticking as if charged with electricity, and a red ring appearing around his amber iris. He breathed, feeling the power rushing through his body, a notable physical buff compared to his last stats. Okay, this is actually good. He thought. He was about to call up his status to see the change when... Oh! A ferocious roar echoed through the chamber, sending a shiver down Rex's spine. He snapped his head toward the source and felt his blood run cold. Amber-colored scales appeared through the fog in the next room, revealing a massive creature, its powerful legs digging claws into the earth as the faint smell of sulfur drifted through the air. Standing about 150 centimeters at the shoulder, plus another 30 centimeters of neck. It rose to roughly 1.9 meters in height, and its body and tail each measured 3 meters in length, making the creature well over 6 meters from snout to tail. It was an infant dragon. His voice rang out. This four-legged beast was part of the dragon species, said to be the most powerful type of monster in the dungeon. Known as the infant dragon, it was a rare monster that only appeared on the lower 11th and 12th floors of the dungeon, and though it lacked wings, its muscular body was sheathed in thick amber scales. Considering that only 4 or 5 of these creatures roamed the dungeon at once, it took considerable luck or misfortune to run into one. Infant dragons are known to annihilate entire parties of level 1 adventurers, and since there was no monster Rex on these floors, it was safe to assume that an infant dragon was the true boss here. Its red eyes locked onto him, and, like any sane person, he froze. As he stood there, unmoving, the dragon opened its wide maw, revealing a glowing ball of flame at the back of its throat that continued to grow. His eyes went wide, and then he jumped to the side as it unleashed a fiery breath. A river of flame blasted past him, incinerating the grass in its path. It slammed into the ground several meters away with a thunderous explosion, kicking up dirt and shaking the earth. Scrambling to his feet, he ran with all his might as the dragon swung its head to track him, the relentless beam of crimson fire chasing behind him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He dove behind a small hill, barely avoiding another blast that slammed into it, the intense flame breath vaporizing the surrounding mist. Ugh! He gasped for air as he reeled to his feet. Drawing his twin swords, he peeked over the edge of the hill to see that the fire was quickly spreading through the grass in the room, with bare trees standing like charred skeletons against the blazing backdrop, their trunks crumbling as the flames consumed them. Sparks flew in all directions, and the misty air had been replaced by the acrid stench of burning vegetation. He spotted an exit in the distance and bolted toward it without hesitation. However, escape wasn't going to be that easy. Chapter 8, vs Infant. The dragon let out another deafening roar, flashes of fire escaping the gaps between its fangs as it saw its prey fleeing. With a tilt of its head, it shot a fireball high into the air, and the blazing orb curved in an arc overhead, coming down with a deafening boom. Rex barely had time to leap back as the explosion blasted the earth apart in front of him, sending him sprawling to the ground. He hit the dirt hard, groaning as he noticed the infant dragon charging forward at alarming speed. He scrambled to his feet and dove to the side just as the beast barreled past him, its massive body brushing dangerously close. But the infant dragon skidded to a stop just before fully passing him, pivoting with a powerful twist of its body and its thick, causing scaly tail to whip around in a wide arc, tearing through everything in its path. Ah! The tail was about to hit Rex square in the chest, but he quickly crossed his swords in front of him. The force slammed into it, the impact driving the air from his lungs and sending him flying back. Gah! He grunted, twisting in midair before stabbing one of his swords into the ground to slow his momentum. His boots then touched the ground, skidding across the scorched earth and sending up a spray of dirt. He barely managed to stop himself from crashing into a burning tree, breathing heavily as he pulled his sword from the ground, the sword having left a long scar along the earth leading to him. The dragon roared again, unleashing another searing blast of flames. Ignoring his throbbing arm, which would have broken from the last attack if not for the buff given to him by the silverback's roar, Rex pushed to the side with all his strength, the inferno lance roaring past him, obliterating the tree behind him and everything in its path. He rolled to his feet, only to see the dragon charging, its crimson eyes glowing and its claws tearing into the earth as it barreled toward him. Time slowed as multiple thoughts went through his mind on his next course of action, Scavenger judging them with one coming up as the best. Planting his feet firmly, Rex clenched his fists around his swords, his feet digging into the ground, and then he dashed directly towards the dragon. The massive lizard grew larger and larger as it got closer, and then, with a twist of his body, he avoided the downward slam of the infant dragon, its paw smashing into the ground where he once stood. Using his spin, he let out a sharp slash with his two swords simultaneously. But as they passed each other, he was still knocked to the ground by the absurd shockwave from the dragon's charge, causing him to roll across the dirt like a tumbleweed. He quickly rolled to his feet, turning to face the dragon that had stopped its charge. And then, a single scale from its shoulder dropped to the ground, the red scale reflecting the dragon's serpentine pupil. Its eyes narrowed as it released a powerful roar into the air, the wind from its maw fluttering Rex's clothes, then it lowered its head towards him, and with a boom, another blast of fire came towards him, ripping the ground apart as it did. Like before, he quickly dodged to the side, but it seemed like the dragon was expecting this as it was already upon him. Rex quickly brought his sword forward, defending against the upward swipe of the infant. The swipe hurled him into the air, his grip on the sword's hilt almost ripped away by the sheer force. Rex found himself flying more than 10 meters above the ground, the burning room stretching out beneath him like a hellscape of fire and ash. The scorched floor glowed red, the charred remains of trees standing like skeletal sentinels, some collapsing as they burned. The air was thick with smoke, the heat searing his skin even from this height. This looks like hell, he thought, then his eyes widened as he caught sight of the dragon below. Its massive maw opened wide, a fiery glow building deep within its throat. Shit! Realizing the danger, Rex twisted his body mid-air, narrowly evading the torrent of flames that erupted from the dragon's mouth. The fire roared past him, missing by inches, but the blistering heat of the passing flames sent him tumbling through the air. Gravity soon took hold, and he plummeted toward the ground, his body spinning uncontrollably. He tried to adjust his position, but his landing was far from ideal. He crashed into the smoldering bark of a fallen, burning tree, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs and causing his swords to slip from his grip. The searing heat of the flames burned through his shirt in an instant, blistering the skin along his back and shoulders. With no air in his lungs, he let out a silent scream as excruciating stings erupted across his spine, the fire crawling along the fabric of his clothes, igniting them and scorching the fur on his tail. The acrid stench of burning hair filled his nostrils, and panic flared in his mind. Ignoring the overwhelming pain, he pushed himself off the tree with trembling arms, stumbling forward before throwing himself onto the ground. He rolled frantically, dirt and ash grinding into his raw, burned skin as he smothered the flames. The coarse earth offered no relief from the burns, but it stopped the fire from spreading further. Just as he was about to get on his feet again, the dragon struck. Wham! A sideways swipe of the infant dragon's powerful paw crashed into his right ribs, a sickening crack reverberating through his body as several bones gave way, the blow sending him flying through to the side like a ragdoll. His right arm twisted unnaturally, pain shooting up his side as the force of the attack blurred his vision and sent his thoughts spiraling towards unconsciousness. When his head hit the ground after one of his many flips, the impact jolted him back to consciousness, a sharp gasp escaping his lips, the smoke-filled air burning his lungs as he coughed violently, struggling to breathe. From his position, his watery gaze locked onto the beast, its crimson eye blazing with fury as it closed the distance with heavy, earth-shaking steps. Ha! Rex breathed, adrenaline surging through his veins and washing away the worst of the pain. He spat blood and several teeth onto the ground before pushing himself to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he watched the dragon charging. Everything seemed to go silent as multiple thoughts raced through his mind, his eyes darting around the room, with Scavenger working on overdrive. With a short exhale, a blue fog following his breath, he pulled his war shadow dagger with his working left hand and immediately darted back just as the dragon's paw slammed into where he had stood moments before. Its claws tore into the earth, carving jagged trenches and sending chunks of dirt and debris flying into the air. The dragon instantly charged forward, its head turning sideways, massive jaws opening like scissors ready to cut him in half. Rex quickly rolled to the side, putting his weight on his left shoulder as he evaded the deadly snap of its maw. The jaws closed with a sound that resembled a gunshot, the force of the bite sending a shockwave through the air, and before he could regain his footing, the infant dragon brought down its right foreleg, aiming to crush him. Rex rolled again, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. From his roll, he sprang to his feet, but the dragon, undeterred, opened its mouth for another fire blast. This time, Rex dashed forward, and just as the flames were about to erupt from the dragon's maw, he kicked upwards with his left leg. His boot slammed into the bottom of the dragon's jaw with enough force to shut its mouth and force its head upwards. With its mouth now closed, the flames in its throat sought another way to escape, and twin pillars of fire erupted from its nostrils, shooting towards the ceiling while lighting up the area with a fiery glow. With the dragon's head facing upwards, its neck was exposed, and Rex seized the opportunity, striking upwards with his dagger. The blade pierced through the gap between the weaker scales on the underside of the dragon's body, sinking deep into the flesh near its throat. A wet, squelching noise accompanied the strike as crimson blood spilled from the wound. The dragon roared in pain, and Rex quickly twisted and pulled out the dagger, leaping back just in time to evade a sideswipe from the dragon's claw. The attack left a shallow, horizontal gash across his torso, blood slowly welling up from the new injury, but nothing fatal. The dragon's blood flowed freely from the wound in its throat, but Rex's dagger wasn't long enough to deal any meaningful damage. It only served to enrage the beast further. Leaning forward, Rex dashed towards the enraged dragon, his mind and body moving as one. Subconsciously, he drew upon every ounce of his strength, every technique he had taught himself, every scrap of experience from his past. His scavenger skill judged every thought and action, guiding him as he fought to survive. All the pieces of him, his instincts, his training, his skill, his will to live merged into a single, focused effort to kill the dragon. From the side, from the back, he kept moving, swinging his dagger from outside the dragon's field of view while dodging and evading its relentless attacks. With each flash of his blade, fragments of scales scattered, and neither he nor the dragon could tell whose fresh blood was spilled with each clash. In the burning landscape, the drake and man kept clashing, sparks and blood flying as they moved across the landscape. Enraged by the dog that kept darting around it, the dragon let out a low, guttural sound from its throat, then it spun, swinging its tail around like a whip. The speed of its spin, combined with the circular motion of its long, serpentine tail, sent out a ring of powerful gusts of air that flung debris outward in all directions. But Rex was nowhere to be seen. Its eyes darted around the burning hellscape, the flames and crackling bark hindering its other senses. As its gaze swept the area for its prey, the infant dragon suddenly spotted the Doberman, thrusting its dagger towards its eyes. It was too sudden, and the dagger pierced into its right eye before it could react, the blade sinking deep into the eyeball until only the hilt remained visible. "Oh oh!" The dragon roared, thrashing in agony, but Rex had already released the dagger and pulled back, putting distance between himself and the enraged beast. The dragon, furious and blinded by pain, cocked its head back and unleashed a massive fireball toward the fleeing Rex. The fireball, more than 3 meters wide, scorched the ground as it hurtled forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Rex immediately cartwheeled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile, and fireball exploded behind him, shaking the ground and sending a shockwave of air rippling outward. He didn't spare it a glance, his focus entirely on survival as he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding another blast of fire from the infant dragon that chased behind him. Rolling forward, he quickly reached for the long sword he had dropped earlier, having managed to circle around his fingers, wrapping around the hot hilt that seared his palm, but he ignored the pain, his grip tightening. As he rose to his feet, he saw the dragon charging toward him, its massive form barreling through the burning grassland. Rex's eyes darted around, spotting a boulder almost as tall as he was, and kicked off the ground, dashing toward it. Using the momentum of his sprint, he spun just before reaching the boulder and swung his sword with all his might. The blade struck the boulder with a resounding boom, cracks running along the sword's blade as it shattered the boulder spectacularly and sending countless pieces of stone flying in a ranged attack toward the charging dragon. Loud thuds echoed as the infant dragon took the full brunt of the attack head-on, the fragments of stone pelting its scaled body while averting its eyes to avoid the sharp fragments, slowing down just the slightest bit. However, clad in its impenetrable scales, it didn't receive a single wound, and when it turned its head back toward its target, its one remaining eye locked onto Rex, only to see a sword thrusting toward its face. Reacting on instinct, the dragon jerked its head to the side. The sword pierced the side of its eye, its forward momentum continuing as the blade cut deep through the side of its face, sending multiple scales flying and blood gushing. However, the force of the attack against the dragon's scale shattered the already cracked blade, fragments of the sword scattering into the air. Time slowed as one shard reflected the dragon's enraged crimson serpentine eye, while another mirrored Rex's calm amber eyes ringed with red from Silverback's roar. Time quickly snapped back to normal and the dragon in pain charged forward, its maw opening wide as it tried to bite down on Rex's head. Rex retreated swiftly as his right hand reached for the dagger still embedded in the dragon's right eye. With a firm grip, he pulled the dagger free as he jumped back, a gush of blood following the blade, and the dragon's eyeball nearly came out with it, dangling grotesquely from the socket. Growling in fury, the infant dragon swiped at Rex with its clawed right foreleg, but he performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the attack. Just as his feet were about to touch the ground, the dragon opened its mouth for another blast of fire, but Rex had anticipated this, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the dagger forward. The dagger flew through the air like an arrow, slamming into the back of the dragon's throat just as the fire began to build. The explosion that followed was deafening, the flames erupting internally as the dagger lodged itself deep into the dragon's throat. The beast roared in agony, staggering as the internal explosion and the dagger sent waves of pain through its body. The moment Rex landed, he dashed towards his magic sword laying on the ground. But his vision blurred, and his legs gave out. He fell forward, face flat on the ground with his hands inches from the magic sword's hilt, his eyes unfocused, with blue fog escaping his nose and mouth. Mind Zero. Chapter 9, vs Infant, End. Mind Zero. But how had he reached Mind Zero if Silverback's roar wasn't a magic that used mind? The answer lay in his earlier actions. When he had unsheathed his War Shadow dagger, he had activated his blue papilio powder to heal himself. There had been no outward indication of him using this magic because he had activated it internally. The powder could be released with any motion, and his heartbeat was a motion. He had been consciously releasing the blue papilio powder from his heartbeat, the powder flowing directly into his bloodstream with each beat, healing him. This was why he could now use his right arm, albeit barely. His nearly destroyed arm had almost fully healed, the second-degree burns on his back reduced to patches of first-degree burns, and his broken ribs were still in the process of mending. But the excessive healing had come at a cost. Combined with his rather low mind reserves further lowered by the effect of Silverback's roar, his mind had reached zero before he could fully heal. He had completely fainted from Mind Zero and the overextension of Silverback's roar. But he refused. His eyes regained focus, his pupils dilating so much that the red ring around them now looked like his new crimson pupil. With a surge of willpower, he grabbed the hilt of his magic sword and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a downward strike of the dragon's paw. Returning to his feet, he faced the dragon, which was now bleeding profusely from its mouth, the dagger laying on the ground behind it. The blood flowing from the side of its injured eye seemed to hinder its only working vision, giving Rex a sliver of an advantage. The dragon roared, its remaining eye locking onto Rex with a mix of fury and pain, with Rex's grip tightening on the magic sword. It charged, its massive body shaking the ground with each step, its injured mouth stopping it from using any of its breath attacks for now. As the dragon closed in, Rex darted to its blind side, circling around its right flank. The dragon's head snapped toward him, but its movements were slower, more erratic, as blood continued to pour from its wounds. Rex feinted left, then lunged forward, aiming for the gap in the scales near the dragon's damaged right eye. The sword struck true, sinking into the flesh, but the dragon jerked its head back, the blade slipping free before it could reach the brain. The infant dragon retaliated with a swipe of its tail, forcing Rex to leap back. He landed awkwardly, his legs almost giving out, but he kept himself standing. The infant dragon wasn't fearing any better, it once mighty from faltering under the weight of its injuries. Blood dripped from its mouth and ruined the eye, pooling beneath its massive body. Roaring loudly, the dragon lunged forward, and Rex quickly rolled to the side to evade the attack, its claws tearing into the ground where he had stood moments before. He rolled to his feet before jumping back to evade another attack from the dragon's claw. His feet touched the ground and he went for a counterattack. Badump! Rex coughed out a mouthful of blood as the buff from Silverback's roar ended due to the excess strain on his body, causing him to stumble forward. Taking the chance, the dragon cocked its head back, gathering all its strength before bringing its head down, its maw opening for a weak but still deadly stream of fire to erupt from its throat. The flames spread wide, engulfing the area in a wave of heat, catching Rex in its flames, searing his skin and singeing his fur. He gritted his teeth, the pain nearly overwhelming him, but he refused to fall, his eyes locked on one single target, the infant dragon's large silhouette behind the inferno. Leaning forward and summoning the last of his strength, Rex dashed forward, forcing his body to move through the unbearable flames, busting through it like a demon. The dragon, seeing him emerge from the fire, roared in defiance, its fire breath stopping as it swung its massive paw at him. Rex leaned back to evade the attack, his movements sluggish but precise, and with a final, desperate surge of energy, he thrust the magic sword forward. The blade plunged into the dragon's already blinded right eye, sinking deep into the socket. The dragon let out a final, ear-splitting roar, its body thrashing wildly as it tried to dislodge him. Rex held on with both hands, his feet dragging along the ground as he drove the sword deeper, the blade grinding against bone and flesh until the beast's movements slowed, then stopped entirely. The dragon's massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, its remaining eye glazing over as life left it. Rex staggered back, his grip on the sword loosening as it slipped from his hand. He stood there for a moment, chest heaving, his body trembling from the strain, as his hair and tail stopped burning. Then he bent backward and howled to the sky, "Awoo-oo-oo-oo." The howl lasted a few seconds until he fell onto his back, his chest rising and falling heavily, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. The fire that had spread through the room was now in its last embers, with only a few charred trees still standing. The fog had vanished a while ago, and the ground was burnt black across the entire room. He breathed heavily, and after a few minutes, he pushed himself up into a sitting position. Fuck, he mumbled, a single tear falling from his right eye. That was the worst 5 minutes of my life. He wasn't sure if that was how long the fight had actually lasted, but he hated it. Though he had stopped feeling the pain at some point during the fight, now that the adrenaline had faded, and he was looking back, it was awful. In truth, however, it wasn't the fight itself that he hated, just the pain and damage it had caused his body. The act of fighting, though? Not so much. Fighting so desperately for his life had something primal in it. The adrenaline that flowed felt like a drug that touched both his human and Chianthrope sides. He had enjoyed it. But the pain still going through his body even now wasn't something he will get used to. I should get some pain releaser drug later. Sighing, he forced himself to his feet, his muscles throbbing all over. Reaching forward, he touched the dragon's head. "Scavenge," he uttered, and the dragon's body turned to dust, leaving behind a few items as multiple screens appeared in front of his eyes. Plus 285, 2.8, Strength, plus 261, 2.6, Endurance, plus 220, 2.2, Dexterity, plus 196, 1.9, Agility, plus 282 Magic. Fire Body, skill/passive greatly increases fire/heat resistance and fire elemental magic damage, while reducing mind usage when using fire elemental magic. Fire Breath, magic/active use mind and air in lungs to release a breath of fire. Strength, size, heat, and shape depend on mind usage and control. No chant. Sharp retractable claw, physical property sharpens the nails on the hands and legs, turning them into sharp retractable claws. Effective after a good night's sleep. Red Dragon Scales, physical property grants you dragon scales across your body. Effective after a good night's sleep. Holy shit, he stared at the massive numbers and the 4 abilities he had gained. Worth it. Definitely worth it. He shouted, punching the air in triumph. An electrical pain suddenly shot through his body, causing his vision to blur. Ugh! He groaned as he leaned forward to hug his abdomen. His cheek puffed as he tried to push something down, but gave op and opened his mouth to barf out a mouthful of blood, spit, and some of the potato puffs he had eaten earlier. This left his mouth with a sour, bloody taste that disgusted him. I am surprised I didn't throw up during the fight, he thought, leaning on his knee as he breathed. Just then, he heard something from the room over. People were coming. Looking down at himself, he noticed how naked he was, with only his utility belt remaining and a few patches of his shirt left. He barely had any clothes left. Most of them had been burned or destroyed by the dragon, with his utility belt holding on patches of his shorts. Most of the hair on his head were gone, his eyebrows and lashes burned away, leaving nothing behind. Multiple parts of his skin were blistered with 1st and 2nd degree burns, and claw marks littered his body, along with countless other injuries. It was all painful, but he was just pushing that pain to the back of his mind, focusing on other thoughts. To escape. In this dungeon, you not only need to look out for monsters but other adventures as well. Most crimes that go on in the dungeon go undiscovered, and with how injured he was, the chance he would be killed and robbed is extremely high. He has to avoid monsters and adventures until he heals a bit. Too bad he couldn't go up to them and ask them for some potion. Did my bag survive? He wondered, looking around. He had put his cloak in there, and he still had health potions and the dual potion stored inside. When he was fighting the silverback earlier, he had placed his bag on. He looked toward the direction and there it was, lying on top of a boulder. It had survived the fire due to its high location above the burning grass and not being next to a tree. He quickly stumbled while trying his best to ignore the pain to it, grabbed it and brought it back to the drop items. Opening it, he threw the drop items scales, fangs, claws, and hide and his magic sword inside before stumbling to his war shadow dagger on the ground, tossing it in as well. Then he rushed toward an exit of the room, away from the approaching adventurers. Ironically, this was the same exit he had seen earlier from behind the small hill, the one he had wanted to escape from when the infant dragon had entered the room. Now, he was leaving through it after killing the infant dragon. He exited the room, entering the passage, and quickly reaching into his bag to pull out his black cloak. He wore it, and it covered his entire body down to his knees. Using his strength, he tore holes on the sides for his arms to stick out. He then removed his utility belt from under the cloak and wore it above on his waist to keep it from opening. He looked down at himself. His outfit now looked like a knee-length, sleeveless black dress with the belt cinching the cloak to his waist. This works, he thought with a sigh. At least my boots are still intact. He reached into his pouch to grab a healing potion, but most of them had broken during the fight. That's what I get for buying non-Diansect potions, he thought bitterly. All of Diansect's potions were made with strong bottles, but smaller familias like the Eagle Familia, where he had gotten all his basic health potions, couldn't afford to make the bottles more durable. Sighing, he reached into the bag to pull out the dual potion he had gotten from the Myoke Familia. Good, I left this in the bag. If not, it would have broken like the rest of the potions. Opening it, he warped his lips around the opened and tilted his head back, downing the entire bottle. A cold sensation rushed through his body as his mind felt slightly refreshed, and at the same time, some of his smaller injuries began to heal. With a good amount of mind restored, he started releasing the blue papilio powder from his heartbeat directly into his body, this time deciding to stop when he was close to mind zero. He reached into his bag, pulling out the 2 other health potions he had stored there due to lack of space in his pouch, and immediately downed all of them, throwing the empty bottles back into his bag and sighing in relief. I need to rest, he thought as he entered the new room, the fog converging around him as he walked through it. Po ppi po ppi po ppo ppi po. Po ppi po ppi po ppo ppi poppy, pi eeth. He started mumbling as he strained his senses for any sign of monsters. With how injured he is, any battle from now might be his last. And he was immediately attacked by a wave of more than 15 imps. Fuck. He groaned, feeling like crying. Though he could now move, his body was not in any condition to fight all of them. Engaging them would definitely lead to more injuries, which might open the door for more monsters and increase the chance of him getting killed down here. So he turned and ran. Only to realize he couldn't run, so he turned to face the wave of imps and sighed. I'm cooked. If he was a protagonist, this would be around the time a group of cute women will come to save him, but he guessed he can't expect that. He pulled out his magic sword from his bag, dropping the bag to the ground and preparing to fight. Do you need help? He suddenly heard a voice. Chapter 10, Little Helpers. Without even turning to look at the voice, he shouted, yes. He swung his sword to cut down an imp that came for his face, the blade cutting deep into the imp's shoulder and killing it. I need help. He pulled the sword down and quickly ducked under an imp's swipe, almost falling on his butt due to being weakened, and then something cut down the imp. When he strengthened up, he heard a shout. Todoroki. He couldn't pinpoint the source, only that it was somewhere off to his right. In that instant, the air crackled and a brilliant bolt of pale blue lightning tore through one of the imps that tried to attack him while he was recovering, instantly charring it to a crisp. The lightning then branched off in a dazzling, web-like pattern, snaring 2 more imps. They let out shrill, dying squeals before plummeting to the ground, smoke curling off their charred bodies. Before the creature could recover, there was a razor-thin glint so swift it almost escaped Rex's notice. He blinked, and the 2 imps' head was severed clean from their shoulders, silver blood spraying through the air. Only then did he see a young rabbit girl kneeling a few steps away, her katana sheathed, one hand still resting on the hilt as though she'd just executed a flawless quick-draw technique. Fuck! Rex had no time to take a closer look due to the comically oversized hammer crashing down behind him, splattering 2 imps out of the air and into the ground with a nauseating crunch. Glancing back, he spotted a petite figure likely a dwarf wielding that enormous hammer. The 2 girls quickly took care of the remaining imps, leaving him to stand there. Okay. He didn't think 2 young girls that barely looked like they were in their mid-teen were going to be the one to save him, but he would take any help he could get at this point. As the last imp fell to the ground, its shrill cry fading into the damp, foggy air of the dungeon, the rabbit-eared girl straightened up, flicking the blood from her katana before sliding it back into its sheath with a soft click. She turned to Rex, her bright yellow eyes locking onto his. Well, looks like we arrived just in time, Annie. She said, her playful smile widening. You were in a bit of a pinch, weren't you? Yes, I was, Rex replied, his voice hoarse. He scanned the girl, who stood about 147 centimeters, 4 feet 10 inches, her head barely reaching his upper chest. I forgot there are child soldiers in this city, he thought, glancing down at his makeshift cloak dress, suddenly self-conscious about his appearance. Thank you, miss. The girl tilted her head, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. No need to be so formal. We couldn't just leave you to get swarmed by those nasty little things. She stepped closer, her gaze scanning his injuries. Oof, you look like you've been through the ringer. What happened to you? Rex sighed internally. I hate the way this child speaks. He shoved his sword back into his bag, intending to answer, but before he could, a calm, firm voice interrupted. Kaed, give him some space. He's injured. A slightly taller girl stepped forward from the fog, her black fox tail swishing gently behind her. She wore a red and white shrine maiden outfit, an unusual choice for dungeon exploration, and gave Rex a polite nod, her yellow eyes softening with concern. Are you all right? Do you need healing? Yes, definitely. He nodded, already reaching into his pouch with his free hand. I can pay you back if you provide me with a health potion. Fishing out what he believed to be 1,000 valis, he held it out toward them. Kaed gave him a once-over, unimpressed. It doesn't look like a normal health potion will do you much good. She crossed her arms. You just came from floor 13, didn't you? That's why you're burned. From those nasty dogs, eh? Before he could confirm or deny, the fox girl produced 3 health potions and held them out to him. Here, she said gently, these should help with the pain and start the healing process. Rex wasted no time. Placing his bag on the ground, he gratefully accepted the potions. As Kaed had pointed out, basic health potions wouldn't be much help. They wouldn't mend his broken ribs or fully heal the second-degree burns on his scalp and chest, but at least they would aid his currently active magic. You don't have to pay us back, the fox girl, Momiji, said with a small smile. Wait, no, he has to pay us, Momiji. Kaed protested, stepping forward. Those are expensive. He's really hurt, Momiji countered, turning to her partner. It's the best we can do. If we keep giving out potions like that, we'll go broke. Kaed countered, her rabbit ears twitching in irritation. We already gave a few out to that elf back there. As they argued, Rex uncorked the vials and downed them quickly, feeling the cool liquid slide down his throat. A few scratches around his body began to mend, but the deeper wounds remained. I'll have to rely on my magic, he thought, though he knew his mind was running dangerously low. As I am right now, I should be able to climb up like this as long as I don't get into too many fights on the lower upper floors. Especially with any hard-armored or a silverback. A soft, hesitant voice came from behind Rex. Are you sure you're okay? Rex turned, finding himself staring down at a diminutive girl who barely reached his abdomen. At only 115 centimeters, 3 feet 9 inches, she looked even smaller compared to her 2 companions, and her wide blue eyes shimmered with concern. You look really hurt. How old are these girls? He thought incredulously before clearing his throat. Yes, thanks, he replied, uncomfortable with his current state of partial nakedness in front of what looked like a trio of children. I owe you all 1. You owe us 3, actually. Kaed grinned. We just saved your life and also gave you those 3 potions, remember? She winked, clearly enjoying teasing him. Right, Rex nodded. But that's 2 favors. Why the 3rd one? For Bane cute, any. Kaed chirped, striking an exaggerated pose with her head cocked to the side, one hand on her hip and the other flashing a playful peace sign near her eye. Ain't our adorable faces enough to soothe all that hooden? That totally counts as a favor, you know. Rex stared at her for a few seconds, then gave a resigned nod. Fair point. I'll make it up to you somehow. He reached for his bag. Now, if you'll excuse me. You're going up, right? Momiji cut in. We are too. We can go together. Yet. If we leave ya alone, you'll get yourself killed, Kaed added, shaking her head and wagging her finger. And then you wouldn't be able to pay back the favor ya owe. Momiji, exasperated, swatted Kaed's face with her unisa, causing the rabbit-eared girl to yelp and rub her nose while the fox forced a polite smile. Don't mind her, Momiji said, her tone calm but firm. No, it's all right, Rex waved it off, adjusting his makeshift dress. I don't mind, but I'd rather go alone. One wrong move, and he'd risk flashing his little Rex at a bunch of early teens. I can fight in this state. Even if an orc suddenly appeared. Oh! A deafening roar tore through the fog, scattering the thick mist around them. Rex turned his head slowly, his expression blank as he stared at the pig-headed beast glaring directly at him. Motherf! Would you look at that? Kaed leaned forward with a smirk, her rabbit ears twitching in amusement. Why don't you prove yourself and go kill it? Rex glanced at her, his face unreadable. I could, but I can't move however I like in this damn outfit. Kaed, Momiji sighed as the orc began to close the distance, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Okay, Kaed relented, her smirk widening. Coco. With that, the smallest of the group whom Rex now suspected was a dwarf rushed forward, dragging an oversized warhammer that looked like it was made for someone twice her size. The steel-grey shaft of the hammer was long and straight, measuring around 6 feet, 180 centimeters, and it was bare except for reinforced fittings near the head and a spike at the top. The broad, flat striking face was larger than Rex's head, while the other end of the hammer resembled a wedge, clearly designed for raw power meant to break through armor, stone, and anything else. Kaed, meanwhile, wielded a katana with a dark lavender hilt that matched her sarashi and the scabbard at her waist. She leaned forward and dashed toward the orc, one hand on the hilt of her katana and the other gripping the scabbard. She reached the orc before Coco, and the orc swung a heavy punch at her, but she flipped effortlessly over its massive arm, its fist slamming into the earth with a boom. Distracted by Kaed, the orc didn't notice Coco closing in. The dwarf swung her massive hammer in a wide horizontal arc, the sheer force of the swing carrying enough power to blow away the fog. The flat hammerhead slammed into the side of the orc's right knee with a resounding crack and snap that made Rex wince. The orc roared in agony as the attack shattered its knee, bones piercing through the skin, and it collapsed to one knee, its balance completely destroyed. Kaed, now positioned behind the orc, took a stance and performed a quick draw, and in a flash of steel, the orc's head tumbled to the ground, its body slumping lifelessly. Nice, Rex thought with a nod. It wasn't hard to guess the dynamic of this team, a fighter, a tank, and a mage. But why does the fox use that as her weapon? He glanced down at the shrine maiden's Anusa the fox held beside him. Even if she's not on the front lines, wouldn't it be safer to have something like a dagger? Easy. Kaed teased, flicking her katana to shake off the blood before sliding it into its sheath. She shot Rex a mischievous grin. Once we get this magic stone, we'll head up together, K. All right, Rex nodded, activating his magic again as a bit of his energy had regenerated. Where's she going? He asked, watching as Coco ran off into the fog, her hammer left standing vertically on its head beside the orc's corpse. To get our bag, Momiji replied, standing beside him. She dropped it when she noticed you. Ah, Rex uttered, his eyes following Coco until she disappeared into the fog. She was the one who spotted you first, Kaed chimed in, sidling over to join them. If not for her, you'd probably be a goner. Lucky dwarves can see through all that smokes. We heard you say I'm cooked, and we're about to go the other way, Momiji continued, her tone matter of fact. But then Coco said you were injured, so Kaed asked if you needed help. In the dungeon, most solo adventurers and adventurer parties tended to ignore each other, avoiding unnecessary interaction for a variety of reasons, one of which included the risk of murder. Rex knew this all too well, which made the trio's willingness to help him all the more surprising. Well, I guess I would have also helped if I was in their position, he thought. Coco returned once Momiji had finished speaking, the support bag slung across her back. It was only slightly smaller than the one he had seen Lily carry. Kaed stepped in to help her fish out the magic stone before they began traveling together, forming a loose formation, Momiji and Kaed at the front, Rex in the middle, and Coco in the rear. She carried the heavy support bag on her back while gripping her oversized hammer with both hands, holding it diagonally in front of her. The hammerhead faced upward, and the bottom of the shaft nearly dragged against the ground. How high is her strength? Rex wondered. It was certainly lower than his obviously, but the way she handled the weapon suggested it was somewhere in the C or maybe even B range. Come to think of it, I've never used my scavenger inspect on someone else. So, Kaed interrupted his train of thought, stepping back to walk on his left side. Just how dangerous is the middle floor, hey? We were planning on going down, but our advisor told us we aren't ready, Momiji said, now walking on his other side. However, we want to hear about it from someone who's actually been there. Do you think 3 level 1s could survive down there? First, I haven't seen much of how you fight, so I can't say for sure, Rex replied. Second, I wouldn't know how dangerous the middle floors are because I've never been down there. If your advisor says you're not ready, then it's best to listen. Wait, if you haven't been down there, then how did you get burned? Kaed asked, her gaze flicking to the burn marks on his arms, scalp, and legs. I ran into an infant dragon, he answered with a shrug. A long silence followed before Momiji spoke with a soft voice. My condolences for your dead teammates. He glanced at her, confused. I don't have any teammates. And you survived an encounter with a dragon? She asked, staring up at him. Yep, he said, popping the pea. So, how'd ya end up level 2 without heading down to the lower floors? Kaed asked, arching a brow. Who said you have to go down to a lower level to level up? Rex countered, giving her a sideways glance. I know a white-haired boy who leveled up on the 8th floor. What in the world did he fight on floor 8 that gave him enough high-rank Excelia to level up? Kaed wondered, genuine confusion on her face. A monster party. Momiji guessed, tilting her head slightly, her fox ears twitching. Maybe he defeated a large monster party. Kaed hummed, then broke into a wide grin. Why don't we force a monster party on floor 8 so I can level up too, That's dangerous. Momiji shouted, shaking her head furiously. If the ants become too much, we might all die. Look, if some white-haired kid can do it, then so can I, Kaed said confidently, patting her katana. I'm the strongest level 1, you know. Being strong doesn't mean anything when it comes to collecting high-rank Excelia, Momiji countered, leaning forward to look past Rex at her rabbit-eared friend. You need a grand accomplishment, and even if that was grand for the boy, it might not be for you because you are the strongest level 1. Who knows what he went through trying to defeat that monster party for it to count as a grand accomplishment? I'm sure I can handle it, Kaed insisted, brushing off Momiji's concern. Turning to Rex, she asked, what about you? Wad ya do ta level up? Who said I've leveled up? Rex said, raising an eyebrow. I'm a level 1, just like everyone else here. And ya survived against an infant dragon. Kaed scoffed, crossing her arms. Just say you don't want to tell me what really got ya those high-rank Excelia. No, seriously, I'm a level 1, Rex said firmly. And I soloed the infant dragon. Yeah, sure, and my name's Hayes, a mighty level 3 from the Loki Familia, Kaed went on in a high-pitched, mocking voice, her rabbit ears twitching as she puffed out her chest. Hear how dumb that sounds. On God, I killed an infant dragon solo while being a level 1, Rex deadpanned. Then he paused. Wait, why am I even trying to convince you? I don't care if you don't believe me. Yeah, don't try to make us swallow that crap, Kaed said with a shrug, then her gaze turned sharper. So, how'd ya actually get them burns? Some other adventurer. I fought a dragon. Kee. The shrill cry of an imp rang out as it flew directly toward Rex, but before it could reach him, Kaed's katana flashed, cutting it down in an instant. See? Even the imps ain't buying your story. Kaed smirked, leaving Rex no choice but to sigh. Chapter 11, Decision. Ha, Rex sighed as he slowed from a run to a walk. He was currently on the 9th floor, and the 3 little helpers he had traveled with from the 12th floor to the 10th were nowhere to be seen. He had made his escape on the 10th floor when they got into a fight with a group of imps and a bad bat. While they were distracted, he took the opportunity to slip away. It wasn't that they couldn't handle the situation, he knew that much after glancing at their stats, which were interesting. Especially the foxes, but that was a thought for another time. After escaping, he had made his way to the 9th floor and immediately had to fend off 5 killer ants. However, he dealt with them easily, as even in his injured state, he still outclassed them by a significant margin. In fact, he wasn't even injured anymore. During the 15 minutes he had spent walking with the girls, he had been using his magic periodically whenever his mind regenerated. Now, the only remnants of his injuries, if you could even call them that, were his bald head, ears, and tail, and the multiple scars scattered across his body, leftovers from the 3rd-degree burns and claw attacks he had endured. Even those burn scars were healing as he continued to use his magic. Technically, he was back in full condition, but he was far from his peak. The mental exhaustion weighed heavily on him. I need to sleep, man, he thought, massaging the bridge of his nose. He literally had to force himself to stay awake in the dungeon. It seemed that healing himself didn't just drain his mind, but also his physical and mental strength, leaving him with barely any energy to spare. Unfortunately, he couldn't just leave the dungeon as he was. If he went up now, one gust of wind, and the world would see everything he had to offer, so, he was currently on the hunt for a dead body to strip for clothes. Yes, it was evil and disgusting, but it wasn't like he could just walk up to a random adventurer and say, "Ayo, give me your pants or face your doom," or something along those lines. Even a skirt would do. "Let's just do this," he mumbled, removing his cloak dress and wearing it like a ragged shirt that reached down to his ankles, tying it around his waist and his utility belt above it. "It's not like I will be the only shirtless male adventurer," he shrugged. No one would bat an eye at a shirtless Gianthrope wearing a skirt and boots, and just as he had predicted, no one paid him much attention as he climbed out of the dungeon. To them, it was just another day, and even the burn scars around his body didn't make him stand out much. He was just another adventurer. With his bag in hand, Rex made his way back to Chandra. He took a quick shower before heading straight to bed with only boxers, not even having the mental strength to eat. He was about to drift off when he suddenly sat back up, crossing his legs. "If I sleep without fully healing the scars on my body," he looked down at his arm and his bare chest, "they would undoubtedly become permanent." As much as people like to say scars are cool, that sentiment only applied to anime or fictional characters. In reality, scars on a human body looked disgusting, especially third-degree burn scars. He didn't want those littering his body. Time for closed-door cultivation, Rex thought, closing his eyes and activating his magic in his heart. While his magic worked to heal his body, he decided to try meditating to regenerate his mind. He had never tried meditation before, but after a few seconds, he found it wasn't particularly difficult. It was similar to resting your body to regain stamina, except this time, he was resting his mind. So, while he used his mind to create the blue papilio powder to heal his body, he meditated to regenerate his mental energy. It was a simple task of multitasking, something that everyone and anyone should be able to do. An hour in, all the scars on his body had healed, and he was as good as new. Even the hair on his head and the fur on his ears and tail had regenerated. However, he didn't lay down to sleep. Instead, though he stopped using his magic, he remained in that meditative state because he had entered a trance. Technically, he was now asleep, but he remained fully aware of his body and the world around him, as if he were awake. And in this state, it only took him 4 hours to feel fully rested, instead of the 6 to 8 hours it would have taken him otherwise. He opened his eyes and stretched his arms over his head with a groan, feeling the best he had in years. "Damn, that was nice," he mumbled as he laid back down on his bed to stretch some more. Was that reverie? Reverie is a state of sleep that elves in D&D enter. It was exactly like what he had experienced, a state of meditation that refreshed the elves' bodies and minds, similar to sleep, but they remained aware of the outside world. "Yeah, I definitely achieved reverie," he mumbled, staring at the ceiling. "This world really is fascinating. I don't think I've really taken the time to digest the fact that there's magic in this world." If he didn't have memories that made it seem like he had lived in this world his entire life, he would have been more fascinated than he was now. A part of him was angry that he didn't get to experience the fascination of being in a fantasy world where gods walk among men. Whatever. He shrugged, deciding it was time to take stock of everything he had gained. Apart from the dragon scales, he had accepted everything else. As much as he liked the idea of having dragon scales and becoming a dragonborn, it would be extremely stupid for him to accept it. He would 100% be treated as a monster and killed. If it had been a transformation-based physical property like the claw, he would have taken it. "Then, there's the claw," he thought, raising both hands above him in front of his face. With the thought, the veins along the back of his hands and forearms bulged slightly, and his nails rapidly lengthened to about half the length of his middle finger, tapering into fine, razor-like points. They maintained a sleek, almost polished appearance, resembling hardened obsidian, and the sharpened edges gleamed, reflecting thin, razor-like glints of moonlight from the gap in the curtains. He muttered, quickly sitting up and looking down at his fingers. "This is not what I was expecting." He had been expecting something more like the dragon's claws, long and curved, not slightly longer fingernails. Would these even be good for attacking? He lightly ran his right index fingernail across his left palm, and it drew a long, thin line. Holy shit! It was much sharper than he had thought. "Is this thing as sharp as my dagger?" he mumbled, holding his right palm in front of him, with thin red blood flowing down the obsidian black nail on his index. "Even if it's sharp, how durable is it?" he wondered, staring at it before letting it drop, the veins returning to normal and his nails shortening. "I'll test it out the next time I go into the dungeon," he decided, holding his left palm in front of him and moving his right fingers above the wound on his palm, sprinkling his blue dust on it to quickly heal the wound. The next ability, Fire Body, was more interesting. If his fire body was on par with the infant dragons, then he should be virtually immune to any heat unless it was enhanced by magic of a higher level adventurer or monster. He should be able to handle the heat from the breath attack of an infant dragon if it was as strong as he thought it was. Then there was Fire Breath. Standing up, Rex walked over to his mirror and stared at himself. Only this remains. Out of all the scars on his body, only one remained, a single diagonal one that crossed his torso. What was funny was that this attack from the infant dragon wasn't even that deep, being one of the weaker attacks it landed, yet it left a scar. I guess it's because it healed at last, so it left a scar, he thought, touching the scar, which felt slightly bumpy under his fingers. At least this one looks cool. Lowering his hands, he turned his attention back to what he had come to do. Taking in a breath through his nose, he let it out through his mouth, and with a simple thought, a wisp of flame followed the breath. He chuckled, staring at his reflection. He grinned, his sharp canines showing, and he stepped back from the mirror. With an outward breath through his teeth, multiple weak streams of fire emerged from the gaps, briefly lighting up the dark room and casting dancing shadows. After the fire died, he made a decision. I need to return to the dungeon. He needed to test out the full extent of his new magic, which was undoubtedly cooler than his blue papilio powder. I mean, it's fire breathing, for God's sake. What time is it? Rex looked at his window, noticing the moon through the gap in his curtains. He had returned home around 6, and if he had slept for as long as he thought, the time should be around 10 or 11 p.m. So I'm doing a night shift today. He muttered to himself. Rex Magnus. Level 1, Kin level up. Strength SS1045, Endurance SS1100, Dexterity SS1034, Agility SS1063, Magic C609. Skill. Scavenger. Harvest stats, skills, magic, properties, or treasure from corpses and evaluate quality. Skill, Powerful Body, Fire Body, Magic, Blue Papilio Powder, Fire Breath, Physical Property, Sharp Retractable Claw. Indomitable Will. Completely immune to psychic, mind control, or corruption-based powers. Your unwavering will fortifies body and spirit, incrementally raising physical and magical potential after an extremely major trial. Maintain multiple complex tasks at once through mental compartmentalization and rapidly master new skills. When in a pinch, suppress pain, bolster mental fortitude, and unleash a massive boost to all physical and magical stats. I can level up. That was the first thing Rex noticed. I guess that battle with the infant dragon gave me high rank Excelia to level up. He wasn't that surprised. If that fight hadn't given him enough to level up, he didn't know what else would have. After all, he had solo killed a monster capable of wiping out an entire team of high stats level 1 adventurers and even killing a recently leveled level 2. With my current stats and magic, I should be equal to a level 2, he thought as his eyes moved down to his skill. Indomitable Will. This surprised him. He knew why he got the skill, but he didn't know why. I mean, he doubted he was the only adventurer who had been in a situation where they had to force themselves to stand up and keep fighting. So, if he got a skill like this just from pushing himself through a dragon's fire breath or forcing himself to wake up after being knocked out, shouldn't everyone have this skill? I guess forcing yourself awake after being knocked out isn't something anyone can do, he grinned at the mirror. That was some main character type shit. He chuckled and struck a dramatic JoJo pose, shifting his weight onto one leg while angling his body slightly to the side. His right hand rested near his face, fingers elegantly spread, while his left arm bent across his torso. Come to think of it, I am the protagonist. That was cringe, he cleared his throat, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. And the skill itself was overpowered. It came with immunity to all mind-altering effects and incremental stat growth and multitasking and a big panic button buff. Is this skill the reason my stats look weird? If he remembers correctly, he had gained about 300 stat points from absorbing the infant dragon's magic stone, but it looked like he gained 400 plus points in magic. His magic was about 200 when he last checked before fighting the infant dragon, and his other stats definitely went higher than the single digits he saw when he absorbed the magic stone. Look at endurance, that thing went up by over 70 points. I now have 2 skills that would speed up my growth. He mumbled, staring at the skill. But this one looks more like it only works when I face a near-death experience. The extremely next to the major trial told him enough. He will need to put himself in a situation similar to his fight with the infant dragon for it to work. He is not a masochist, so he will only use Scavenger for his normal stats growth and only go for a near-death experience when he wants to level up. And then there is the last stand surge. Does this have a cooldown or? He decided not to think of it, but something else came to mind. If he got around 200 points in magic with each infant dragon magic stone he absorbs, then... I can't believe I'm going to say this, he covered his mouth with his left hand, staring into his own amber iris. I need to hunt down 2 infant dragons and absorb their magic stone. It was an absurd thought for a pseudo-level 2 like himself, but he was genuinely considering it. He needed their stones to give him the magic stats he had been missing. And he had killed one already, so it should be easier this time. Would it? He questioned himself, looking up at the ceiling as he thought. Yes, his stats had gone up a bit, but his fire-breathing magic would be virtually useless against the infant dragon. No, it won't, he corrected himself, remembering the fight when he had used his dagger to disrupt the dragon's fire breath charge. That move had dealt considerable damage to its insides, and it was what had brought their fight to an equal ground. If he managed to do that again by shooting a fireball into its mouth, he should be able to win against the infant dragons. Easier said than done, he sighed, running his fingers through his hair. To do or not to do, that's the question. And the answer is... yes. That's his decision. Fuck them lizards, he grinned at his mirror. Rex Lapis, the god of contracts, commerce and the warrior god, will kill 2 infant dragons. Just a few hours ago he had almost died to one and now he was going to actively hunt them. What a turnaround. He paused. But I can't go without any weapons, he muttered. His trusty longsword was gone, and his magic sword would be useless. And he did not trust his claw since he hadn't tested it out. Do I have to buy a new weapon? He sighed. He currently had about 11,000 valis, which was nowhere close to the price of his now broken sword, which had a market value of 80,000. I should be able to get enough money from selling the drop items I got from my 8-hour shift in the dungeon and the dragon's drops. He nodded and came to another decision. First, the guild, then I need to buy a brand new weapon to hunt lizards with, some healing potions, then the dungeon. With that, he started getting ready for his night shift in the dungeon, quickly dressing in grey pants held up by his utility belt, a long-sleeve shirt with one of his old leather breastplates, gloves, his trusty boots, and picked up his adventurer bag. As he left the room, a thought crossed his mind. Can I level up on my own or do I need my god to do it? He called up his status, looking at it. I mean, Scavenger automatically updates my status, but it didn't automatically level me up, so is leveling up different from normal update? He tried mentally clicking on the level up beside his name but nothing happened. I guess I will have to have my god update. Gruel. He looked down at his stomach. I need to eat first. He headed to the kitchen for a late-night snack. The last time our module would ring you. Like a lunar bell. I'll see you on the moon until we meet at Taikou. And follow the trail. He started singing Waltz in E major op 15 Moon Waltz in his head while humming the tone. Chapter 12, Night Out. The guild at night wasn't anywhere near as busy as it was in the morning, and there were barely any receptionists working the night shift, only 3, from what Rex could see. With his bag he walked up to a silver-haired elf who maintained a polite smile on her face. Good evening, sir, she greeted with a small bow as he approached. I am Sophie. How can I be of help? Now this is customer service, Rex thought, immediately comparing her to the stoic and uninterested Rose from that morning. Yes, good evening, he replied with a small nod. I want to sell some drop items, he said, gesturing to the bag he held in his right hand. Please follow me, she said, stepping out from behind her booth. He followed her into a separate appraisal room, and once inside, she gestured toward the table as she closed the door. If you could place the items here, she prompted. Rex walked to the table and reached into his bag, arranging the drop items from floors 10 to 12, with only a few magic stones from the upper floor monsters he had killed while descending to floor 10. When he started laying out the infant dragon's drop items, the silver-haired elf's eyes widened in surprise. Are those from an infant dragon? She asked, stepping closer, her blue eyes fixed on the scales. Then, as if realizing it herself, she exclaimed, they are. Yeah, Rex confirmed, placing the last hide onto the table. It's been months since I've seen these sold at the guild, she said, straightening up and giving him a curious glance. I take it this is the first time you and your team have sold rare drop items like these. It is, he replied with a nod, deciding not to correct her assumption that he had a team. Right, she murmured before offering him a polite smile. For rare crafting materials like these, I'd recommend selling them directly to a crafting familia rather than through the guild. They're more likely to offer a better price compared to the guild, which acts more as a middleman and would likely purchase at a lower rate to account for resale or auctioning. Ah, makes sense, Rex thought as the elf continued explaining. It would also be better for you to take these materials to a crafting familia to have equipment made specifically for you, which could be far more valuable in the long run than simply selling the materials for money. She scanned the materials once more. And you could also use these materials to establish a relationship with a smith, which can be useful later like future discounts, priority commissions, or even exclusive gear. She turned back to him. Do you still want to sell it? How much would everything sell for if you don't include the infant dragon drops? Rex asked. I'd say, about. Her eyes danced around the items as she did a quick mental calculation. Around 10,000 valis would be a good estimation. That's 5 hours of work, so about 2,000 valis an hour, he thought with a nod. This was less than he would have gotten per hour if he had actually sold the magic stones instead of absorbing them. Sacrifice money for power. If you add the price of the infant dragon drop items, how much would it come out to? He asked. I haven't really appraised infant dragon drops before, so I'm not too sure about that, she admitted, shaking her head. But I'd say at least. She bobbed her head as she thought. Let's just say 100,000. I'll sell it, he decided without a second thought. He was going to kill more dragons anyway, so he could sell those drop items to a familia later. Right now, he was just too lazy to go to a familia to sell them, and besides, they might not even be open. All right, Sophie nodded, smiling. Please wait in the lobby. He returned to the lobby, but instead of sitting and doing nothing, he went to the commission board and looked through it. Most of the commissions were for the upper and middle floors, with commissions for the lower and deep floors being something that only certain familias could handle. Those who wanted such commissions completed would go directly to the familia capable of doing it rather than posting it on the commission board. However, most of the easier commissions had already been taken, and the remaining ones from the upper floor were tasks that would take time or a lot of grinding, like collecting 15 orc hides, 12 war shadow finger blades, or blue papilio wings. It was worth noting that his 8-hour shift today had only yielded 5 orc hides. Drop items weren't something that just fell into your lap. Oh. His eyes moved back to the blue papilio wings commission. It's from the Myoake Familia. It had been posted a week ago, and the expiration date of the commission was today. If it wasn't completed by tonight, it would be taken down. He could take it, and now he would have to spend time looking for the butterflies on the 7th floor instead of hunting dragons on the 11th or 12th floor. And the reward price is even lower than what I would have gotten if I sold it to the guild. He looked through the commissions a few more times, searching for something he could take from the board while eyeing the ones from the middle floor. 7 million valis just for a flower on the 20th floor. Holy shit! The commissions from the lower middle floor had a minimum of 5 zeros, which was absurd. I need to get to level 2 quickly. When he noticed Sophie returning to her booth, he left the board without taking any commissions. How much did it all come out to? He asked as she placed down 2 pouches. 147,000, she replied, handing him the paper. He quickly scanned it to see that the infant dragon's drops accounted for about 130,000. If infant dragons are this pricey, why don't groups of level 2s just go on a mass genocide of them for the cash, he thought while folding the paper to put in his bag. He transferred his money into his own pouch, leaving the guild's pouches on the table in front of Sophie. Have a good night, she said, waving slightly with a smile. Yeah, you too, he waved back before turning and leaving the guild. Next stop, to buy a new weapon. There are a lot of adventurers that do night shifts, so some of Hephaestus and Goibneo Familia stores at Babel stay open through the night, which is where he is going. And I also need potions. It would be foolish of him to go after infant dragons without some mind or health potions. A few Diansect stores should still be open in Babel, right, he thought, looking at the towering building ahead. Too bad Myoake would be closed by this time. Would rather buy there cheap. A familiar scent tickled Rex's nose before his eyes caught sight of a Chianthrope. Speak of the devil. Not too far ahead of him, walking through the market, was Neza, carrying 2 plastic bags filled with items. Her ears twitched at every passing sound, and her tail swayed lazily behind her. Should I go up to her and ask if I can buy some potions? The answer was a resounding yes. He could use this chance to pay off his debt, and with how poor her Familia is, he doubts she will decline an adventurer wanting to buy from them. He nodded to himself, quickening his steps until he was alongside her. Naza, he greeted. Her sleepy eyes flicked to him, brown catching the lamplight. Ah, Rex, she acknowledged with a slight nod. You're out late. Yes, going for a night shift in the dungeon, he replied, gesturing to his bag. Is your shop still open? I want to buy more potions. Of course, I'll also pay off the debt I owe. Her ears flicked, and a soft spark of interest lit her eyes. Yes, we're still open, she said quickly, though her tone remained measured. Her tail gave the faintest of swishes behind her skirt. Come on. She started walking faster, clearly eager to get to the store before he changed his mind. Like I thought, Rex smiled slightly as he followed behind her. But you'll just let a random guy you barely know follow you home at night. Then it hit him she could brew potions on par with Diane Sex, so she likely had a development ability, that means. Inspect. Naza Irisus, Mealhound. Level 2. Strength H193, Endurance H187, Dexterity G248, Agility G271, Magic H101. Mixing Eye. Magic. Darbite Dale, debuff magic that weakens the user's status. Chat. A level 2 with debuff magic. Of course, she wouldn't be scared of a level 1. He scanned her petite frame before glancing around the dark street. But I should be able to beat her, right? I can probably skip a level, especially since I can breath fire now, so if I attack her right now. Here, she said, cutting off his train of thought as she pushed open the doors with her shoulder and stepping inside. They don't even lock the door, he thought as he closed it behind him. I guess no one would think of robbing this poor store. The atmosphere inside was dim, much like his first visit, but a soft lamp on the counter provided enough light to see the relatively empty shelves. You wanted to buy more potions? She asked, placing the bags on the ground behind the counter. Yes, do you have more of your dual potion? He asked, arranging the 10,000 valis he had on the desk. No, she shook her head slightly. But we still have high-quality magic potions if you need. If I remember correctly, she said it cost 11,600 valis last time, he thought, doing a quick mental calculation. He currently had 158,000 valis, but after removing his 10,000 debt, he technically had 148,000 in purchasing power. I need to keep at least 120,000 for a weapon, so I can only spend about 28,000 here. Give me 5 magic potions and 8 normal health potions. He said. Before he even finished his sentence, Naza was already arranging the potions on the table. Damn, slow down. That would be 27,200 valis, she said, her tail swishing back and forth behind her. If you don't have enough, you could pay with whatever you have and pay back later. Don't worry, I have enough, he replied, arranging the money on the table. That should cover it. She nodded slowly, having been counting as he placed it down. He placed the potions directly into his bag, not wanting them to break in his pouch like before, then gave her a slight wave. Then I'll be on my way. As he turned to leave, Naza suddenly spoke up. From what you bought, it looks like you're going to have a long night. She rustled through a box under the counter before holding out a potion. So you'll need a potion that removes the body's fatigue and hunger. You can buy this for 8,700. He already packed food and water in his bag from his Familia kitchen, so he shook his head. I currently don't have enough to spend. I could give it to you for free, so the next time you visit, you can give me the 8,700, she pressed, emphasizing the next as she reached under the counter to bring out another normal health potion. She held it beside the first one. I can also throw in a normal health potion for only 300 valis to make it even at 9,000. And if you manage to pay off the debt within 2 days, I'll even give you a 15% discount on your next purchase over 30,000. What do you say? It is a good deal, right? He thought for a moment before nodding. All right. At his agreement, an energetic expression crossed her face, and a smile formed. Thanks, Rex, she said as he took the potion. Rex stared at her smiling face for a moment before asking. You know how when you see a cute animal you want to pet it, That's how he felt right now, but he didn't dare do it. This wasn't an anime where the protagonist can just pat any girl's head. Besides, how old is she? He asked. How old are you, Naza? She tilted her head slightly, confusion crossing her brown eyes at the question. 18. She replied after a pause. Ah, okay, he nodded. Legal, he thought before waving. I'll see you in a day. She waved back. See you soon. After the Familia store, he went straight to Babel, and as he wandered through one of Hephaestus' Familia stores on the 5th floor, his eyes caught sight of a weapon leaning against the wall. It was a classic 7-foot-tall halberd, with a broad, axe-like blade on one side balanced by a top spike for thrusting and a hook opposite the axe blade for grappling. The wooden shaft was reinforced with metal, and when he lifted it off the wall to test its weight, he found it a bit heavy but manageable. The halberd had the classic, unimpressive look of a practical weapon, nothing like the exaggerated designs often seen in anime, where the axe head would be massive or the spike absurdly long. I'm looking at you, Rory Mercury, he thought as he inspected the halberd. Should I buy this? He muttered to himself. The halberd was more versatile and effective against a dragon with scales than a sword. Its reach would keep him at a safer distance from the dragon's claws, teeth, and tail, while the axe blade could deliver powerful slashing attacks against the tough scales that a sword could never match. Even the thrusting capability of a sword could be replicated with the spike at the end of the halberd. The extra weight was a minor inconvenience, but the real challenge would be mastering its use. If they sold a two-handed greatsword like a Zweihander, I would have bought that, he thought, glancing around the store once more. He could spend more time looking for a two-handed sword, but after a moment of consideration, he decided on the halberd. It had taken him only a few hours to master a sword, so he figured it wouldn't take much longer to get the hang of the halberd. Well, the old Rex did know a bit of swordsmanship, but it was so bad that it didn't even matter. Rex's eyes drifted to a rack of armor near the counter, breastplates, gauntlets, and greaves gleaming under the store's lamps. Should I upgrade? He wondered, but dismissed the idea with a shrug. I'll just have to be more careful. If I get hit, it won't matter what I'm wearing. He ended up buying the halberd for 118,000 valis, leaving him with only 2,800 valis in his name. Tonight should be a profitable night. Chapter 13, Dragon Hunter. Rex didn't immediately go after the dragon but spent about an hour just hunting back monsters to get his understanding and mastery of the halberd, and during this time he didn't get a wisp of any infant. That's when he realized how stupid he was. Just because he ran into it once, he got tunnel-visioned and started believing that they are common monsters like the silverbacks. It also explains why teams of level 2 adventurers didn't go out of their way to hunt infant dragons exclusively. Unlike the monster REXS on the lower floors, which tended to linger in specific areas, these creatures roamed freely across the entire expanse of their respective floors. If a team of level 2s or even a single level 2 was strong enough to easily take down an infant dragon, it would be more efficient to descend to the middle floors and hunt monsters there for profit. Of course, this didn't stop Rex because he had a skill that made hunting infant dragons feasible even if they're moving through the entire floor. What skill, you might ask? Scavenger, of course. A scavenger is someone who searches for and collects discarded items, embodying the phrase "one man's trash is another man's treasure." The treasure detection aspect of the skill worked in a similar way. It was highly subjective, allowing Rex to define what he considered a treasure. Of course, he couldn't just say rock. There were rocks everywhere, and it would just point at the closest rock. He had to be specific, like a dead body I can loot or an infant dragon. The detection part of the skill functioned like a game of hot and cold. He would know when he was getting closer to the treasure and when he was moving further away. The skill didn't provide exact directions or distances, but that wasn't necessary. All he needed to do was take a step in any direction and instantly know whether he was getting closer or further from his target. By following this instinct, he could eventually reach his treasure. Just like now. Rex stood atop a hill overlooking a fog-filled room, and not too far away was an infant dragon, feasting on what was likely the remains of an adventurer. The dragon seemed to sense his presence, its reptilian eyes locking onto him as it raised its head. Oh! A guttural roar erupted from its throat, the sound waves clearing some of the fog around it. Without a word, Rex dropped his bag, which held extra clothes and all his potions, leaving only his dagger on his utility belt. Gripping the halberd with one hand, he inhaled deeply before shouting, "Kaio!" He bent backward, finishing with a scream. Keen. His voice reverberated across the room as his hair stood on end and a surge of hot energy rushed through his body, tightening his muscles. After a few seconds of shouting, he straightened up, his amber eyes now ringed with red, turning the shocked infant dragon. Rex adjusted his grip on the halberd, hands settling at the middle of its long shaft, and widened his stance. His knees bent, weight sinking low, until the ground beneath his boots cracked from the sheer force of his gathering power. Then, with a predatory grin, he launched himself forward, then upward, exploding off the earth like a cannonball, the sheer force sending dirt and rock flying after him with the fog parting in a swirl of pale vapor as he ascended. As he reached the peak of his jump, he shifted his grip lower on the halberd, twisting his torso as he began to spin. Like a windmill of death, his body rotated in tight, rapid revolutions, the axe head's momentum slicing through the lingering mist. The blade whistled through the air, carving its own path as he descended toward the infant dragon. But the dragon was not idle. Smoke curled from its nostrils as a deep rumble vibrated through its throat before. Its second eyelids flicked closed for an instant as it unleashed its assault. A thunderous burst of fire roared out of its maw, flaring upward with a deafening boom and burning away every wisp of fog in its path. Rex made no move to dodge. Even if he had tried, the force of his spin made evasion impossible. The fiery torrent engulfed him in an instant, swallowing him whole as it kept spiraling high into the air in a column of orange flames. Inside the flames, though, he kept spinning downward, the world a swirling sea of orange and red fire. His clothes had burned away, turning to scattered embers, yet his skin felt merely warm, as if the flames were only room temperature, with the halberd's axe head a glowing purple from the heat. Still thinking Rex was scorched, the dragon kept its jaw open and continued to spew flames skyward. Its second eyelids flickered again as it believed it had obliterated its foe. Suddenly, it sensed a shift in the air and abruptly stopped its breath, leaping backward on instinct. Boom! The earth exploded below where the dragon's neck had been, chunks of dirt and grass flying as Rex's halberd tore into the ground with brutal force. Had the dragon not moved, that strike would have bitten deep into the back of its neck. When it landed, it looked up and saw its supposedly burned opponent rising from its last attack, now naked with charred scraps of cloth falling away save for his utility belt that was somehow still completely intact on his waist. Rex grinned, his sharp canines showing, which his eyes narrowed to a slit. Leaning forward, the ground cracked as he dashed towards the infant dragon. "Oh oh!" The infant dragon roared, and then it lunged forward, jaws opened wide, a maw full of dagger-like teeth aimed straight for Rex's head. Rex dodged to the side, completely evading the attack, but before he could press his advantage, the creature lashed out with its front claws, swiping in an arc. Rex ducked beneath them, feeling the rush of air ruffle his hair. The second swipe, though, came faster than he expected, and he raised his halberd horizontally, letting the paw slam into the shaft, sending him flying to the side. His feet touched the ground after a few meters, sliding a few feet back before regaining his stance. The infant dragon roared again, spitting a wave of embers from its nostrils as it lowered its body, sinewy muscles coiling for another charge. Rex matched the stance, halberd tip angled low, then they charged in unison. The ground trembled beneath their combined force, and they collided in the center of the fog-shrouded clearing. Rex's halberd sang as it arced upward, aiming for the dragon's throat. The dragon twisted at the last moment, and the blade glanced off its scales on the side of its face, leaving only a shallow cut. It retaliated with a powerful tail sweep. Rex, reading the movement in time, planted the halberd's shaft against the ground to brace himself. Still, the impact was brutal. He slid backward several meters, his heels carving twin ruts in the soil. Any peak level 1 adventurer would have been knocked clean off his feet, maybe even had bones shattered. But not him. Hat. He grinned as they clashed again, steel against scale, fang against flesh. Sparks lit the fog as the halberd scraped across the dragon's hide. The creature's claws raked at Rex's chest, each near miss reminding him how lethal a single solid hit could be. Rex deflected the slashes, pivoting on his heel and hooking the dragon's leg with the halberd's curved tip, yanking the beast slightly off balance. Just as he tried to capitalize on that stumble, the dragon slammed him with a shoulder rush, throwing him back into the side of a small hill. Rex grunted at the shock of impact, wincing at the throbbing in his ribs as bits of rock and dirt raining down around them. He then brought the halberd up in a diagonal slash that ripped across the dragon's flank, sending scales and blood flying, and drawing its first real roar of pain. The beast reeled backward, muzzle lifting toward the sky. A sinister glow gathered in its throat and Rex dashed sideways, circling around the dragon to keep moving while it kept charging. Then it lowered its head directly at Rex, and a torrent of flame spewed from the beast's mouth, ripping across the clearing in a cone of devastating heat. Fast. It was much faster than he had expected. Faster than any fire breath the last infant dragon had thrown. Rex quickly shielded his face with his right forearm, letting his flame-resistant skin tank the worst of it, but the swirling orange column blocked the dragon from view. The dragon used this advantage and lunged, raking at him again with a clawed forelimb. He barely managed to twist aside, the claw only managing to clip his right thigh. Snarling, he hopped back a few paces, blinking embers from his eyes as the infant dragon lunged with another powerful swipe of its forelimbs. He sidestepped to avoid the first before dropping low to avoid a second claw, then countered with a swift thrust of his halberd. The weapon's long reach let him clip the dragon's flank, drawing a thin line of blood across its scaly hide. The beast roared and whipped its tail around in retaliation, a vicious horizontal strike aimed at Rex's ribs. He planted his foot and brought up the halberd shaft, catching the tail's impact. Even so, the blow sent him sliding across the ground, the halberd screeching under the force. As he regained his footing, the dragon charged, attacking with teeth and claws while he bobbed and weaved, using the extra reach of his halberd to keep just out of its immediate range. Each time the dragon exposed a gap in its defense, Rex darted in with a strike, chipping away at thick scales or slicing shallow wounds along its sides. A frustrated hiss escaped the dragon's throat. It was as though a relentless dog kept snapping at its ankles, ducking away before it could land a clean hit. Enraged, the dragon roared, staggering back a few paces. Rex circled wide, halberd at the ready, waiting for the next opening. That's when the creature raised its head, nostrils flaring as smoke coiled from its mouth. "Open your mouth to charge," Rex thought as he circled around. "I dare you." The dragon's jaws parted again, the sharp intake of breath echoing in its chest. Flame flickered in its throat, swirling into a blinding vortex. The beast reared back, preparing to bathe the entire clearing in fire. Rex moved first. He shifted his grip on the halberd, took a single forward leap and then inhaled, gathering the air in his throat, and infusing it with his magic, causing flames to escape the gap of his teeth. Opening his mouth, he spat a concentrated blazing fireball that streaked across the area, past the creature's fangs, and plunged into its throat. The dragon choked, its eyes bulging as the flames inside its throat twisted in upon themselves, a catastrophic clash of internal fire. A muffled hum echoed from its neck, and it lurched sideways in a strangled roar of pain with smoke pouring out of its jaws. Rex could. The beast's eyes were unfocused, blood dribbling from its maw, yet he didn't immediately charge in like he would have otherwise did. After all, in this situation, the dragon will start attacking randomly in desperation, and just like he thought, dragon's tail snapped forward, whipping across the clearing trying to keep him at bay while it recovered. He leapt back as the impact tore a trench in the earth, sending clumps of dirt and shattered rock flying. Ignoring the burning ache in his thigh and the razor-thin scratches lining his arms, he darted in close, aiming the tip of the halberd at the dragon's exposed flank. The dragon swiped with a desperate claw, forcing him to twist aside mid-thrust. The halberd's blade still managed to clip a gap in its scales, drawing a fresh spurt of dark blood. With an ear-splitting roar, the creature snapped its jaws at Rex's shoulder. He lurched backward, narrowly avoiding a lethal bite, but the dragon's tail slammed into his ribs, sending pain exploding through his torso, and Rex staggered, momentarily breathless. He gritted his teeth, pressing a hand to his side as the dragon, half-crouched and trembling, prepared another wild lunge. Rex exhaled, his eyes locking on the dragon, and then he charged before the dragon could. Noticing this, it spewed a feeble spray of embers that lacked any real power, which Rex easily powered through, the heat washing harmlessly over his flame-resistant skin. He planted one foot on a rock, launching himself upward over the dragon. In midair, he performed a tight forward flip and swung down his halberd with all his might, the halberd's axe blade aimed at the base of the dragon's neck. Scales cracked under the impact, a few chips of metal flying from the halberd's head, and a wet, crunching sound tore through the fog as the blow partially buried itself in the dragon's flesh. The beast howled, thrashing in pain as Rex landed on the dragon's side, pulling the halberd free in a violent yank that unleashed a spray of crimson across his body and clearing. Still dizzy from its injuries, the beast tried to rear up only for Rex to slam the axe blade down again on the same spot with a final, savage strike. This time, the dragon's scaled hide gave way entirely, and the halberd sank deep, rupturing muscle and bone. A tortured roar died on the creature's lips. Its legs quivered, then buckled. Blood spattered the mist around them, and with a shuddering groan, the infant dragon collapsed face first into the dirt, still struggling. Breathing heavily, Rex staggered clear, a halberd hanging at his side as the dragon let out one last ragged breath, then went limp, eyes rolling back into its skull. All that remained was Rex's ragged breathing and the steady drip of blood off the halberd's edge. He let out a trembling sigh of relief, pressing a hand to his bruised ribs. That was easier than expected, he thought, glancing at the battered halberd in his grip. The blade was nicked, and fresh rivulets of red stained the metal shine. He had expected to sustain far more injuries and for the fight to last at least 5 minutes, but it had ended in barely 2. Rex finally allowed himself a small, feral grin. "You fought well," he muttered under his breath, nudging the dragon's lifeless head with the tip of his weapon. "GGWP." He reached forward to claim his loot, only to feel a sharp sting in his ribs. "I should get in the habit of using my blue papilio powder from my heart while fighting," he thought, activating his magic. He placed his hand on the dragon's head, and a series of screens appeared before him. Plus 273, 2.7, Strength, plus 243, 2.4, Endurance, plus 298, 2.9, Dexterity, plus 213, 2.1, Agility, plus 266 Magic. Body Furnace, skill/passive capable of increasing internal temperature to a high degree. That's... He stared at the 6 screens in front of him. He had expected 2 or 3 abilities, not just one, just like the first time. Was I just lucky that last time? He thought for a moment, then shrugged. No point in being greedy. Accepting the skill, he glanced at his status, noticing that the skill Fire Body had merged with Body Furnace, becoming one. Body Furnace, skill/passive greatly increases fire/heat resistance and fire elemental magic damage, while reducing mind usage when using fire elemental magic. Capable of increasing internal temperature to a high degree. I guess if I get another dragon body passive skill, it'll just merge with this one, he mused. He had never gotten multiple skills of the same type from the same monster before, so this was new information. Apart from that, his magic had reached A rank at 875 points, while his other stats had increased by at least 20 points more than the sub-3 points he had gained from absorbing the infant dragon's magic stone. Whether this was due to indomitable will or just normal excelia, he didn't know, but he didn't dwell on it. Dismissing the screens, he massaged his side. It would take a few more minutes for his ribs to heal. And I need to get dressed. He looked down at himself stark naked, with only his utility belt holding a dagger he hadn't even used. How this survived that flame, I don't know, he muttered. Picking up the drop items also fewer than what he had gotten from the first infant dragon, he made his way back to the hill and changed into his spare clothes, a simple grey tunic with black pants and sandals. Since he had already tested his body's fire resistance, he decided not to deliberately get hit by another fire breath. Yes, he had an extra pair of clothes in his bag, but why waste them? Taking out one of his 3 canteens, he drank almost the entire bottle before putting it away and picking up his bags. "Time for the second dragon," he declared, extending his halberd toward the dungeon ceiling. "Scavenger!" he shouted, then pointed the halberd forward. "Lead the way." Author's note: the next dragon's battle will be skipped. I only wrote this to show his growth compared to the first fight, better, but he is not one-tapping an infant dragon anytime soon. As for leveling up, I don't think I am going to make the protagonist reach 1500 max. Scavenger was made in a way that suppressing 1000 will need a lot of grinding, and even with indomitable will, he will need to put himself in a tough situation to get the 100-150 points on those SSN stats. And I don't think it's really worth it. Only Belkin reached 1100 plus, so he already outstats everyone when they were level 1. Even the Alphia only reached SS1001 in magic, and look how overpowered she is. I don't know. Should he level up without putting all stats at 1500 or reach 1500? Chapter 14, How the Turntables. The second dragon Rex killed was on the 12th floor, and while it was a bit harder than the first, he still emerged victorious with only a broken left arm. Absorbing its magic stone gave him no new skill, magic, or physical property, which was disappointing, but it did max out his magic stats at 999. For the third dragon, he attempted a no-hit run but ended up getting slammed across his side by the dragon's tail when he overextended too close. That near-fatal mistake almost cost him his head, but he still managed to win with minimal injuries. This time, he gained the physical property, nictitating membrane, a semi-transparent, secondary eyelid. Of course, he absorbed it immediately. Even though he could now ignore fire due to body furnace, the embers still irritated his eyes. Not only that, the membrane would shield his eyes from debris, wind, and dirt, and keep them hydrated without needing to blink as often. It would also be useful for swimming, which he would undoubtedly need when he reached the lower floors, starting at floor 25. I've heard those floors are filled with water, so swimming is almost a requirement if you want to make it your main hunting ground, he mumbled while feeling around his eyes. Like his other physical properties, the membrane wouldn't fully manifest until after a good night's sleep, so it wasn't there yet. I'll definitely need to swim to get the stronger water monster's abilities, so this PP shouldn't be too bad. He paused. I shouldn't abbreviate physical property. You might think this second eyelid would make him look like a monster, but that wasn't the case. A nictitating membrane was a common anomaly among animal people. Just as someone could be born with an extra finger, animal people could be born with an extra eyelid. Sure, it was rare, but it wouldn't make him look any less gianthrope. It was a good physical property that ouch. He grunted, flinching as the fog stung the scratch left by the dragon's fangs on his left temple. The wound was being healed by his blue papilio powder, but it would take about 5 minutes to close completely. This magic is undoubtedly the best thing I've ever received. Having it mean he can survive almost any injuries that can be healed. He doubted he can regrow lost limbs or create new organs, and he didn't want to test that. It is also the main reason why he can hunt as much as he does, or was even confident in going after the infant dragons. Still, he needed to be careful. Just because he could now solo an infant dragon with confidence and heal almost all injuries didn't mean he was invincible. Hell, even a silverback could one-shot him if it landed a good punch to the back of his head or his spine. He wasn't an immortal level 1. His ear twitched, and he heard the flapping of a bad bat's wings as it flew closer and closer. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out his dagger from its sheath and tossed it into the fog. There was a loud screech, followed by a light thud as the bat hit the ground. Standing up from his sitting position against a tree, he walked over to the almost cat-sized bat, his dagger sticking out of its chest, its wings still twitching. Indomitable will is really something, he thought as he squatted to pull out the dagger. His skill at dagger throwing was now at the level of a professional who had been doing it for years. Even his mastery with the halberd had surpassed his sword skills. Combining Scavenger's self-teaching capability and Indomitable Will's rapid skill acquisition, he had essentially become a weapon prodigy. If he wanted, he could pick up a spear and master it in a few hours, truly becoming Rex Lapis. He might do that when he had the time. Should I absorb the stone, he wondered, staring down at the bat. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded, deciding to keep absorbing all magic stones from floors 10 through 12 until he graduated to the middle floors. Then, he would start selling the stones obtained in the lower upper floors and begin absorbing those from the middle floors. Even though they barely gave him any points now, there was still the chance of obtaining a skill. Grabbing the bat's head, he absorbed its magic stone and mentally dismissed the screens, as they were the same as the other's single points in some stats. Is there a maximum on how high my stats can go? Rex Magnus. Level 1, can level up. Strength SS1113, Endurance SSS1201, Dexterity SS1093, Agility SS1107, Magic SS1004. Skill. Scavenger. Harvest stats, skills, magic, properties, or treasure from corpses and evaluate quality. Skill, Powerful Body, Body Furnace, Magic, Blue Papilio Powder, Fire Breath, Physical Property, Sharp Retractable Claw, Nictitating Membrane. Indomitable Will. Grants immunity to mind-based attacks, enhances physical and magical growth through trials, enables multitasking and rapid skill mastery, and in dire moments, suppresses pain, boosts mental fortitude, and significantly increases all stats. Endurance had broken 1200 and turned into SSS, which made him wonder, what's next, SSS plus? SSSS? XS? He doubted it. Seeing as it was now triple S, he guessed 1299 would be the max for all stats. It only made sense. S was 900 to 999, a 100-point range. SS was 1000 to 1199, a 200-point range. And SSS was 1200 to 1299? No, that doesn't make sense, he shook his head, frowning. If S is a 100-point jump, and SS is a 200-point jump, then SSS should increase by 300, not just 100. His eyes widened slightly as the pattern clicked in his mind. 100 for 1s, 200 for 2s. 300. Then the max should be 1,500. Well, 1,499, he corrected himself as he stood from his squatting position after cleaning the blood from his dagger on the grass. 1,499 should be the theoretical max of his stats at maximum triple S, unless it starts entering the quadruple S range, at which point the max would go up to 1999. At that point, it might as well reach the quintuple S range, bringing it to 2,499. Then it should. Yeah, I think triple S should be the max, he decided. But that's just a theory. A game theory. Yeah, I think triple S should be the max, Rex decided, his voice echoing faintly in the quiet dungeon. But that's just a theory. A game theory. He missed YouTube. Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair, trying to think things through. So, should I max out my stats? At this point, he had already surpassed everyone at the level 1 peak. Now that I think of it, didn't Bell have that skill that makes him grow faster the more he loves someone? Right. Memories he had long forgotten about the show began to resurface. Right, it was something like Lars Frees. He didn't quite remember the name. Or was it Argonaut? No, that one was the skill that increased his attack power by 3 times, right. He sighed again, louder this time. I could have at least gotten a warning before being thrown into this world, so I could have gone through the wiki one more time or something. But from what he could recall, Bell had also managed to reach double S, making the 2 of them the only special ones to break the 999 limit. And I'm guessing he maxed out all his stats before leveling up, Rex thought. Bell was the protagonist of the story, so it only made sense that the author would have him max out his stats before leveling. Which means I can't fall behind. I need to max out all my stats. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, a single drop sliding down his left cheek. I need to grind. He looked up at the dungeon ceiling, his voice heavy with resignation. Hard. It was worth noting that even scavenging infant dragons now only gave him around 3 points per stat after all his stats reached SS, though normal Excelia gave him about 20. Even with the combined 23 points per infant dragon, he would still need to kill at least 13 of them to level up. 13? Only 13. He mumbled, tilting his head. Yes, only wasn't the right word, but that's way less than I thought. He had assumed he'd have to kill far more, but 13 seemed manageable. He could do that in 2 days if he paced himself, or even 1 day if he wanted to torture himself, which he wasn't going to do since he wasn't a masochist. After all, it wasn't like he could just go from infant dragon to infant dragon and kill them without rest. He needed time to recover. Even if he didn't sustain many injuries, the mental strain of fighting a creature that could kill him with one well-placed hit wasn't something he could just ignore. Okay, he said, walking back to his bag and picking it up along with his halberd. Let's hunt more lizards after my wounds heal. But while he waited, Scavenger, lead me to a body I can scavenge. He would become Rex the Scavenger. I especially need a body with a weapon, Scavenger, he added. His halberd was starting to crack along the reinforced wooden shaft after the last fight, so he needed something like a sword or an axe. He wasn't going to try fighting with just a dagger. That would make things way too difficult. Should I try? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it as he made his way to the body Scavenger found. Fuck, Rex mumbled, placing his palms on his knees as he bent over to catch his breath. I outdid myself. He had ended up fighting his 5th infant dragon of the day with only his dagger, and it had been almost as difficult as his first ever fight. The struggle had even triggered Indomitable Will's last stand, pushing him to his absolute limit. Even Scavenger had told him it wasn't a high-quality plan, but he wanted to test himself, and see how much stronger he had become. It had been a stupid plan. The dagger was practically useless. Even his bare fists had been more effective in the fight. He almost wanted to toss the little black blade, but he didn't. It was far too expensive to just throw away. Ha, he sighed, straightening up and folding up his shirt sleeve. His clothes had burned during his 4th dragon battle of the day, so he had changed into the extra set he had scavenged earlier. Those had also burned during his 5th fight, forcing him to change into yet another set of scavenged clothes. Now, he wore simple black baggy pants that had belonged to a large bull man who had gotten his face caved in by a silverback, paired with an equally baggy tunic shirt that reached down to his thighs. He had secured the pants with his utility belt to keep them from falling, the belt also holding his dagger and filled pouches. I don't know how this utility belt keeps surviving, he thought, glancing down at the worn leather. Scavenger had told him it was made of normal materials, so it should have burned by now. A plot device. He didn't dwell on it. On his back was his adventurer bag, filled to the brim and straining under the weight. The bag stood over 3 feet tall and weighed well over 350 pounds, 158 kilograms. It was packed with drops from the infant dragons and other monsters he had killed, along with the items he had scavenged: weapons, armor, drops, magic stones, valise, potions, and a few spare sets of clothes. Now, he was on his way out of the dungeon. 9 hours had passed since he had entered, and he was too exhausted to continue. Especially after the last fight, where he had done something as foolish as fighting a dragon with nothing but a dagger. All he wanted was to go home, shower, eat, and sleep. Yo, bro, a voice snapped him out of his daze. He looked up to see a tall, light-skinned human male dressed in light armor with a sword at his waist. I'm so tired I didn't even notice this guy coming up to me. He dragged a palm across his face to wake himself up. What? I just want to ask, the man cleared his throat, his nervous smile a little too forced. If, hypothetically speaking, 3 ambitious individuals attempted to relieve you of your worldly possessions, would you resist with the tenacity of a man cornered by fate, or concede gracefully to the inevitability of your circumstances? Why the fuck is he speaking like that? Rex blinked as he started replying, if they were basic level ones, then I guess I would. He paused. Why are you asking me that? He assumed it was because he looked tired, and it likes some kind of warning, but something felt off. Because, my bro, you are about to be robbed, the man's tone dropped as he pulled out his sword. 2 others stepped from around the corner like actors entering stage. All right, let's expedite this transaction. One of them said, licking his dagger in a manner that served no practical purpose. In the spirit of avoiding unnecessary bloodshed, we suggest you leave your belongings and walk away, bro. Rex sighed, dropping his bag and halberd before pulling his own dagger free. Their level 1 stats were unimpressive. He can deal with them, even with how tired he is. Let's go, bro. Courting death. The boss chucked, well, your choice. Boss. The spear guy muttered, his eyes scanning Rex with something bordering on suspicion. There's something profoundly ominous about this potential victim of our mugging. Rex's ears twitched. He's right, boss. The dagger guy took a careful step back, his earlier confidence gone. My instincts, which have an impeccable track record of keeping me alive, are currently screaming at me to reconsider our life choices. I am overwhelmingly certain that engaging with this man will end in catastrophic misfortune. There's an undeniable aura of immediate and irreversible regret radiating off of him. The spear guy lowered his spear. I don't think we the protagonists in this currently occurring story. What? Rex blinked. Aren't they supposed to be the cliché throwaway gangsters that appear just to show how strong the protagonist has become? The boss locked eyes with Rex's confused amber eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he exhaled and slid his sword back into its sheath. Our unfortunate mistake, he said with an awkward chuckle. We were just engaging in some light-hearted criminal mischief. He turned as if to leave, but Rex wasn't done. No, he said, voice flat. Attack me. They froze. Without breaking eye contact, Rex lifted his foot and nudged his bag, tilting it over. Infant dragon scales spilled onto the ground, catching the dim light. I've got high-grade loot, he gestured lazily. You want it? You just have to kill me. The trio didn't even glance at it. No, bro, the boss let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. We're intelligently declining. That wasn't a request. Rex waved his dagger. You are going to attack me. I am going to beat you all up. Then I will rob you. Key. Boss. The dagger guy muttered, I think we are being robbed. Oh, how the turntables. I think you mean how the table has turned, boss. Attack me. Yes sir. Author's note, the next few chapters, as some people have commented, I will try to focus on his life outside the dungeon. Mainly with his relationships/friends etc. to expand more on the world and who the old Rex was and more into the new Rex's mind. I feel like I have been spending too much time in the dungeon so far. Now, for leveling up, I decided he should just max out his stats at 1499 due to the uncountable amount of people that were for it. Now, a new problem, development ability. The kind of development ability a person could learn is based on the type of excelia they had collected up to that point. In a way, an adventurer had control over what kind of abilities appeared. The protagonist has gotten a lot of level 1 excelia from dragons, way more than any level 1 had ever gotten, so I was thinking of it like Dragon Hunter, for the OEBD, but not sure. How useful will that be against things that aren't dragons? So maybe something simple like Monster Hunter, an upgraded version of Hunter, or some other development ability. Just a thought. Thanks for reading, smiley face. Chapter 15, Dining Hall. Rex awoke after a 4-hour reverie at around 11 in the morning. He grabbed his toothbrush, made his way to the bathroom, and stood at an empty sink, lazily brushing his teeth while staring at his reflection. Damn, he thought, his eyes lingering on the handsome man staring back at him. I really am attractive. He looked like one of those dark-skinned shoujo male leads, the kind who would be extremely clingy and borderline yandere. If he were in a shoujo manga, he'd be described as a lean, tall, handsome dark-skinned man with a sharp jawline, piercing amber eyes, a straight, high nose bridge and shoulder-length jet black hair. Wait, shoulder length. He focused on his hair. My hair has grown longer. This came as a complete surprise. The last time he had cut his hair was about 2 years ago, and in the first few months, it had grown back to neck length. Since then, it had never grown longer due to his DNA. Now, in just a few days, it had reached his shoulders. Is it because I'm entering my mid-20s? He abruptly flinched, jerking his head back from something and almost swinging his right fist at the mirror. He stopped himself just before his fist slammed into the glass when he realized what it was. Glancing around to see if anyone saw, he noticed the cat man shaving a few sinks down gave him a side eye before returning to his task. Rex cleared his throat, spat out the toothpaste, and turned back to his reflection. He stared for a while, watching as his nictitating membrane blinked. He had completely forgotten about this physical property, so when it happened without his control, he thought it was something else. So this is how it looks, he thought, blinking the secondary eyelid again, this time on purpose. Blinking with it felt smoother and faster than a normal blink, with a faint sensation of moisture and tightness as it moved. To test how good his vision was with it, he kept his regular eyelids open but closed the membrane, and continued looking at his reflection through it. I thought things would be clearer through the eyelid. Though it wasn't as opaque as regular eyelids, it created a blurred, slightly tinted vision, like looking through a translucent film. It was almost as bad as his vision was back on Earth, where he needed the glasses. Quickly cleaning his right hand, he raised it and touched the membrane with his index. It felt smooth, slick, and slightly rubbery, like a thin but firm layer of gel-like tissue. It was tougher and more elastic than the soft skin of a regular eyelid, somewhat moist, and not as sensitive as the eye itself. There was a slight resistance when pressed, similar to touching a firm contact lens or a thin, flexible plastic sheet. Curious, he pulled it slightly, and it stretched before snapping back into place when he released. HHHRK. He glanced to the side to see the cat guy gagging over the sink like he was trying to spit out a hairball. Don't do that shit in public, man, the cat guy said, looking away as Rex still had his fingers in his eyes. Have some fucking decency. Right, my bad, Rex apologized, removing his fingers from his eyes. He finished brushing, washed his face, and then walked past the guy to leave the bathroom. Lunch should be served now. Meals in the Familia dining hall were served 3 times a day at set hours, where members lined up and received their portions, similar to a college dining hall. During non-meal hours, only basic snacks like bread, fruit, and dried goods were available. Cooking for yourself was permitted but regulated. A storeroom clerk tracked ingredient usage to prevent hoarding or waste, and higher quality ingredients were restricted to the Familia's brewers and elite members. The communal kitchen had designated cooking hours, and personal cooking outside those times required permission. At night, the kitchen was locked, preventing unauthorized access to food. Only Soma, the captain, and a few senior members had access after hours. Of course, Rex also had access to the kitchen due to his skill at lockpicking. You learned a few things when you grew up in Deadless Street. There were a few food options for lunch, but he chose the grilled fish with herb rice and a hearty venison stew, a thick, slow-cooked stew with chunks of meat, root vegetables, carrots, parsnips, onions, and a spiced broth. With his tray, he took a seat at a four-seater table that overlooked the Familia garden and started eating. After this, what should I do, he thought as he ate. Obviously, he wanted to go back to the dungeon to finish his infant dragon extermination, but he was wondering if he should first sell the items he had scavenged or the drops from last night's hunt. He didn't really need a new weapon since he had scavenged a battleaxe that worked similarly to a halberd, albeit without the same versatility. However, he didn't want to carry his full bag back into the dungeon, nor did he want to leave the items lying around on the floor of his room. Bang! A tray was slammed down in front of Rex, startling him out of his thoughts. Who? He had noticed the person approaching but assumed they would just walk by. Now, they were sitting across from him. He looked up and paused. Yo, the white-haired rabbit girl greeted with a wave as she pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. Good afternoon, Momiji politely greeted with a smile as she took her seat beside Kaed. Afternoon, the quiet Coco murmured, sliding into the seat beside Rex. Afternoon. Rex went back to eating, then paused. Wait, why are you guys here? We're part of the Soma Familia, Day. Kaed said, looking at him like he was stupid. You really think just anyone can waltz in air? Indeed, you are, Rex nodded, realizing he could have figured that out himself. So, why sit here? He glanced around, there were plenty of empty tables. Kazuya looked all sad and lonely, Kaed said, exaggerating a frown, her ears twitching. Sit in there all quiet, pokin' at your food like you wanted someone to feel sorry for ye. She puffed out her chest. So, we did. Now ya owe us another favor, course. You're just throwing that favor around like it's candy, Rex said, turning his attention to the girl. How many is it now? 7. Apart from the 3 initial favors he owed, Kaed had tacked on more after saving him from monsters while they were climbing up the dungeon together. Kaed glanced up, pretending to count on her fingers. Yeah, sounds about right. 9, Momiji corrected. Yep, 9, Kaed nodded, then stuffed a spoonful of soup into her mouth. And if you count how our cute lil faces make your food taste better, that makes 10. He just stared at her. You just came back from the dungeon? Momiji asked and he nodded. We saw you a few hours ago when you returned with your full bag, so we came to find you at lunch. She gave a small smile, who would have thought we will be in the same Familia? What a small world. Rex nodded before asking. And how haven't I heard of you guys before? They were strong, all high-level ones capable of hunting in the lower upper floors without much trouble. That's something 99% of the 3-man squads in the Soma Familia couldn't do. With how strong they were, everyone in the Familia should know them, just like everyone knew the now-dead Canoe due to how he had a lot of money and always met his quota. Captain Xanis is a very greedy man, Momiji continued. All he cares about is money, women, and more money. If our strength became known by the other Familia members, they'd greedily attack us, which would slow us down. So he keeps our stats a secret as long as we keep up our weekly quota. Probably doing the same with you. Kaed said, and he just nodded. And what are you guys going to do after this? He asked, looking at Coco beside him, who hadn't said a word, before turning his attention back to the other 2. Going dungeon diving. Nope, Kaed said, poppin' the pea. Dinatus is today, so we're just chillin'. Gonna mess round the city, then see what dumbass titles folk get stuck with. She pointed her fork at his plate. Yo, ya eatin' that fish head? Nah, he replied. Don't like fish heads. Then let me borrow it. She said as she chewed. How are you going to borrow my fish head? He asked, feigning confusion. Are you going to give it back? Momiji held back a laugh while Kaed rolled her eyes. Ugh, fine, let me have it. What about you? Momiji said as she slid her own fish head onto Kaed's plate. What are you going to do today? She asked, wanting to change the subject. Dungeon run, Rex replied. After taking care of some business. Didn't you just go in last night? The rabbit asked, digging into Momiji's fish head. Yeah, I did, Rex nodded. Came back about 4 hours ago. And you're going back? Momiji's voice rose in disbelief. Coco asked as she turned to him. Did you sleep? Yes, I did sleep, and it was good, Rex nodded. 4 hours of sleep isn't healthy, Mr. Rex, Momiji shook her head, her expression serious. We might be superhumans, but we still need as much sleep as normal people. At least 6 hours of sleep. You might feel awake now, but when you're fighting in the dungeon, that lack of sleep will catch up to you, and it might lead to an accident which could then lead to your death. You're right, Rex said, which caused Momiji to smile briefly. But then he continued, that is, if you're talking to someone else. But not for me, because, he turned to his reflection in the mirror. I'm built different. Momiji stared silently at him, while Kaed mumbled, I should start using that. She took note of what he said. Let's forget about your lack of sleep for now, Momiji said as he turned back to her. There's something else I just realized. Yesterday evening, you got so hurt that we had to help you get up to the surface, ignoring the fact that you left us on the 11th floor. Do you remember that? Yes, Rex nodded. That was our first meeting. Yes, Momiji nodded. And this morning, you were returning from the dungeon. Yep. That means you spent the night in the dungeon, and went in around 4? 5. Around 10 p.m. yesterday. Okay, 10 yesterday. She paused as her eyes dilated. Nanny! Momiji shouted, shooting up from her seat. Luckily, the dining hall was loud enough for her scream to go unnoticed, or else all eyes would have been on her. You went back into the dungeon just a few hours after you damn near got yourself killed? Kaed asked, trying to make sure she had heard him correctly. That seems about right, Rex replied casually. Are you crazy? Coco didn't stutter this time when she asked that question. I am perfectly sane, Rex replied before taking a sip from his cup. You remember I have a regenerating magic, right? You all saw it at work. I was back in peak condition in no time when I returned to my room, so I went back to the dungeon. Don't try to explain your reasoning, Mr. Rex, Momiji said, forcing her voice down to a harsh whisper. She mumbled something in Japanese before switching back to Koine. Did you even sleep before going back? She asked him. Yeah, 4 hours. He has a death wish, Coco mumbled. He does, Kaed echoed. Momiji took a deep breath. Okay, she said, trying to calm herself. Let me try to see it from your perspective. I can't. She shook her head without even taking a second to think. You didn't even try, Rex pointed out. Because I can't, she whispered, her voice barely audible as she locked eyes with him. All I know is I wouldn't go back in there, not even 5 hours after I was almost killed. And now you're going straight to the dungeon after this. See, that's where you're wrong, Rex replied, shaking his head as if her words were a minor inconvenience. I'm going to the guild first to sell some things, then I'm going into the dungeon. The three of them stared at him, their expressions flat and unamused. But let me put it in another perspective, Rex continued, clearing his throat as if preparing for a grand speech. You work at a restaurant to pay your bills and stuff, right? Then an accident happens that almost kills you. After you've recovered, wouldn't you return to the restaurant to work for that money? It's not like that accident happens all the time, right? Before any of the girls could respond, he barreled on, his tone shifting to mock their hypothetical thoughts. And I know you might be thinking, oh, my glorious, handsome Rex. Handsome. Kaed blurted, her brow furrowing as she interrupted him. Rex ignored her, plowing ahead. Every time you go into the dungeon, you always have to face that near-death situation, so that perspective doesn't make sense. He paused, his own words catching up to him. That perspective really didn't make sense now that he thought about it. Anyway, he said, quickly shifting gears and turning his attention back to them. What can I say except you've got to keep the grind going. Stay on that Sigma mindset. Sigma. Coco mumbled. Ya ain't got a life outside the dungeon, hey. Kaed leaned forward, eyes squinting as she studied him, her tone mixing disbelief with exasperation. Don Cha got friends. She glanced around the busy hall, like she expected someone to pop up out of nowhere. Where they it? Dead, Rex replied without hesitation, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. Dead as hell. All died to the Minotaur that came up to floor 8 3 days ago. A heavy silence fell over the group, and Momiji was the first to break the quiet, nodding slowly as if piecing together a puzzle. Now I see why you're doing what you're doing. You are depressed, the Palam mumble. No, I'm not, Rex said, shaking his head dismissively. They technically weren't even my friend. Yep. Ya depressed as hell. Kaed smirked, leaning back. And lucky for ye, I know just how to fix it. Today, you talking a break. No dungeon, no hunting, just us round the city, havin' fun. She jabbed a thumb toward herself, her voice leaving no room for argument. No complaints, yet. Good, Ka-ed grinned wider when the other two didn't object. Then that's settled. She clapped her hands together, then turned to Momiji. But first yo, follow me. Gotta get more food. You always do this, the fox sighed, though there was no real annoyance in her voice as she stood up. Let's go. I'll be your emotional support. The rabbit grinned, and the two walked off together, leaving Rex and Coco alone at the table. Welp, Rex said, standing abruptly with his tray in hand. I'll see you kids later, he added, looking down at Coco, who stared up at him in confusion. This lunch has been fun, but those dragons aren't going to kill themselves. He pushed his chair back with a scrape and began to walk away. Adios. He appreciates their concerns, but, I have almost maxed out my stats. Ain't no way I am resting now. Maybe after he maxed out his stats and level up will he consider taking them up on their offer and explore the city. But for now, the grind never stops. Author's note, chapter was originally 3,200 words but I had to do a lot of cuts and trimming as I felt like it dragged on too much in certain part. I was also thinking of making him accept the offer and go with them, but that wouldn't have made sense based on his personality, so I ended it the way it did. Chapter 16, Era's End. This should be the place. Rex stood in front of a two-story store nestled next to the city's southwest main street, his adventurer bag slung over his shoulder, heavy with loot. Hand-me-down armory, he read aloud, his eyes tracing the name carved into a wooden plank above the double front doors. He nodded to himself, this is definitely the place. A few hours earlier, after his run-in with those peculiar thieves, he had asked them what they planned to do with his stolen goods. Their answer was predictable: sell it, of course. When he pressed them for where, they pointed him to this very spot, the hand-me-down armory. It was one of the many shops in Orario that dealt in refurbished equipment. Adventurers looking to offload old gear or those who had scavenged items from the dungeon would bring their wares here, selling them second-hand to the store for about half their market value. After repairs, cleaning, or restoration, the items would be resold to other adventurers at around 70% of their original price. For adventurers saving up for something big or those unwilling to splurge on brand new gear, this was the place to go, and as the thieves had assured him, it was a legal establishment. This particular store was one of the largest in the city, thanks to one simple fact: they didn't care how you obtained the equipment. If you had it, they'd buy it. According to the thieves, anyway. Can't believe I didn't know about this place, Rex thought as he stepped inside, the large first floor. The shop was bustling, a well-organized chaos bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight streaming through the large windows. Beams of light fell across rows of refurbished weapons neatly arranged on racks along the walls: swords, axes, and spears gleaming faintly under a fresh layer of polish. Larger weapons, like axes and great swords, rested on sturdy wooden tables in the center of the room, while armor pieces, breastplates, greaves, and more were displayed on mannequins. Their dents and scratches had been buffed out but still lingered as faint reminders of past battles. Adventurers of all races wandered the aisles, inspecting gear under the watchful eyes of shop attendants. The air was alive with the clink of metal and the hum of conversation. How the hell was Prime Rex an adventurer for 5 years and never heard of places like this? Rex scanned the room, his eyes landing on a halberd resting against the wall. It looked almost brand new, the axe head and hook reflecting the light brilliantly, and the price written on the paper stuck to the wall next to it read, only 84,000. He nearly wanted to cry. He had bought a halberd that broke after a single day for almost 120,000 valis, and here was a similar weapon selling for 30% less. He could have saved 40,000 valis, which would have been put into something else. This place isn't open 24/7, right? He nodded to himself. Yeah, I had no choice. This place is open constantly, without interruption, 24/7, the entire year. He caught a snippet of a conversation that seemed to have been targeted to him and sighed. How did Rex not hear about this after adventuring for 5 years, man? Shaking off his frustration, he decided not to dwell on it and approached one of the workers, who had just finished assisting another customer. You're looking to sell some second-hand gear? The man asked, eyeing the bag on Rex's back. Yes, Rex nodded. Where can I do that? Follow me, the man said, leading Rex to the second floor. They entered a large, Empty room with nothing but a carpet on the floor. Start arranging the equipment you want to sell. I'll get an appraiser. Without waiting for a response, the man left, closing the door behind him. Rex wasted no time. He quickly laid out the equipment on the ground, arranging each piece neatly: 8 normal daggers, 3 long swords, 2 broadswords, 3 short swords, 1 mace, 1 spear, and a crossbow. The armor was less plentiful, mostly leather pieces with a few metal items mixed in. You might be wondering, how the hell did all that fit into the bag? Why didn't it rip? Well, adventurer bags, specifically the ones made for support, were designed to carry a lot of weapons and gear. If an adventurer's weapon broke mid-battle or something, they could quickly switch to another. As Rex placed the last piece of armor on the ground, the door opened, and a bald dwarf with a chest-length, braided brown beard walked in. The dwarf hummed while stroking his bread, his eyes widening as he took in the array of items. That's a lot of gear to sell at once. Well, I am. Rex paused, a scavenger, after all. Why the unnecessary pause? The dwarf asked, looking up at the towering Chienthrope. Rex ignored the question and instead asked, how much do you think these will go for? He had already done the math, reducing 50% from the market value of all the items as given to him by Scavenger and adding them up together. However, his mental math wasn't the best, so he'd arrived at a rough estimate of around 150,000. I'd assume this is your first time doing this, the dwarf said, walking around him and pointing at a piece of armor. We don't resell items with a Familia emblem. Really? Rex looked down at a metal breastplate with a Familia emblem on the right breast. According to Scavenger's description, it belonged to the Rattree Familia. Most Familia emblems are embedded in equipment in a way that makes it impossible to erase or hide them without fatally compromising the item's integrity. The dwarf explained as he squatted down, removing the breastplate, a long sword, and a dagger from the pile. Repairing that damage would be too expensive. Makes sense, Rex nodded. As for the rest, the dwarf began inspecting the remaining items closely, picking some up and examining them while making thoughtful noises. I'll buy them all for 180,000. Can I haggle here? Rex wondered. He guessed not, since this was a legitimate business, not some street-side stall. But then again, it was a resale shop, and if this was anything like a marketplace. Isn't that too low? He asked. How about we do 200,000? We don't do that here. This is some street-side stall, the dwarf said, looking up at him sharply. If you don't haggle in the guild, don't try it in this store. Ah. Rex nodded. Damn, he thought as he asked, you said the price was 180, right? When will I get that money? Follow me, the dwarf said, walking past Rex and heading for the door. Rex picked up his now almost empty and noticeably lighter bag and followed the dwarf out of the room. They walked down the hall to another room, where Rex was told to wait outside while the dwarf entered. A few minutes later, the dwarf returned. Transfer the money out, he said, handing a pouch to Rex. Unless you want to buy the pouch. Nah, I'm good, Rex cut him off, quickly transferring the valise into one of his own pouches while counting it. Exactly 180,000 valise. Well, then, he said, turning to leave. I'll see you again. He headed toward the stairs. Stay safe, the dwarf called after him as he walked back to the room where Rex had laid out all his equipment. Leaving the hand-me-down armory, Rex's next stop was the dungeon. He didn't want to walk past Babel just to head to the guild building on the city's northwest street and then have to walk all the way back to Babel. Instead, he decided to finish today's hunt and spend the following day selling his current drops. After that, he would search for a smith to commission them to forge his level 2-3 equipment using the infant dragon's drops. As always, he went straight down to the 11th floor, cutting through every monster in his path with his claw. The creatures on the upper floors were no longer a challenge for him, and even if he was ambushed by a monster party on the 12th floor, he could quickly handle them with his flame breath. However, he had never ventured down to the 13th floor, even after passing the door that led there, but the 12th floor was enough for him to level up, so he decided to graduate to the middle floors at the same time he leveled up. And that would be today. You see, he had initially guessed he needed to kill 13 dragons to max out all his stats. But after the stunt he pulled last time trying to kill an infant dragon with just a dagger, Indomitable Will's enhanced growth kicked in, pumping him full of stat points and reducing the number of dragons he needed to kill down to 2, maybe 3. Well, 1, if he decided to do something reckless, like attacking an infant dragon unarmed and naked. Of course, he wasn't going to try that. He wasn't a masochist who would put himself at a disadvantage just for a few extra stat points. Rex moved silently through the fog, approaching a seemingly sleeping infant dragon while wearing only his boxer and with no weapon in hand. Having decided that since this would be his last real fight before leveling up, he wanted to test all his currently acquired skills, magic, and physical abilities. It seemed logical. Besides, he was getting bored with the infant dragons due to its repetitiveness, so he wanted to make this fight more interesting and challenging. He stopped about 40 meters away when the creature opened its eyes, the second membrane sliding across its gaze. Its red eyes locked onto Rex, and with a low growl, it rose to its feet, a guttural roar ripping from its throat. Oh! It's always the same sound, Rex thought as he took a deep breath and settled into a boxing stance. Or what he thought was a boxing stance. He had never learned hand-to-hand combat. Shouldn't I have learned that before coming to fight this lizard? He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the dragon. Like many before, the creature inhaled deeply, raising its head as it began charging its breath attack. Rex did the same, drawing in a deep breath, his chest expanding as the air from his lungs mixed with the magic in his throat, turning into flames. Then, both exhaled, and twin jets of fire burst from their jaws. The dragon's searing crimson breath fanned out in a broad torrent, thick and tumultuous like a river of molten lava. Rex's flame, a blazing mix of orange and gold, shot forward in a narrower, twisting column, glowing intensely bright at its core and flaring wider the farther it traveled. Where they met, the two streams collided with a deep, booming roar, a shock of raw energy that manifested in a sudden, swirling orb of flame. In an instant, the orb ballooned outward, arching high into the air and slamming into the 12th floor ceiling while also expanding sideways, burning everything in its path. A massive wall of fire, nearly 20 meters wide, erupted, with sparks and glowing fragments spewing in all directions, igniting patches of grass. The clearing lit up as though under a sun, the wall of fire casting rippling shadows across the room. The infant dragon's eyes widened as it stared at the hellish barrier before it, the reflection of the blazing inferno dancing across its gaze. Even Rex was surprised by the outcome of the collision, his feet sliding back against the heated due to the sheer intensity of the clash. Yet neither could back down. Rex fed more air from his lungs and magic into his burning breath, and the dragon did the same. In that heartbeat, a second wave of force rippled through their clashing streams, meeting in the middle and unleashing a shockwave that blasted outward in a fiery explosion. Rex stumbled back, coughing as the impact broke his fire breath, with the dragon staggering as well, cutting off its breath with a snort. A gust of scorching wind whooshed past them, igniting some grass around him and clearing all the fog in the area. Between the duo, where their flames had met, was a black smoldering line that stretched up to 10 meters on each side, with trees and grass around them burning. Rex spat out a bit of ash, rotating his shoulders before forming his fists. The infant dragon snarled, lowering its body into a preparatory stance, its tail swishing behind it. Kaioken! Rex roared as he activated strong body. Ruhu! The infant dragon let out an echoing roar, and then they lunged at each other. The dungeon room was eerily silent now, the thick fog that usually shrouded the area completely gone. Blackened, charred trees stood amidst the devastation, with the ground covered in smoldering grass and cracked soil, the air filled with the acrid scent of ash and burnt vegetation. Wisps of smoke curled upward from the charred remains, drifting lazily in the still air. Rex sat heavily on the snout of the dead infant dragon, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. Light scratches crisscrossed his arms and torso, and a few bruises were already forming on his ribs and shoulders. Though none of the injuries were severe, they stung nonetheless. The dragon beneath him, however, had fared far worse. Its once pristine scales were cracked and shattered in multiple places, the result of Rex's relentless fists. Its face was a mess of deep scratches, one of its eyes ripped cleanly from its socket, leaving a bloody, gaping hole. Claw marks covered its snout and jaw, and its throat was torn open, dark red blood pooling beneath it, staining the ashen ground. The creature's massive body lay motionless, its tail curled limply to one side. Rex exhaled slowly, his breath shaky as he wiped a streak of blood from his cheek. He glanced down at the dragon's lifeless form, his claws still tinged with its blood, then smiled faintly. "I guess it's time to move on from you, Et." He mumbled as he retracted his claws and stood up. "I almost feel sad. This is the end of an era." He placed his hand on the dragon's head and muttered, "Scavenge." Like before, he received an average of 2.5 stat points. He also gained the physical property Dragon Scales, which he rejected. Additionally, he acquired the magic Fire Breath and a skill for fire immunity, but nothing changed when he accepted them. Not that it mattered. Now, he called up his stats. Rex Magnus. Level 1, Kin level up. Strength SSS 1499, Endurance SSS 1499, Dexterity SSS 1499, Agility SSS 1499, Magic SSS 1499. Skill. Scavenger. Harvest stats, skills, magic, properties, or treasure from corpses and evaluate quality. Skill, Powerful Body, Body Furnace, Magic, Blue Papilio Powder, Fire Breath, Physical Property, Sharp Retractable Claw, Nictitating Membrane. Indomitable Will. Grants immunity to mind-based attacks, enhances physical and magical growth through trials, enables multitasking and rapid skill mastery, and in dire moments, suppresses pain, boosts mental fortitude, and significantly increases all stats. As he thought, all his stats were maxed out. How did he know it couldn't go past 1499? Because his endurance had been at 1498 before fighting the dragon, and ignoring the extra points given by normal fauna and indomitable will, he gained 2.7 points in endurance after absorbing the dragon's stone. Seeing as it didn't go past 1499 confirmed it was definitely the maximum stat point he could achieve per level. He couldn't go any higher than this. Rex closed his eyes and took a deep breath before exhaling with a short burst of fire. I haven't even spent an hour in the dungeon, and I'll already be returning. He didn't see any point in wasting more time as a level 1. Best to level up now and start a new chapter in the middle floor. Now the question is, he mumbled as he picked up his drops, which were only scales this time. Should I stay with Soma or leave for something else? The first thought that came to him was obviously to leave and join the protagonist's Familia, Hestia. But after what he did a few days ago leading the Minotaur to Bell, he doubted she would accept him into the Familia. Sure, it had helped the white-haired boy level up, but it had also nearly killed him. No goddess would let that slide, especially not someone as protective as Hestia. The next thought was to join the Loki Familia, but after a moment of consideration, he decided against it. It wasn't because they wouldn't accept him. Any Familia with half a brain would take him after seeing his status, except perhaps those who thought he'd bring trouble. The reason he decided against it was simpler. It would be too easy. Yes, that was the reason. The moment he joined the Familia and they saw his stats, the captain or some other high-level executive would probably take him down to the deep floors, where they'd just kill monsters and let him absorb their magic stones. He'd quickly max out his stats as a level 2, and then they will babysit him as he goes to obtain his high-rank Excelia. He will just be riding the bus with the executives as the drivers, and it wouldn't even take him a month or two to reach level 6 or 7. It would feel artificial and bland. Sure, he could say, I want to do my own thing, but would they accept it? He didn't remember much about Loki, but he knew that, unlike the Freya Familia, which focused on individual strength, their Familia emphasized team strength. Speaking of Freya, he thought as he started wearing his clothes. Should I? Nah. He didn't have to think much about it. It would be more or less the same, with Otter as his babysitter. Besides, from what he remembered of the show, he didn't particularly like her character and would rather stay clear of her. I could even join Goibniu or Hephaestus to get free personalized gear, he nodded at the thought. Maybe even my Ache or the Hathor Familia. Prime Rex liked Goddess Hathor. Should I just stay in the Soma Familia? He didn't hate it in the Soma Familia. The quota made sense since the Familia needed money to run and he didn't get bothered by anyone. He does his own thing and people stay out of his way, so the Familia was quite good for him. Ha! He sighed. To leave or not to leave, that's the question. Author's note, to leave or not to leave, that's the question. The next chapter will decide everything about the future. Really considering if he should leave Soma or not. Maybe he could reach some kind of agreement with Xanis or maybe even outs the guy. But then he will have to do all the Familia captain work like paper works. Don't know. Anyway, thanks for reading. Might take tomorrow off to catch up with some college work, just a heads up. Chapter 17, Guild. Rex left the dungeon around 3 in the afternoon, the sun still high in the sky as adventurers flooded in and out of Babel. Today wasn't as busy as usual due to Dinatus, with most of the adventurers who had leveled up waiting around for their titles. Wouldn't it have been better for me to level up before Dinatus? He shook his head. Nah, since I leveled up so close to Denatus, there'll be nothing known about me, and I'd be stuck with a trash alias. Now, I'll have 3 months to make a name for myself. Right now, he was an unknown, and even if he leveled up, he'd just be one of the hundreds of level 2s. He wouldn't be breaking records, since technically, it took him 5 years to level up. But if it became known that he'd killed 9 infant dragons at level 1? Yeah, I shouldn't do that. He shook his head. The last thing he needed was gods coming after him, which would greatly distract him from doing anything at all. He liked how he could just walk around the city without anyone sparing him a second glance due to him being another adventurer, and he didn't want that to change. I guess it might change when I become a level 3. Then, he'd be breaking lots of records. That is, if he reported his level UPS. He hadn't decided on what Familia to join, or if he should even leave Soma, but this brought up another point. He couldn't join a Familia that leaned too much into the good side. He couldn't have restrictions on what he could do, like what if they told him not to use Scavenger on people? Come to think of it, I haven't used Scavenger on people except when I first reincarnated. He noticed, which was normal since all the bodies he'd run into had been dead long enough for their aura to fade. And it wasn't like he could just go around the dungeon killing people to absorb their stats when he wouldn't get anything different than what he got from absorbing monster stones. Even if the person had a good skill or magic, it wasn't like Scavenger had a 100% loot rate, and killing them would likely end up being useless. My thoughts are all over the place. The fact that this next decision will decide his future was kinda getting to him. Once he levels up in a Familia, he can't ever leave said Familia, as his status will be seen by the deity and he doubts they will let him go. For now, Rex pushed the thought to the back of his mind as he entered the guild to sell his basic drop items. He made his way to the seemingly always bored werewolf, who barely shifted in her seat as she acknowledged him. Good afternoon, Rose greeted in the same monotone she always used. What can I do for you today? I want to sell a few drop items, Rex replied, gesturing to the bag on his back. She nodded and stepped out of her booth, not needing to say anything for him to follow her into a private room, and she closed the door behind him. You do know that you could sell your drops on the 3rd floor of Babel, right? She asked, glancing at him as he dropped the heavy bag. I do, he replied. He did know about that, but just forgot about it until now. I should have just gone there instead of walking around with such a heavy bag. He thought as he opened his bag. He had arranged the loot before leaving the dungeon, placing the dragon loot at the bottom and the basic drops on top, so he didn't need to search for them as he arranged them on the table. There were a lot of drop items, as he was selling 13 hours worth of dungeon running, along with a few magic stones. Rose stood to the side with one arm folded across her torso as she silently watched as he arranged the items on the table, noticing the lack of magic stones compared to drops but assuming he destroyed them to kill the monsters. However, when she glanced inside his bag, she froze upon spotting some of the drops at the bottom. The red-haired blinked, looked away, and then looked back to make sure she saw what she thought she saw. She had seen it right. Pardon the intrusion, she suddenly spoke, her gold eyes meeting his amber ones as he placed down a hard-armored carapace. What's your level? Level 1, he replied, returning his attention to his work. I'd assume you're in a team of level 2s, she said, her gaze lingering as he reached into the bag, revealing more dragon scales. No, I work alone, he said casually. Really? She asked, raising one eyebrow. Then may I ask how you got your hands on those infant dragon drops? He looked down at his bag and then realized why she was asking. Oh, I just killed a few infant dragons. Normal stuff. Normal, right? Rose nodded, not believing a word he said, but she decided not to pry any further. If he wasn't going to tell her, she wouldn't force it out. That's all, Rex gestured to the table while closing his bag. I also want to ask a few questions about development abilities. Should I ask now, or? It's not my place to advise an adventurer who isn't under my supervision, Rose replied, shaking her head. It's best to go to your advisor for that kind of question. Really? Rex raised an eyebrow. I don't remember getting one. An advisor, I mean. Your advisor is automatically the person who registered you as an adventurer, or someone else if you changed your advisor or were assigned someone different later on, she explained, walking toward the table to inspect the drop items. Do you remember who you registered under? That was 5 years ago, Rex said, shaking his head. I don't remember that. So you haven't spoken to your advisor in 5 years? Rose asked, giving him a sidelong glance. He shrugged, and she let out a small sigh. Wait in the lobby. I'll check the records for your advisor when I'm done with this, she said as she gestured at the table. Feel free to ask one of the receptionists instead if you can't wait. Right, thanks. He nodded, leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Deciding to wait, he wandered over to the commission board to browse through the postings while eavesdropping on the surrounding conversation. Most of the adventurers in the guild were still buzzing about the Minotaur that had appeared on the 8th floor. Even though the Loki Familia claimed they'd killed it, the fact that a Minotaur had climbed up 7 floors from the 15th without anyone noticing still terrified a lot of level 1s. It should be noted that a Minotaur isn't much weaker than an infant dragon, so the idea of one roaming the 8th floor was akin to an infant dragon wandering around. A terrifying thought, indeed. Oh, look, the price for this flower has gone up to 11 million, Rex noted, spotting the flower he'd seen last night, the commission from the Panacea Familia, one of the medicinal familias. If I could get down there, I'd just grab it and make 11 million for free. Scavenger would make finding the flower easy, but he knew he couldn't make it to the 18th floor solo, let alone the 20th. Even if he got lucky and made it that far, death would come quickly. From what he'd heard, even level 3s struggled to solo that region, and he doubted he was anywhere close to that level of strength, even if he became level 2. I could join a team, and we could find it together and split the reward, he mused, folding his arms as his eyes scanned the board. Most of the higher-priced commissions from the large tree labyrinth floors 19 to 24 were for rare items that would take a long time to find. None of that would be a problem for him, though. I can already see the money flooding in when I become a level 3, he thought, covering his mouth to hide his grin. 13 million for one flower. God, life's going to get so easy. He only then noticed Rose emerging from the back room with a form in a pouch, so he left the board and walked up to her. Please follow me, she said as soon as he got close, before spinning on her heel. Rex trailed behind her and after a short walk, they entered a private room with a square table surrounded by 4 chairs. Sunlight spilled in through a window, falling across the table and onto a small potted flower in one corner, with the room having a flowery scent. It turns out I'm your advisor, Rose announced, closing the door. Why don't we introduce ourselves? She placed the pouch and folder on the table. I'm Rose Fanet, your advisor. Rex Magnus, he introduced himself, removing his bag and setting it on the ground before sitting in the chair facing the window. Rose took a seat opposite him, her back to the window. The total came out to 29,589 valis, she said, pushing the pouch towards him. This has the details. She slid a paper toward him. Thanks, Rex took the paper but didn't glance at it. It wasn't like he could read it. The last time your record was updated was the day you registered, so it's past the yearly due date, Rose explained, pulling out a blank sheet and another already filled with information. Wait a moment while I transfer some details. All right. While he waited, he transferred the 30,000 valis into his pouch. Now, 3 of his 5 pouches were filled with valis. I should probably convert them to 1,000 denominations. In total, he now held around 215,000 valis, the most he'd ever had at once. Well, in this world, he mused. Assuming the author of Danmachi was Japanese, valis likely had an equivalent exchange rate to yen, meaning his 215,000 valis would only be around 2,000 USD back on Earth. Damn, his eyes widened as he did the math. I made $2,000 in a few days. That would have been a month's salary back at McDonald's. Definitely an upgrade. Please answer these questions, Rose's voice cut through his thoughts. He looked up at her, the sunlight streaming from behind her, making her appear almost radiant, especially due to her red hair. It's best if you answer them truthfully and to the best of your ability. All right, he nodded. What are the questions? First, you're still a level 1 and still in the Soma Familia, right? She asked, and he nodded, prompting her to jot it down. What's the lowest floor you've reached? Floor 12, he replied. And what's the lowest floor you've been to solo? She continued, writing his last answer. Floor 12, Rex answered, causing Rose to look up sharply. You went down to the 12th floor solo as a level 1. Her tone remained even, but there was a hint of disbelief. I assume you know how dangerous it is down there, especially for a solo level 1. Even a level 1 with B rank stats would find it hard to solo those floors. I had S rank in most of my stats before even going down there, he thought, but simply nodded. I'm well aware. Rose stared at him for a few seconds before continuing with the basic questions, all of which Rex answered honestly. There was nothing he needed to hide. Once the questioning was done, Rose placed the paper into the folder and tucked her pen back into her pocket. What was the question you wanted to ask? Rose inquired, her gaze steady as she looked up at him. How do you acquire certain development abilities? Rex got straight to the point, already feeling like he'd spent too much time here. The kind of development ability a person can learn depends on the type of excelia they've collected up to that point, Rose explained, her eyes never leaving his. In a way, an adventurer like you has control over which abilities appear. Certain development abilities won't be available if the right type of excelia isn't present when an adventurer levels up. She paused briefly before continuing, for example, if an adventurer primarily uses swords and gains a lot of excelia from sword combat, the development ability swordsman will appear during their level up. Ah, Rex nodded in understanding. No wonder abnormal resistance is so common. It made sense, given the abundance of purple moths in the upper levels. What about the development ability, Hunter? Rose hesitated for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. The anti-monster ability, Hunter, can only be learned at level 2. It requires an absurd amount of excelia from the same type of monster. It's one of the more difficult abilities to acquire, and it would be dangerous to try to gain it. She warned. I've gained most of my excelia from infant dragons, so. He decided to probe further. Has there ever been a development ability like Dragon Hunter? Rose paused for a moment and looked thoughtful. There's a rumor that Maxim, the late captain of the Zeus Familia, had a development ability similar to Hunter but more advanced. I believe it was called Apex Hunter. She shook her head slightly. It was believed that he was the reason the Zeus and Hera Familius were confident in their ability to defeat the one-eyed black dragon. However, it was never confirmed before his death 15 years ago. Ah, all right. Rex didn't have anything else to ask. As he stood with his bag, he suddenly remembered something. He pulled a coin from his pouch and held it up. Heads or tails? What? Her ears twitched as she tilted her head slightly, confusion flickering across her face. Just pick, he insisted, holding the coin higher. Heads or tails? Rose stared at him for a long moment, her golden eyes narrowing in suspicion. Finally, she relented. Heads. Tails, then, Rex declared. He flicked the coin into the air with his thumb, watching it spin rapidly, catching the sunlight as it arced upward. It fell back into his left hand, and he slapped it onto the back of his right palm. He lifted his hand slightly, peeking at the result. Ah! He mumbled. Which is it? Rose asked, unable to see the outcome from her seated position. Don't worry about it, Rex replied, slipping the coin back into his pouch. What? Rose's confusion deepened. Why can't I know the result? Was it headed or tails? What was the point of this game? Don't worry about it, he casually repeated. This only made her more curious. Was it heads or tails? Have a good day, Rosalina, he said with a wave, already heading for the door. He stepped out, closing it behind him. Rose sat there, staring at the door in utter bewilderment. What was that about, she wondered, then realized, and my name is Rose, she muttered under her breath, her lips twitching slightly. Was that some new kind of flirting? She frowned, still trying to make sense of the strange interaction. As for Rex, from that heads of tails, he has decided on what to do about his level up. It might seem stupid to make such an important decision from a game of heads or tails, but even Scavenger was acting up when he tried to judge his thoughts. It kept rating everything high, basically telling him any choice he picked wouldn't matter due to his overpowered skill, so he settled on a simple game. And finally, the answer to the millennium-long question, to leave or not to leave, is Chapter 18, Captain. Stay. He decided to stay in the Soma Familia. The reasons were pretty simple. First, the only downsides for staying with his current familia were the fact that the Soma Familia was mostly composed of greedy, weak, or corrupt adventurers, and Soma himself didn't seem to care much about the well-being of his familia members. These were undeniable truths, but they were truths Rex had already grown accustomed to over the past 5 years. The corruption within the familia barely affected him. The strong preyed on the weak, that was the nature of adventurers, and Soma Familia was just a more exaggerated version of that truth. As for Soma's indifference, it was almost a blessing in disguise. The god's lack of involvement meant Rex had the freedom to do as he pleased without interference. Sure, it wasn't ideal, but it was a trade-off he had long accepted. The upside of staying, however, far outweighed the downsides. For one, Rex was already established within the Familia. He knew the dynamics, the people, and the rules or lack thereof. He didn't have to start over, build new relationships, whatever else, and while Soma Familia's reputation was tarnished, it didn't directly hinder his ability to operate an orario. More importantly, the Soma Familia's wealth and resources were nothing to scoff at. If he gained access to funds brought in by the Soma Familia, a fuck-ton of his problem will be fixed with his future progression. And with him becoming the strongest in the Familia when he levels up, he was obviously going to become the captain. This was also another advantage with Soma indifference about the Familia. He could just go up to the captain and say I am now the captain, and due to his strength the Xanis would be unable to do anything. Except if there is like a process he has to go through with the guild or whatever, he could become the captain today. That freedom was invaluable. No one telling him what to do. No forced expeditions or group training. No obligations to work as a team or participate in politics. No restrictions on how often he could enter the dungeon. No commander breathing down his neck. Rex could move at his own pace, follow his own rules, and grow on his own terms. And what would he gain by leaving? Nothing he couldn't get in Soma. Every alternative Familia had its own set of issues. My Familia was too weak and too dependent. If he joined, he would have to carry them both in combat and financially. Hephaestus Familia would restrict his freedom with crafting obligations, expecting him to focus on blacksmithing when he had zero interest in it. Loki Familia. Too structured, too team-based. Hestia Familia. Too small, too tied to Bel, and too poor. Freya Familia. No. Just no. Other Familia had their advantages, but Soma fitted him more. Knock. Rex knocked lightly on the large, double oak door that led to the captain of the Soma Familia office, then waited. He had returned from the guild almost an hour ago, and after showering and eating, he had changed into simple pants cinched to his waist by his trusty tunic that held his dagger and a few pouches, a long-sleeve tunic that went down to his thighs, sandals, and still wore his adventuring bag on his back. A few seconds passed before a smooth, calm, voice called from within. Who is it? Rex Magnus, he replied. I came to pay my quota and request permission for a status update. A brief pause, he said, come in. Rex pushed open the double doors, stepping into the office. The space was massive, its high ceiling and neatly arranged decor speaking of wealth and refinement. Bright light streamed in from the large windows, all the curtains drawn open, allowing fresh air to flow in, stirring the loose papers on the desk. Across from the entrance stood a large desk piled with stacks of paperwork, the window behind it shut but the curtain drawn, casting a warm glow over the workspace. To one side of the office, near a fireplace, two light blue cushioned sofas flanked a dark wood coffee table. Another section of the room housed tall shelves packed with books and a wine cabinet lined with bottles. Seated behind the desk, his eyes still scanning over a document, was Xanis Lustra. He barely acknowledged Rex's entrance, his long fingers methodically shifting through paperwork. He was a man of lean build, standing about 5 feet 11 inches, 181 centimeters, with a thin, slightly angular face and a long jawline. His features were ordinary, unremarkable in the way of someone who blended into a crowd with ease, with the sharp, narrow grey eyes, and ash-grey hair, neatly parted, framing his face. He wore a well-fitted, light blue knee-length coat with a matching pant. I was wondering when you'd show up, Xanis said without looking up, his tone casual. You've missed several of your last payments. I was beginning to think you were attempting to test my patience. His fountain pen paused briefly before resuming its motion. I was considering stripping away the privileges you've been enjoying. This privileges were only his larger-than-average room, and his priority access to a sip of Soma's wine. Neither were things he particularly cared about, so if Xanis had taken it away, nothing would have changed. There were complications, Rex said with a slight shrug. But I have the money now. He pulled free a small pouch from his belt. 6,000 for this week's quota. 30,000 for my status update. I'll let last month slide otherwise, you'd be paying 40,000 just to cover your debts, Xanis said, placing the paper he was working on onto a pile and finally looking up. As for the update, I don't think you can get it. Rex blinked, caught off guard. Why is that? Xanis clicked his tongue in mild irritation, leaning back in his chair. Due to a meddlesome receptionist at the guild, Soma received a warning. He's been restricted from producing wine for an entire month. So now, naturally. Xanis spread his hands in a gesture of mock helplessness, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He's sulking in his room. The words were spoken without concern or sympathy, as if dealing with a god in a tantrum was just another inconvenience to be worked around. He paused for a brief moment, then asked, "When was the last time you had your status updated?" "Almost a year now," Rex replied, his tone neutral but his mind already racing. Xanis nodded, pulling open a drawer from his desk. A moment later, he retrieved a single slip of paper, holding it up between his fingers for Rex. "Tell Soma I said you can get an update. He'll do it." Rex stepped forward, taking the paper from the captain with his free hand. "Bring this paper back to me when your update is done," Xanis added, already returning to his work without looking up. "Then hand the quota to Chandra." Rex nodded, putting his pouch back in his belt. "I'll be back," he said, turning and exiting the office. The door closed behind him with a quiet click, leaving him alone in the hallway. "I should be able to beat him once I rank up, right?" The thought lingered as he recalled the brief glance he'd taken at Xanis's status while in the room. It had been simple, unremarkable even, but still far beyond what Rex could handle as a level 1. Xanis Lustra. Level 2. Strength F308, Endurance G275, Dexterity D501, Agility E489, Magic I0. Swordsman I. Rex doubted he could defeat Xanis at level 1 despite having SSS in all stats without relying on his indomitable will panic button. As previously noted, an infant dragon isn't significantly stronger than a Minotaur on floors 15 to 17, and level 2 adventurers are recommended to have at least G rank in basic abilities to explore these floors due to these monsters. With Xanis having D rank dexterity, E rank agility, and F rank strength, he far surpasses Minotaurs, infant dragons, and even Rex with Kaioken active. His E rank agility might even allow him to perception blitz Rex. But Xanis wouldn't be a problem the moment Rex leveled up. His max stats at level 1, combined with Kaioken, would give him an absolute edge even if he just leveled up. Then, it should be easy for him to oust Xanis and become the captain. The god's quarters where Rex believed Soma was sulking was in the same building, just down the hall, so Rex made his way there. He walked through the hall lined with tall opened windows that let in the afternoon light. There was a quiet, chill aura soothing to him. Stopping in front of the doors, he placed his bag against the wall outside the room, and knocked twice. "Xanis allowed me to come get my status updated," he said, placing his free hand on the doorknob. There was a long silence and Rex stood there for about 2 minutes before a voice so low it was almost imperceptible to his level 1 Gienthrope ears spoke, "Come." He quickly twisted the knob and pushed the door open, stepping into the dark private room of the deity with Soma sitting in one corner of the room on the ground, his eyes staring up at the ceiling. He looked like a young man of average height with slender limbs and an almost delicate appearance, and he wore a loose-fitting robe, the sleeves and hem dirty with soil. His skin was pale and his black hair falling over his eyes like the protagonist of a certain genre of Japanese animation. Rex closed the door, shutting off the only light source into the room, except for the rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains. Noticing a table with a golden ceremonial dagger and a stack of paper beside it, he took the dagger and one piece of paper, then quickly removed his shirt. Handing this paper and dagger to Soma, he took a seat on the ground in front of the god, his muscular back exposed. Point of no return, he thought, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "I hope I will not regret it." Yes, he could leave in the future, but then Soma might reveal his skill out of spite, which would bring a whole lot of problems. Then again, Soma didn't seem like that kind of god. All Rex needed to do was keep Scavenger away from Xanis, which should be easy. He sat in silence as the god rustled about, then felt the cold sensation of blood on his back. There was a glow, and then Soma spoke, his voice monotone and disinterested. "Abnormal resistance, hunter, apex hunter, mage, swordsman, crush, luck, healing power, strong defense, fist fight, strong body, predator, or treatment." Holy shit! That's a lot of development abilities. Rex thought, a bit panicked. If he took too long, Soma might just pick whatever, given how he was sulking right now. Scavenger. Abnormal resistance is better. Hunter is better. Apex hunter is better. He kept cycling through them, with Scavenger rating each one, and in less than a second, he made his decision. "Predator," he said. Soma said nothing, but Rex felt the god's finger move across his back. With a bright light, the update was complete, and he lifted the parchment to place it on Rex's back. That's it. Rex thought, confused. There's no way I just leveled up. He didn't feel any different. He thought his body would suddenly become lighter and stronger, causing him to exclaim, this power. It's coursing through my veins like lava. It's incredible. Or something like that, but nothing. He felt the same. Take it. Soma's voice broke the silence, and Rex saw the paper fall to the ground beside him. He quickly glanced at it, noticing Scavenger was writing on his status page imprinted on the paper. Panicking slightly, he said, Your divinity, can you please hide my scavenger skill? He remembered that Hestia had hidden Belle's skill from him, so Soma should be able to do the same. Soma mumbled something under his breath that Rex couldn't understand, but he didn't decline, so Rex handed the god the paper Xanis had given him. Soma took it, and Rex felt the parchment on his back. With another flash of light, Soma handed it back to him. Leave, the sulking god said with a tone of finality. Taking both papers and his shirt, Rex stood up while picking up the dagger from the ground. They're punishing me, Soma murmured to himself as Rex walked away. An entire month. For what? Rex paid it no mind as he placed the dagger down on the table where he had taken it from. Oddly enough, the dagger had no trace of blood, but he didn't think much of it. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him before putting his shirt back on and wearing his bag. As he walked back to Xanis's office, he glanced at both papers, then looked at his status using Scavenger. The abilities on paper were more shorthand, with less description of his skills, but Scavenger showed him everything, including the full description of his new development ability that the paper didn't reveal one bit of. And as he had asked, one of the papers had no mention of Scavenger, with his 2 skills were moved up to make it look like he only had 2 instead of 3. Rex Magnus. Level 2. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0. Predator I. Skill. Indomitable Will. Immunity to mind-based attacks, enhances physical and magical growth, rapid skill mastery, and while in a pinch, significantly increases all stats. Dragon's Bane. Massively increases all abilities when fighting any dragon-type monsters. This was the status shown on the paper Xanis had handed him and the one he was going to turn in. Dragon's Bane was obviously brought about by his massacre of the infant dragons on floors 11 and 12, and it had more to it that wasn't shown on the paper. There was no need to hide anything else, only Scavenger was a real problem. Maybe Indomitable Will too, since it caused rapid growth, but I should have hidden Indomitable Will too, right? He wondered while folding the paper. After all, it was similar to Belle's skill that Hestia had hidden. Whatever, he shrugged. This will make things easier. Stopping beside a window, he pursed his lips like he was about to whistle and, with an exhale of breath, blew out a stream of flames that completely engulfed the first parchment, the one that had Scavenger listed, burning it to ashes. He let the ashes flow out the window, carried by the wind into the bright afternoon sky until they disintegrated completely. Then he made his way back to Xanis's office and knocked. Come in, Xanis's voice called, and Rex opened the door. The man immediately spoke without looking up from his work. Place the paper on the coffee table and see yourself out. Read it, Rex said, holding the paper out to Xanis. Please. He added, his tone polite. Xanis glanced up at the smiling Rex, then sighed. Dropping his pen, he took the paper and from Rex as he pushed up his glasses with his middle finger. Looking down with lazy eyes, he unfolded the paper without care and started reading slowly. Then his eyes widened as he reread the paper, his gaze darting quickly through the words. Finally, he looked up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. His words caught in his throat as he looked down at the paper, then back at Rex, then at the paper again. He repeated this a few times before shouting, How? Rex opened his bag to show the infant dragon's drops. Killed 8 infant dragons as a level 1. He grinned like a madman, his canines in full display and his eyes an upside-down crescent. Nice, right? Oh, no. Xanis mumbled, reading the paper again. This can't be. He stuttered, his voice trembling. Look at me, Rex said, but Xanis didn't hear him, too absorbed in the paper. Hey! Rex raised his voice, dropping his bag filled with infant dragon loot on the ground with a loud bang. The sound made Xanis flinch. Look at me! Rex demanded, with Xanis quickly looking up from his paper, his grey eyes locking onto Rex's amber ones. I'm the captain now. Chapter 19, Boo. The two men stared silently at each other for what seemed like forever before Xanis finally spoke, what? He stuttered, then pushed up his glasses and regained his composure. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said, Rex replied, sticking up both thumbs with a stupid grin. I, Rex Magnus Lapis, am now the captain of the Soma Familia. He dropped his hands. What's so hard to understand? Haha, Xanis chuckled, shaking his head. And you expect me to just give up my position, like that? He looked down at the paper. You expect me to believe such an absurd status screen? Indomitable will? Dragon's Bane? What even is this predator development ability? He looked up again, his tone dripping with skepticism. If you really had such a status, why wouldn't you run to the Loki Familia and show them? I'm certain they would have come and asked me personally to let you transfer to their Familia, and then, he shrugged, there would be nothing I could do about it. He held the paper up with both hands, but you didn't. With a sharp motion, he ripped the paper in half down the middle. Meaning this is fake? Rex nodded, understanding where Xanis was coming from. Xanis's expression didn't change as he continued, I doubt you're even level 2, and I don't know how you obtained those loot, he gestured at the bag beside Rex, but I'll be taking them, and you. He paused, probably thinking of a punishment. However, before he could say anything, Rex raised his hand. Then why don't we fight? Let's see if you're right. Xanis let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. A duel? He scoffed, adjusting his glasses. I don't duel dogs. Rex tilted his head. That's gotta be racist. Xanis ignored him. You're arrogant, Magnus, but not completely brain-dead. You know what happens when a dog bites the hand that fed it. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. It gets put down. Damn. Rex mumbled. I admit, that was a bit cold. He nodded, but, I can smell your doubt. Rex pointed at his face. You don't think you can beat me, or else you would have already cut me down. I don't want to cut down one of my best hunters, Magnus. Xanis smirked, still unfazed. So I will give you the chance to apologize and return. Then I will be tripling your quota for half a year and you won't be getting Soma for 3 months. You know what dogs do to mark their territory? Rex asked, as he grinned like a madman. They piss on things. Why don't I piss in this office that now belongs to me? Don't you dare. Xanis shot up from his seat. If it's a fight you want, then you will get it, you black dog. Oh, my. Rex pulled up his pants. Damn, chill. I wasn't really going to do that. Xanis pulled his sword he had under his table and unsheathed his rapier. Pick up your weapon, Magnus. He growled as he walked towards the shelf, facing Rex who still stood across the table. Let's get this over with. Nah, I have my own weapon, Rex raised his clenched fists. These hands. Are you mocking me? Xanis asked as he got in stance. Nope. Rex got into a stupid boxing stance while jumping from side to side like a dumbass. I'll hit you with the 1, 2, he performed a right hook, then a left jab, moaning with each punch. Then look. Over there. He suddenly pointed at the door. Xanis looked. When he turned his head back to opposition, he saw a fist flying toward his face with a grinning Rex behind it. A right hook slammed into his jaw, then a left jab followed soon after, crashing into his nose with a resounding crunch and sending him flying back into the bookshelf behind him. Xanis slammed into the bookshelf, causing it to rattle and books to fall on him as he stood there, his eyes blurry for a second. He reached up and touched his nose, then looked at his hand. Blood. His nose was broken. Looking up, Xanis saw Rex performing a mocking dance he could recognize, but others might recognize it as the Orange Justice from Fortnite. How stupid are you to fall for that? Rex asked without stopping the dance. You bastard, Xanis growled as he clenched his sword and stood up while tossing his cracked glasses to the side. That trick won't work again. I know, Rex nodded as he got back into his stupid boxing stance. But the fact it worked the first time is questionable. With the ferocity of a madman, Xanis dashed forward, crossing the distance between them in an instant and stepping into a downward slash, the sharp edge flashing in the sunlight. The rapier whistled past his ear, missing him by a hair's breadth as he leaned to the side just enough to avoid it. The moment the blade swept past, he tilted his torso, twisting just in time to duck under the horizontal follow-up slash, the tip of the sword cutting a thin line through the air where his throat had been an instant before. Xanas clicked his tongue, recovering fast and lunging forward, thrusting with the tip of his blade aimed squarely at Rex's chest, but the Chienthrope twisted to the side at the last second to let the rapier slide past him. With Xanas still fully committed to his lunge, Rex shot forward, his right fist slammed into Xanas's ribs with a sickening crack, the sheer force lifting the man off his feet. Before Xanas could even react, Rex followed up, his left hand shot up, seizing the front of the captain's coat, and in the same fluid motion, he pulled him forward while simultaneously slamming his forehead straight into Xanas's face. Crack! Xanas let out a strangled gasp, his head snapping back, blood spurting from his already broken nose. As Xanas staggered, barely upright, Rex spun his entire body into a devastating right hook, twisting his hips and putting all his weight into the punch. His fist smashed into Xanas's jaw with brutal force, sending the man flying across the room like a ragdoll. He crashed into his desk with a deafening thud, knocking over stacks of papers and scattering them across the floor. The room fell silent except for the sound of shallow, ragged breathing of Xanas slumped against his overturned chair, his head lolled to the side, his eyes unfocused. He groaned weakly, his grip on the rapier slipping until the weapon clattered onto the ground beside him, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, staining his coat. Rex walked up to the desk and, with a simple swipe, sent it flying to the side, where it slammed into the bookshelf with a loud crash. "Stand up, Xanas," Rex said, standing over the man, whose only response was another weak groan. "Come on, don't tell me you're done." Xanas's eyes slowly regained focus as his vision shifted from the side and then refocused on Rex. No, it was something else, a pitch-black silhouette outlined by cold, glowing amber eyes, radiating a suffocating presence that made his heart pound like a trapped animal. Every breath felt sharper, colder, an instinctive warning to run, yet his legs refused to move. A wave of primal terror seized him, and his throat locked, preventing any scream or plea from escaping as warmth spread down his legs, soaking his trousers, the sharp stench of urine filling the room. "No way," Rex mumbled, staring down at Xanas, who looked up at him in horror. He quickly jumped back, his eyes wide as he took in the sight of Xanas Lustra, captain of the Familia, who had just pissed himself. "Damn," Rex muttered, shocked. He looked around, unsure of what to do. He had expected fear, but not this. A grown man pissing himself wasn't on his bingo card for today. "I'll go get some snacks from the dining hall, and while I do that, you clean yourself up," he said, gesturing down at Xanas's crotch before turning to leave the room, adding, "and don't try to run. I'll spread the word that you pissed yourself, and I'll make sure God vouches for me not lying. So do what's best for both of us and just clean this place up and wait for me." He opened the door and stepped out, closing it behind him and walking down the hall. Wrinkling his nose, he called up his status using Scavenger. "Is it that effective?" he thought, looking at the description of his new development ability, Predator. Predator: any target the user chooses to hunt is automatically marked with prey mark and can apply primal terror to those significantly weaker or consumed by fear. Improves all combat abilities against those marked with prey mark, which fades if the target escapes beyond range or if the user removes the mark. When a prey-marked target who isn't significantly weaker than the user is killed, the user temporarily gains a burst of power, slightly regaining stamina, mind, and regenerating injuries. The effects stack with limitations. It was an overpowered ability, and the first thing that had caught his attention was the hunting frenzy effect of the development ability. He hadn't had time to think about it before and sounded utterly broken at first glance, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized how situational it was. "I can't exactly build up buffs in a one-on-one fight, it'd require multiple kills in rapid succession," he shrugged. But then again, that's not the point of it. It was specifically made for a 1vs many situation. Even without chaining kills, Predator was already beyond anything he'd ever heard of, rivaling the best combat-based development abilities in existence, Hunter included. That one only helped against monsters the user had previously gained Excelia from, whereas Predator worked on any target Rex wanted to fight, human, demi-humans, those stronger than he was, or otherwise. Talk about having inflated base stats. He mumbled as he walked down the stairs. Then there was the primal terror effect, which he couldn't help but compare it to Conqueror's haki from One Piece, an overwhelming aura that crushes the will of those weaker. But he hadn't expected it to be so effective, especially not on someone like Xanas. A grown man, a captain, someone who prided himself on his position and power, reduced to a trembling, urine-soaked mess. It was almost comical if it wasn't so unsettling. Rex smirked, running a hand through his hair with a slow, deliberate motion, tilting his head slightly to the side as if posing for a portrait. But the prey has to fear the predator, right? He chuckled, then spread his arms out slightly like he was basking in his own imaginary presence. That's just the way of the wild, the strong thrive, the weak tremble. A strangled noise made him turn his head. A female elf, who had just stepped into the hallway, visibly recoiled at the sight before him, her mouth slightly open in what could only be described as second-hand embarrassment. Rex blinked as he slowly dropped his arms. Shit, I was alone a second ago. He cleared his throat. None of them said anything as they walked past each other. Note to self, he thought as he turned the corner, cringing at what he'd done earlier. Never act like an idiot in an empty hallway. It's never actually empty. With that, he turned his attention to his new skill. Dragon's Bane. Massively increases all basic abilities when fighting dragon-type monsters, scaling with the user's accumulated dragon-slaying experience. Can sense all nearby dragons and inflict fear upon weaker ones. Dramatically improves the quality and quantity of loot dropped by slain dragons while improving Excelia gain. Grants all allies within range a combat buff when fighting dragon-type monsters, which scales with their and the user's accumulated dragon-slaying experience. Anti-dragon-based skills or magic gain an additional buff. Like the name said, it was a skill entirely anti-dragon. Literally, the bane of all dragons. Personal buff, ally buff, and magic/skill buff. I guess this'll be a must-have when fighting the one-eyed black dragon. But ignoring the final boss for now, with Dragon's Bane, his next goal was to massacre the wyverns in the middle floors. I also heard there's a green dragon living on the 24th floor. He dodged a running girl as he entered the dining hall. Is it level 4 or level 5? He doubted he could hurt it as he was now, even with Dragon's Bane, but it wouldn't take long. Like I did for the infant dragons, should I use it as a level up requirement from level 3 to 4? This sparked another thought. Should I only use dragons as my level up achievements? Like working toward the OEBD goal. Interesting idea, but impractical. There were no dragons he could use for his level 2 achievement. Wyverns wouldn't be much of a challenge as basic level 2 monsters, and there were no level 3 dragon-type monsters. Unless... He took a banana from a fruit basket in the dining hall. I train an infant dragon or wyvern to be as strong as a level 3 monster, then kill it. Just like how Otter trained that Minotaur for Belle. He dismissed the thought immediately. Otter pulled that off because of the vast power gap between himself and a Minotaur. Rex wasn't reckless enough to try something so stupid. He ate a few fruits in the dining hall while thinking about his predicament before deciding, forget that for now. He washed his hands, drying them on his pants, then began his walk back to Xanas's office. As he walked, another issue clawed at his mind: what should he do? He had grand plans for when he took office: kill Xanas and maybe even kill all the bad guys in the Familia's rot. But now that he was practically the captain, he realized how unwise those plans were. For starters, Ganesha would arrest him for murder. Murder wasn't legal here, just like it wasn't on Earth. Sure, he could report the worst offenders to the guild and have them arrested, but that was just as stupid. He'd lose a significant chunk of the Familia's income if he purged all the bad guys. Money was one of the main reasons he'd stayed, and with the Familia's financial resources, he could commission great gears from Hephaestus or Goibniu's top smiths. Hell, maybe even Tsubaki, he thought, which he doubted, but a guy can dream. The point was, he couldn't just kill people if he wanted to. He could maybe report Xanas and have him arrested, but then who would run the Familia? Who would handle all the financial crap? Who would do the taxes? Not Rex. He could maybe hire an outsider to do it for him, someone from the guild, perhaps? But again, he couldn't do that. He was 100% certain Xanas had been involved in a lot of illegal business, and if that came to light, the Soma Familia would be cooked. So he had to keep the business in the family. Rex needed to get Xanas on board with him. Have him keep doing what he's doing while I spend the money however I see fit, he thought, stretching his arms above his head. I mean, he should accept. After all, Xanas had seen his stats. The rapid growth and dragon-slaying prowess made Rex a good investment. Anyone in their right mind would agree to work with or for him. I just hope he isn't a comically villainous idiot, Rex sighed. God, please let Xanas be smart like those 3 thieves who tried to rob me. He prayed while pushing open the double doors. The former captain stood rigidly by the desk, wearing fresh pants, the scattered papers now neatly restacked. Their eyes met and Rex suddenly shouted. Boo! Eek! Xanis screeched like a startled cat, flinching so hard he nearly toppled a stack of papers. Rex burst into laughter, doubling over. Haha, I am sorry. So sorry, man. He wheezed, clutching his stomach. I just couldn't boo. Xanis yelped again, and Rex's laughter roared louder, tears streaming down his face. How do you fall for that? He laughed. After catching his breath, Rex wiped his eyes. All right. He took a deep breath and calmed. Let's talk, my friend. Author's note, my bad for not posting yesterday. Things happened. Also, is the pacing of the book good? Is it too slow? Fast? Nice? I was thinking of picking things up when he returns to the dungeon but not sure. Also, Xanis' redemption arc coming? LOL, thanks for reading and have a wonderful fucking day. Chapter 20, Money. Yours. Rex placed a shot glass filled with soma wine in front of Xanis, who sat stiffly on the couch by the fireplace. Xanis eyed the drink, his fingers twitching on his knees as he adjusted his posture, straightening his back like he was in the military. Rex took the seat across from him, setting the bottle beside his own glass. Let's begin. Yes. Xanis's voice was calmer now, though his jaw remained tight. All right, I'll be transparent. Rex exhaled, then leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. I don't want to be captain. What? Xanis blinked. He instinctively reached to push up his glasses only to remember they were shattered. You don't want to be captain. Rex nodded. That's correct. Then why? Xanis nearly snapped, frustration cracking through his formal demeanor. But he quickly swallowed it, taking a sharp breath and regaining control. So what was the point of your attack? Let me rephrase. Rex clapped his hands together. I want everything that comes with being captain: money, resources, influence, but not the paperwork, meetings, or guild politics. He pointed at Xanis. You stay as manager. Keep the Familia running. Xanis's eyes narrowed. You want the Familia's assets without the responsibilities. That's exactly what I just said. How fitting. Xanis chuckled dryly. No one wants leadership's burden, only its privileges. You get it. Rex smirked. Someone once said, with great power comes great responsibility. And I say fuck the responsibility, just give me the power. He raised his fist in mock triumph. Xanis said nothing, his expression unreadable. And you've seen my stats. Rex's smile widened. With indomitable will, I'll be the fastest growing adventurer in Orario. Surpassing even the Sword Princess. And that makes you lucky. Xanis raised an eyebrow. Lucky? I mean, yet. Rex tilted his head. Let's be real, Xanis. You're weak. If a level 3 hell, even a stronger level 2 decided to do what I just did and they were more business savvy than I was, you'd be dead. Xanis's fist clenched on his knee, but he stayed silent. But with me, you will get protection. I will build myself up, get stronger, and guard the source of my wealth. He gestured broadly. Which includes you. So? Yes or no? Xanis stared at him for a long moment. And if I refuse? For real? Rex blinked incredulous. You're considering refusal? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you retarded? He sighed, then raised one finger. Option 1, you say no. I report you to the guild. They'll investigate this Familia thoroughly, not that slap on the wrist they gave Soma, and I'm sure they'll find something on you. You'll be stripped of your fauna, your position, your wealth, and locked in a Ganesha prison cell. Rex locked eyes with him. Meanwhile, I'll join Loki or Freya. I lose nothing. You lose everything. A second finger. Option 2, you say yes, and we work together not as master and servant, but as partners. You keep your position, your fauna, your freedom, while I get stronger, bring in more money, and more prestige. We both win. Sue. Rex trailed off, smiling. What's your choice? The silence between them stretched for what seemed like an hour before Xanis leaned forward and picked up the shot glass. He looked down at his reflection for a while, his broken nose, his slightly swollen eyes, his busted lip, then he smirked. Let's toast, he said, lifting the shot glass. To our partnership, Rex Magnus. Rex smiled, mirroring the gesture. To our partnership, Xanis Lustra. The glasses clinked. Both men tipped their heads back and downed the shot in one go. The moment the liquid went down his throat, warmth spread through Rex's body not like fire, but like liquid gold melting into his veins. His chest tightened, his pulse quickened, and for a split second, it felt like his very soul was exhaling. Normally, after this would come the wave of pure, unfiltered euphoria, but that never came. Indomitable will stopped it. Ha! Rex exhaled, calming his body. Damn! Forgot how good this shit is. He mumbled, picking up the bottle. How is this not illegal? Soma doesn't shred your mind like those cheap narcotics, Xanis said, holding out his shot glass as Rex poured more. It's far more refined. There's no delirium, no wild madness. Instead, it seeps into you like a warm tide of euphoria, making your whole body hum with pleasure. He downed the entire cup. Yet, unlike other drugs, there isn't the usual withdrawal, no restless shakes or crawling skin once it fades. People drift back to normal all on their own. Ah, Rex mumbled. That's why I got no withdrawal. It isn't because of indomitable will. However, in the Soma Familia, Xanis continued, another cup is placed in everyone's hands before the last wave even finishes. They never come down enough to realize they're caught in a cycle, one gentle high rolling into the next. He smiled, meeting Rex's eyes. And that is how Soma can enthrall so many without truly driving them mad. An elegant trap, if you ask me, just enough bliss to keep them chasing the taste and keep them locked in the Familia. Rex shivered. And do you know something else? Xanis pointed at the bottle. You can force me to drink every last drop of that bottle and Soma's influence would turn me into a very dependable servant. He paused. I'll be happy to comply with every order you give me. The absolute that was created by Soma. And you're telling me this, because? Rex asked. Wouldn't it be better to keep that to yourself? I am giving you all the alternate options, so you can take it if you want. Xanis explained, I don't want you finding out about this in the future and betraying this partnership we're building. So are you going to use the bottle? Hey! Rex looked at the bottle. Mind control. It was the perfect tool. No risk of betrayal. No loose ends. No complicated power struggles. Just an obedient Xanis. It was foolproof. And yet, Rex found himself repulsed by it. Was it morality? Maybe. It wasn't like he had a spotless conscience, but he wanted influence, not slaves. Xanis might be a snake, but he was a competent one. The man had built up this Familia over 12 years, managing its finances, keeping things running even when Soma checked out. That kind of competence is what he needed, and he didn't want the wine fucking up such a good brain. Nah, let's try to do this like two normal men. He placed the bottle on the table. But don't get me wrong, he locked eyes with the captain, I will use it if you step out of line. Haha. Xanis laughed. Don't worry. I will only do something when my investment is going down the drain. He used his glass to point at Rex. Right now, there is a lot of potential in this partnership, and I will hate to flush it before it starts. Rex nodded before taking down the entire glass, shivering as he placed the shot glass on the table. Now, let's get to income. He sat back. How much Valis can I take from the Familia budget to get myself started? Xanis thought for a while before replying, I will need to look through some records, but off the top of my head, there is about 7 million Valis with no clear allocation. That's... Rex's voice trailed off. 7 million Valis. Prime Rex would have needed 3 years of dungeon diving to earn that. Even converted to dollars, what's the exchange rate again in yen? It was more than he'd ever seen in his old life. More than 2 years of flipping burgers at McDonald's. He stared at Xanis, mouth slightly open. Then a shaky grin split his face. That's a lot. His mind flashed to his old self, the version of him sweating behind a fryer, counting pennies for rent. The version that ate ramen for a week straight because his car broke down. The version who daydreamed of this exact moment between drive-through orders. Wow! He ran a hand through his hair, laughing weakly. I'm rich. The word felt absurd, like a punchline. Then it hit him, rich. Ha ha ha. I am fucking rich. Xanis flinched as Rex leapt up, knocking his couch back. Do you know how long I've dreamed of this? Your whole life. Xanis muttered. 2 lifetimes. Rex shouted, pacing like a caged animal. He stopped abruptly, staring at the ceiling. And I got it by beating up a washed-up monkey and stealing his bananas. Xanas's eye twitched. That's me he's talking about. Ah! Rex spread his arms towards the sky, grinning like a kid on Christmas. This is truly the American dream. We do need to discuss taxes, Xanas interrupted, crossing his legs. Taxis, always that shit. Rex sighed. After guild fees and more Familia upkeep, expect 3 million usable valis. Xanas continued. Maybe less. 3 million's still insane. Rex said as he picked up his chair. What happens to the rest? He asked as he sat down. The unallocated money. They go into a general fund or reserves, Xanas shrugged. I take some for my savings. Right, savings. Rex nodded, folding his arms. How much have we saved in our savings? Xanas's mouth twitched at the emphasis, but he kept his tone neutral. 97 million. There was a long silence, then Rex leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Run that shit by me again. In the past 12 years, Xanas began. I've managed to save approximately 97 million valis. Oh, damn. Rex slumped back, the number thudding in his skull. 97 million. That was more money than he can even conceptualize. We've saved, why? To buy myself a grimoire. Xanas sighed, fingers going up to adjust his non-existent glasses. But I suppose that won't be happening now, will it? 100%. That money's mine now. Rex nodded. Doubt I'll need even 15% of it, but I'll be dipping in. Xanas took a deep breath, calming himself. Have your way with it. He will need some time to adjust to this new dynamic. And how do I use it? Rex patted his pouch. I can't really travel with millions in coins. You have checks or something? Yes. Xanas stood, crossing to his desk. His eyes flicking to the spot where Rex had humiliated him earlier, then yanked open a drawer and pulled out a checkbook. Stamping 4 slips with the Soma Familia seal, he ripped them free and handed them to Rex. Write any amount here, Xanas said as Rex took it. And hand it to the recipient. The guild will collect the valis from me. Simple enough. Rex tucked the blank checks into his pouch. And please, Xanas pleaded, hands clasped like a penitent, don't use them recklessly. Don't waste my money. I'm not an idiot who will waste my money. Rex turned to leave. I've got 200,000 on me which I will use first. He paused at the door, glancing back. Oh, try to lift Soma's wine ban. I kind of feel bad for the guy. Xanas raised an eyebrow. And how will I do that? You could tell the guild that a business partner is demanding more or something. He shrugged. More stock or something. I don't know how that shit works. That won't work. Xanas rubbed the bridge of his nose. We have no partnerships. Even if we did, the guild would need proof from a reputable source. Ah. Rex nodded with a hum, thinking for a second. How about partnering with the Ishtar Familia? It could work if we have a formal agreement. Xanas leaned back, glancing down at the papers scattered across his desk. He'd need to reorganize them to get back to work. Ishtar is a major familia. If they demand Soma's ban be lifted, it might influence the guild. He paused. And the partnership would be work since the Ishtar Familia won't be able to resist real Soma being sold in the pleasure quarter, but, Xanas rubbed his temples as if already regretting the paperwork, it'll mean hiring more people for the accounting department. Right now, I manage everything alone. A partnership would make that impossible and risk uncovering some things. That's on you, Captain. Rex flashed a thumbs up, grinning as he backed toward the door. Use your big brain. Rex left the room, closing the door behind him, his smile dropping as he thought, selling Soma's wine though the Ishtar should boost Soma's stock value. And if it does increase the stock value, they could stash crates of the wine in Ishtar Familia's vaults days before they get obliterated by the Freya Familia based on his current timeline of Bell just leveling up, it should be in a month from now. And when they do, the Soma Familia could claim their stored inventory was destroyed in the attack. The guild might compensate them for the loss, or even pressure Freya to pay damages. However, he knew that the Freya would likely avoid paying damage, so the Soma Familia could snatch a slice of the pleasure quarter's prime real estate once Ishtar's territory went up for grabs. Who knows, he might just be able to get the entire bullet bobili and make that his new base or something. Shit, I am intelligent. Rex rubbed his jaw, commending his brain even though that was just common sense. Maybe I should try this business thing. But now wasn't the time. He needed to focus on returning to the dungeon and grinding the middle floors. First, though, he had to officially register as a level 2, which meant another trip to the guild. Stepping out of the Familia building, Rex took a deep breath of the cool afternoon air. It washed away the tension from earlier, and he looked up at the clear sky, slowly transitioning into evening hues. I won't be able to do much today since things are closing down, he thought, stretching as he walked. So I'll need to get up early tomorrow and start getting my new commissioned gears and everything else. He sighed. I just hope Xanis isn't planning anything stupid. Despite the man's calm demeanor about this new partnership, Rex doubted it was genuine. Should I use Soma on him, he wondered, folding his arms. It was a foolproof method, but Rex didn't like the idea of mind control. Out of all the genres he'd read, mind control porn was the worst. I can't believe I just thought of that. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside as he continued walking. The guild's front soon came into view, and he strode toward it. Entering inside, the guild was as busy as when he had left 2 hours ago. Rose had just finished helping a rabbit-eared girl who was blushing so hard it was obvious she had a crush on the werewolf. Wolf and rabbit. Rex thought, watching the petite, white-haired rabbit girl walk past him. That will create another Legoshi and Haru situation. As he walked towards the receptionist desk, he heard Rose sigh when she noticed him, her tone practically begging him to go to someone else. So he did, walking up to the half-elf he remembered was Belle's advisor. I want to register my level up, he said, which made Rose sigh even louder, confusing him. Ah, that's something only your advisor can do, the half-elf said with a slight smile. If you can tell me your advisor's name, I'll check when they're working. Why is level up registration limited to your advisor? Rex thought. A money thing to get the advisor paid. Just as he was about to say Rose's name, the werewolf spoke up. I'll take him. She stood from her booth. Ina turned to Rose. You're his advisor? She asked, and Rose nodded slowly. Aha! Ina finally understood why Rose had been sighing so loudly. She'll take you, the elf addressed Rex, who nodded. Rex followed Rose to the same room they'd used earlier. She opened the door. Wait here, she said as he entered. I'll get the registration slip. All right. Rex stepped inside, taking the same seat he'd sat in before, facing the window with the setting sunlight streaming through. Rose left for a moment, returning shortly with a clipboard, a paper, and a pen, taking the same seat she'd occupied last time. I assume that the coin flip you did was to decide if to level up or not, Rose began as she slid the clipboard toward him with the pen. Not really, Rex replied, looking down at the registration slip. It was for something else. Not important, though, so don't worry about it. He could particularly feel her glare. The form was simple: name, Familia, current level, time taken to level up, and other details, with optional sections like what he had done to earn a high-rank elixir or development ability. He filled out everything except the development ability section and handed it back to Rose. She took it, scanning the details before glancing up at him. An infant dragon. Yes, Rex nodded. She said nothing, jotting down a few notes before signing it. I won't be taking up any more of your time. Rose glanced at the clock behind Rex. 7 more minutes until she could clock the fuck out. Since you're a level 2 now, she returned her golden eyes to Rex, why don't we take 7 minutes to discuss a few things about the middle floors? Right, Rex sat back down. Tell me about the wyverns. Rose blinked. Why don't we start with the weakest and most common monster, the Almiraj? Author's note, I feel like the negotiation was a bit drawn out but I wanted make it as realistic as possible. Also, do you think Rex should go full armor or just stay light? I think light is better. Even if he isn't an agility-based fighter, with more in strength and endurance, a full set of armor would be cumbersome. As for the weapon, I was thinking of something like Lee's Rid Halberd from Fate's Day Night. Now, romance. I was thinking about romance/relationships and I will be interested in your thoughts and idea.
Thanks for listening.